but he would not come see me. He's like, look, I live with you. I hear this shit every day. But he gives me back. Like, he's funny to me. Like I told you, say, not today, I want to pussy today.
Not at all.
Yeah, not at all. He say some of the funniest shit. But but you know,
I can't believe he's only seen you do comedy once, though.
One
That's
time
crazy.
out of 17 years.
That's a good one, though, to open for Cat Williams. Are you still in touch with Cat?
No, but I love Cat. Can't nobody tell me shit about Cat Williams. When my daddy
I'm a big
died,
fan.
When my daddy died, and I just got a job with Cat Williams, he walked in there. He was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "My daddy died like 2 days before he called me on a tour." And I said, I'm just trying to get this money together to raise him. Cat Williams go to the bank and come out with a stack of money. He gave me like $4 grand to bury my daddy. And I was like, "You don't have to do this." And I was like, "I work for." He's like, "Look, no, go bury your daddy." Because before he did that, I was about to put my fucking daddy in a potato sack and stick him in the ground. Because we had no money. And I tried to do the fish fry in the black community, the white neighborhood. They don't know nothing about no fucking fish fry on no Tuesday. And Cat Williams gave me the money to bury him.
That's hot.
Yeah, so can't nobody tell me shit about Cat Williams.
He's crazy, but he's funny as fuck. He's one of my favorites all time.
And he tell the fucking truth, too.
If you go back to like the Pimp Chronicles, is in his prime. Those are some of the best specials ever.
Yes.
He's a funny motherfucker, and he's so original.
So original.
Like, that is him. You know what I mean? Like, his delivery, his style, everything.
I love him. Can't nobody tell me shit about no Cat Williams. Because of Cat Williams, I was able to finish my basement after that tour.
He gave me he gave some great advice once about comedy. One of the things he says is don't eat before you go on stage. And I was like, yeah, why would you? You don't eat before you fight. Why would you eat before you go on stage?
Wow.
Because it causes your body when you eat has to break down that food, so it's using up energy. Like, some of the energy that you would have to do stand-up is now breaking down that food in your body.
That's why I be about to fall asleep on stage?
Yes.
Shit, I gotta stop eating.
Just don't eat right before you go on stage. Just eat afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to him and I was like, that makes so much sense. And also, he has a playlist of music that he plays right before he goes on stage. Like, sets it up. Like, he's like, puts him in the mood to go on stage.
Yeah, I do that too. I do that too. I like a lot of I want to say Outkast, but that ain't who I'm going for. Who the fucking rap I listen? Carly B. Oh, that little nasty thing. That's what I would be if I had a body like that. Oh my God, that girl got a tongue that'll drag a flow. She that person in my head that I want to be. I listen to a lot of Carly B. I like her.
Well, maybe you can get that body. Maybe
Joe.
Junebug. Get you in that gym. Get on that elliptical machine. Come on.
Junebug, we're going to need you to help your mom out.
Junebug.
And stop your mom from peeing on herself.
Just change up the diet.
I'm working. I swear, the next time you see me,
listen to your son.
I'm going to look like you.
Well, don't do that. They go too hard. I'll tell you, go to a different doctor.
I'm lying.
But if you did that, I'm telling you, if you did a video with your son and your son getting you to the gym and did that regularly on YouTube, Junebug and Miss Pat, just do that. That shit would be hilarious. It would be so funny.
Because I cuss my kids out.
Well, especially when they're making you do shit that you don't want to do, like working out, like doing sit-ups and shit and squats and all that.
Spreading my legs wide that ain't never been used that way since the 80s.
Exactly.
Like, you about to rip my butthole.
Exactly. Yeah.
Junebug, we doing it.
Do it. Definitely do it. So do you bring like I bring like one of those MP3 Bluetooth speaker things with me. You know, I have like one of those JPL Extremes. I bring that with me and I put it in the green room, play music.
I usually listen to music on my. You talking about before performing?
Yeah.
No, I listen to music on my headphone. Yeah.
But you get yourself in a mood. Do you have a drink before you go on stage?
I don't drink alcohol.
At all?
No.
Nothing? What about weed?
I don't do any weed.
You don't
no
smoke any
drugs.
weed? Nothing?
I grew up in a crack environment.
I understand.
I just don't. I mean,
you don't need it.
Alcohol does nothing for me. It makes me sleepy. And my mama was an alcoholic, and I used to always say, I'm gonna be nothing like this bitch. And so
mission accomplished.
Yeah, so I don't do it. My whole family drink, and I just don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't smoke weed. I was just telling them earlier, like Junebug tried to smoke weed one time, and with his white friends, but they was so stupid, Joe. They didn't know how to roll the weed, so they got the copier paper off the machine and rolled the weed in there.
Oh God.
Yeah, and Tommy lit it. It just burnt, and all the weed fell in his chest, and I beat the dog shit out of Junebug. And I told him, I don't buy enough grocery for you to create an appetite. You already fucking fat.
Oh my God.
And I just told my kids when they was young, I said, look, I told my son I said, look, I get food stamps, and I don't get enough food stamps for your weed habit. So we're not going to do drugs. We're not going to join gangs. We're not going to do drugs. It's us, motherfucker. So we're not going to do it. So, but Junebug is the only kid I ever had that really tried to dab into weed.
That's a weird way to do it, though. Copy paper.
Well,
Shit's terrible for you.
They would go to the ghetto and buy the weed out of where I live at. They would go over to the ghetto. So I said, Junebug, how much weed you buy? 1.5 grams. What the hell is that? I don't know. And I called the police on him. I used to do What are you? I did. I called the police on him to shake him up, right? And
You called the police on him?
Yeah, but I said, hey, we black, so leave your guns in the car. So come over here and shake my son up. The police get over there. The police and Junebug's son go to school together. This motherfucker come over there and start crying. We love you, Junebug. I said, I didn't call you over to fucking cry. Now we all cry. We all was crying. So that didn't help. But eventually, I think he gonna stop smoking now.
He's going to stop or start?
I think he stopped. I
stopped.
ran off all his friends. I told it, I said, look, your white son just lost his only black friend. I'm gonna fuck your white baby up. Bring him back over here with the weed. Then Junebug like, everybody at my school say you a snitch. I said, fuck him. I whoop them white boys' ass.
You're a snitch.
Because I called all the parents over. I called all the parents. I said, they over here smoking weed and looking at some little white girl pussy on the phone. I said, Junebug, you black. You know how much time you get for this white pussy floating on these phones?
Oh, like a girl from the school?
Yeah, so
you can get in trouble for that.
Yeah, so I Chromecast the picture and I called all the parents like, who white baby pussy is this?
Oh my God, you put it on the TV?
Yeah, I put it on TV. They was pissed off at me. Look, keep these bitches away from Junebug. Junebug in 10th grade, his little dick is real small right now. He's fat. Trying to kill my baby, trying to get my baby locked up for some white pussy. Junebug, you don't fuck with white pussy. You ain't got enough dick and you ain't got enough sense.
Oh my God.
So
you had the parents come over and you had it on the television.
I said, who white baby pussy this is?
What the fuck did they say?
I can't believe you did this. What the fuck you mean? That was on their phone. Your son looking at it too. They stormed up out of there. They stormed up out. They wouldn't speak to me at no football. Fuck y'all. I don't need no friends.
Oh my God.
I said, don't you ever in your life violate no girl. She gave it to one of the football players. He just passed it around everybody. Of course. Yeah, and I told him, I said, Junebug, think about this was your sister Garyana. He's like, Mama, Garyana ain't getting naked. And if they did, can nobody see nothing?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. But that's just the stuff I went through. He's the only one that ever really tried me. Because my other kids, you know, I tell my crack baby, I say, look, I'm going to take y'all out in public. But you got an option. Do you want the ghetto mom or do you want the soccer mom? And they don't like the ghetto mom. Because the ghetto mom would knock the shit out of them in public. And I give them an option. And we get in public, and white people always come to me like, oh my God, your kids are so well disciplined. I said, I told them I was going to fuck them up.
What do they say when you say that?
They just look like, what? I said, you should fuck your kids up too. I tell them, I said, I will fuck you up. Don't play with me. I feed you. When we was coming back from the Disney cruise, they was all playing with those little things that separate, you know, when you're in line. So I told them like 3-4 times, stop. It was my grandbaby and it was the 4 crack baby. So they wouldn't stop, Joe. I slapped all of them at the same time. Pap, 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 pap. And all the white people like, what the fuck? I said, what you looking at me for? You want some too? I asked them to stop by 4 times. Don't play with me. You know my nerves bad. I've been shot a couple times. Y'all motherfuckers know I'm crazy. And I just tell them that. They good kids.
They're good kids now.
Oh, they know I fuck them up. I have a lot of bits about them because, like I do this bit about. I used to do this bit about the teachers school calling me all the time. White schools call you for anything, and anything, Joe. I mean, just dumb shit. Black schools, we tell them, look, bitch, that's your child at 2:30. Don't you wake me up. So one of the bits I used to tell, they called me by my niece Yolanda because she was sitting at the crayon table with her little white friends and they're talking about their daddies. So Yolanda said, well, the next time I see my daddy, I'm gonna stab him in the neck. And all the white kids started crying, and they asked me to come up there in emergency, to come up there to talk to them. I get up there, I'm like, ma'am, she can't stab her daddy in the neck. The nigga in jail, somebody else gonna stab him in the neck. Don't wake me up for this bullshit. So they don't know how to handle anything. And I had to set the school down. I said, look, these kids are from the hood. They only talk and do what they know. You got to give me time to help them grow. But then they wanted to put them on medication. I said, what we will.
Medication?
Yeah, because they didn't know how to deal with them. They had so much. Like their mama was into horn, their daddy was into drugs, their daddy was beating on the mom. And they didn't know how to handle them. And I said, look, we're going to help them grow together. I said, but what we're not going to do, we're not going to put these kids on medication. What we're going to do is surround them with love. They so good now. Out of 5 years, this baby just now passing the I-STEP test. It took a minute to get there, but he's finally there.
What's
the I-STEP? Those standardized tests they give kids. And the kids just wasn't ready.
Right.
And, I threw them in his neighborhood. I threw them in an environment that they wasn't used to. And then, they talk their language. You see how country I am. Well, they talk straight streets. So sometimes like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? We bout it. No, the fuck you ain't. You better sit there if I bust you across your head.
We bowdy?
Yeah, they ready to rumble. They ready to fight. The little boy was like, I'm bout it. I said, put your fucking finger down before I break it. But I had to retrain him because what he saw in the hood, it wasn't going at my nice little white school.
Right.
No.
But they're adapting.
They're good now. They're good now.
But imagine all the kids that don't, and you can imagine because it was you, but all the kids who don't have someone like you.
Boy, my niece is 20 years old, 21, and she 6 kids, and she in jail for 20 years for knocking on people's door and robbing them. So her kids is in a situation. So just imagine all the kids. I think about it all the time, especially when it's my family member. But Joe, I had to realize this. I can't save the world.
You can't save everybody. It's impossible.
No, I try to save one at a time, and that's all I can do.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
It is all you can do.
I can't save the world. I mean, I can't live if I keep trying to save the world.
No, well, you won't be able to do what you're doing that's helping people, too. It's one of the things that you're doing that's helping people is you're making people laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, that helps a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, people fucking need that.
They need it so bad.
There's so many people right now with their headphones on in their cubicle laughing their ass off right now.
I hope so.
Fuck yeah, they need it.
Go
People
listen
need
to the
it.
Pat Down after Joe Rogan.
They listen
of
to
course.
that for sure. They're gonna subscribe, guarantee you.
I hope so.
100%.
I mean, you know, I did a show last night at the Virgin here in LA, and a man came up to me and said, "Man, my dog died today, and I've been crying all day, but I want to tell you how much you helped me fucking relieve." I said, "Oh, I'm sorry about your dog. Did you burn him up?"
Did you burn them up?
He actually started laughing. You know, after they died, you got to burn them up, cremate them.
Cremate them.
Yeah, I asked him that. He actually started laughing. But I mean, I get that all the time. And you know, laughter is what healed me. When I was able to write my book and, you know, started doing comedy, especially like it was one story now about my mama boyfriend who molested me. And I had never told that story over 30 something years. My husband didn't know. Only person know is me and my sister, because it always happened to us at the same time with him. And I never told that story. And I remember when I was writing my book, the lady who co-wrote my book, she was like, "You got to tell the story." And I said, "Well, I got to ask my sister." And I get my sister on the phone, Joe. And I was like, Maypop, that's her name. I said, "You ready to tell what Mr. John did to us?" And we both just boo-hooed. And we told some of the story. We got off the phone, and it took, for me to tell that story, it took almost a week. Me and the writer cried so much because I had all of that built up in me. But I'm so happy I was able to tell that story now, because that was the only story I had never told public about how my mama boyfriend did me and my sister from the age of probably 6 or 8 till I was 11 years old. Because my kid's father was 21 and I was 12 when I met him, so I started having sex at 12. So when he started touching me, when I got a boyfriend, my mama boyfriend left us alone.
Once you got a boyfriend?
Yeah, once I got a boyfriend.
Jesus Christ.
So that was the only story I had never told. But when I told it, I felt like I lost probably 100 pounds. I felt like it, but it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
But I just felt a relief.
Yeah.
So I know laughter. I just know laughter does a lot for me. So I know it does the same for other people.
God damn, you've had a crazy fucking life.
And I laugh at every inch of it too.
Well, that's the only way you can. I mean, what you've done is, you've done the ultimate, take a negative and turn it into a positive.
I try really hard.
But you really have, because your sense of humor is so fucked up. But it's because of your life that it's so funny. I mean, that's why it works. If you had a cushy life and you were saying the shit that you're saying, it wouldn't be funny.
No, it wouldn't be.
No.
And that's one of the things with my husband. Like when I was sharing with, like my kid's father shot me and beat me. You know, most of your listeners kind of know who I am. They know my background. And one of the things when I started sharing my life, my husband had that protective mode. He didn't want me to, you know, he knew how negative the world could be when I started to share these stories. So I could see where he wanted to step in and protect me.
Right.
You know, when people would judge me. And, you know, like I dropped out of school in 8th grade. When my husband went to the military, went on off, he had a mom and dad. He had a way better life than me. So he would always be there to like be that protector. Like when I was like, "Oh, they think I'm stupid," or they think I'm this, and I just he helped me grow a backbone to say, "Fuck what people think about you." I mean, because there was so much screwed up stuff in my head. Like one of the things my mama taught me about white people, like I didn't deal with white people. I mean, let's be honest, I'm from the hood. There was a police or the caseworker. My mama told me, she said, "White people are better than you. Never look them in the eye, never fucking devil." So my whole life, Joe Rogan, I was scared of white people. And when I wrote the book and I told the lady this, when I would see white people, I would immediately look down. Well, that's what the slaves used to do. And that's what the book lady taught me. And I was like, I can't look them in the eye. And then she was like, "Why?" And I told her the story, and I told my husband the story. And he said, "Pat," he said, "we're all the same. Your fucking mama is stupid." I used to tell a bit. I said, "The only difference between me and you, white woman, is my titties is bigger than yours." But I was in my late 20s when I learned that, because when I moved to Indianapolis, I couldn't talk to you. My words was stumbling, and I would immediately say, "I'm stupid," and I would look away. And when I started doing comedy in Indianapolis, and my fan base turned white, and I was like, "Why the fuck y'all like me? Get away from me!" So I uppercut the shit out of you. I used to say that to myself. And my husband sat me down and was like, "Pat, we all the same. Your fucking mama is stupid." I'm like, "We are?" And I was in my late 20s, but I had never ever dealt with white people like I dealt with them when I moved into that community. And I'm glad, because it taught me a lot as a young girl out of the inner city of Atlanta, that we are all the same. The problem with this country is we don't fucking talk.
Yeah.
No communication.
Well, there's that, and then there's that these communities stay the way they are. Like whether it's Baltimore, where they had it set up, where black people literally weren't allowed to buy homes outside of certain areas, or any inner city, like, you know, the inner city in Houston or New York or anywhere, where the neighborhoods stay the same.
Yeah.
They stay the same forever.
For generation after generation, yeah.
Crime, poverty, all drugs, everything stays the same.
And they do, you know, Joe, my kids, my kids are fucking, they blessings. They don't realize how blessed they are. And sometimes I get so pissed off at them. Like, they go to this really nice high school where I live in Indiana. They get their little laptops and, they get new books every fucking year. Joe, when I went to school, it was so many niggas' name wrote in that same book where it had done checked it out every year. You had to flip a page and you just see Raymond, Tyrone, ta-da-da-da. 3 pages of kids who had that book before you.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off because, I look at it and I was like, well, this is the old curriculum where, my kids are getting a new curriculum every year, and it's still like that in certain parts of America.
Yep.
And it pisses me off. I was like, y'all, you guys don't realize how blessed you are. You come in and throw this fucking $1,000 pad on the floor that this school done gave you, take shit for granted. Like, my daughter would literally hold up the school bus because she wanted to walk slow because she was fat. So the lady called me and was like, Miss Pat, every day I gotta wait on Garyana to get on the bus. And I've asked her several times to be at the bus stop when I get there. And I said, ma'am, leave that bitch. Leave her. You leave that motherfucker. She'll get there on time. But you just, they pamper them in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I said, don't you dare pamper my black kid. Leave that bitch, because I'll leave. You ain't in the car when I get in the car. Bitch, bye. Bye. My kids know, you better get in the car for mama, because she'll leave you and fuck you. You walk to school. I mean, my daughter would come in the house one time and say, I need you to take me to Starbucks. I'm like, why? Cool kids come to school with Starbucks. I said, bitch, you better go to school. You better. I said, it's night. I said, you crazy if you think I'm going to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and take you to Starbucks. You better take your fat ass to Starbucks at night and get you a cup and put you some hot chocolate in the morning. I'm not getting up at no 6 o'clock to make you cool, but they do that.
Right. It's a status thing.
Yes, a status thing. Come bring me my lunch. I left my lunch. I tell my kids, if you leave some, you didn't fucking want it. Because I'm in the bed with no wig and no bra and yesterday pussy. I'm not getting up.
Yesterday's pussy?
Yeah.
How's that work?
Cause I went to bed last night and they ain't watched it before they called me.
Oh, so it's yesterday.
Yeah, it's yesterday pussy. So I'm not getting up. You crazy as hell. I'm not. Nobody gave me nothing.
Do they understand that no one gave you anything? Like,
Hell yeah.
Do they get it?
They get it. Yeah, they get it. But they like, nobody want to hear your poor stories.
That's not true.
No, listen.
That's not true.
Look, my
A lot of people want to hear it.
Thank you. My cable got cut off one day, right? So I go in the house and my cable cut off, and I tell my husband, I was like, did you pay the fucking cable? My husband, oh my God, I forgot to pay the cable. Go turn the cable on before the kids get home. I was like, fuck these kids. You know how many times I had to look at a fuzzy TV and thought it was snowing? I'm not going. I'm going to bed. Fuck these kids. I don't care about these kids. But he broke his neck to pay the cable bill because he don't want the kids to ever know what it's like to not have light, gas, and what. Fuck these kids. They fat. They can miss a couple meals. Joe, I didn't cut that cable back on, but he broke his neck.
He did?
He came home and cut it on. I don't go out the way for you. I love you, but I tell you, I don't love you like Jesus do. He love you unconditional. I would stab the shit out of you. I loan my kids money. You got to pay me back. My daughter called me. She said, can I borrow $3,000? I said, bitch, you got the wrong number.
$3,000?
Yeah, to buy her a car. I don't got nothing to do with that shit. I got my car, Joe. My car paid off. I drive a little old ass Cruise that my crackhead niece left I bought for her. That's what I drive every day. My shit paid off. I'm not buying you no car. Well, bitch, you was on my phone bill for 3 years and you never paid your phone bill. So how you gonna pay me back $3,000?
What did she say to that?
I call you back. I said, I bet you will. I said, this is my money. I worked hard for this money. I know you was there when I was selling crack and forging check, but you had joys and nice shit.
I know that your life was hard, but if you had to live it over again, it made you who you are.
It made me who I am. I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, but it's a fucked up thing to ask someone when they tell you they're molested by your mom's boyfriend and that, you had a baby with this guy when you were 14 and he's married and another one, and by the time you're 16, you're pregnant with a third.
Yeah.
No one would ever, selling crack, getting shot in the tit. No one would ever ask you to live that life again, but you wouldn't change it.
I don't know, Joe. I mean,
it
made me who I am. But I look at life like this. I think everybody couldn't have dealt with the stuff that I dealt with it like I dealt with it. Like, some people commit suicide, some people are always depressed. I kind of feel like I was the chosen one. God take you through something so it can, to make other people see. Maybe I took burden that everybody else was going through in life, and I was the chosen one. And then I bring it out and make it funny. So I'm here to make people let people know it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish.
Right.
I don't dwell on shit I don't have control over. I can't change the past, but let's laugh today. And I tell people every night on stage, when you can laugh about it, you got control of it.
That's a powerful thing, to be able to look at your life like that and just take ownership.
Yeah, like my first kid's father, he hates me. He fucking hates me. You know why? Because I'm not that little girl rabbit anymore that he had control of, that he beat. And, I was a little girl searching for love. In this whole situation, I learned to love myself, Joe.
Are you still in touch with him?
Yeah, I talk to him. He be cussing me out.
He's like he's not in jail.
Yeah, that's what I be telling him. I was
He's
like,
lucky.
dude, you're a
He's
child molester.
He's a child molester.
You're a child. I'm not a child molester. I remember when I needed closure, and I was out here in L.A. and I'm starting to tell these stories about my life, and I just wanted him to apologize. You know, he shot me in the back of the head, fucking beat me.
Jesus Christ.
So I wanted him to apologize, and I was like, "Why do you need him to apologize?" I just want to hear. I just want to say, "Rabbit, I'm sorry." So I called him up, and I said, "Daryl." We started talking. Oh shit! I said his name.
Uh-oh. Daryl, you're going to jail.
So I called him and I asked him to apologize. And I said, how can you fuck a 12-year-old and you grown and you married? You know what he said? He said, your mind and body wasn't 12. And that shit kicked me in my fucking chest like a horse. And I boo-hoo. And that day, Joe, I decided I was no longer gonna ask him to ask me to forgive him. I decided to forgive him. I forgave my mama. I forgave my mama boyfriend and everybody else that stepped on me. And I said, no longer am I ever gonna want to come. I say from that day on, I'm never gonna ask y'all for forgive. I'm never gonna ask you again. I decided to forgive you. And that day I forgave him, my mom and her boyfriend, and everybody else that ever violated me. Because there was so many other people that I still don't talk about. But I forgave them.
That's a very powerful thing.
And I'm happy.
That's a very powerful thing. If you can forgive people who've done terrible things to you and you haven't done shit to them.
Yeah.
The people that want them to apologize, they chase them down. They want to get back. You're eating yourself up.
You're eating yourself up. And I was eating myself up because I just wanted him to say, I'm sorry, Rabbit. And he never said it.
But once he told you that when you were 12, your mind and your body weren't young, you got to realize you're talking to a fucking idiot.
Idiot. And I called my husband and I was crying. He was like, Pat, why you keep... I said, I just want him to ask me to... I just want him to say he's sorry. That's all I want him to say. And he was like, Pat, why? And I remember hanging up the phone and I got on my knees. And I rarely get on my knees, Joe. And I got vertigo, so I don't get on my knees for shit. If you know what I'm talking about. So I asked for forgiveness. I mean, I forgave him. That day I forgave him and my mama. Because him, my mama, and her boyfriend, John, is the three of the people that I hated the most. Because she didn't protect me. And when we once tried to tell her that her boyfriend was doing that to us, he wouldn't listen. She wouldn't listen. Because this man was providing. It was the only time in my life that we didn't get evicted. Because he was touching me and my sister. He was always saying, well, if you tell your mama, y'all gonna get put out. Y'all ain't gonna have no food. So we always thought we was happy. So, but I forgave him. And, they was already dead, but he's still alive.
He's still alive.
My kid's father's still alive. And you want to know something crazy? And I never told anybody this. So people always like, why you don't go to your mama's grave site? A lot of people like, I don't like fucking with the dead. I figure they want to rest. Leave them the fuck alone. They don't want to hear about this lively shit. I don't go to her grave, y'all, because that motherfucker put himself next to her. He buried himself next to my mama. So I said, fuck both of you. I'm not going up there. He's laying right next to her.
Wow.
Last time I was there, before he died, I was there cleaning off some ants on top of her grave. And, I'm young. She died when I was 16. I'm probably 16, 17. I go out there with a gas can, pour it on top and light it on fire to get the ant bed off. I'm going to set the whole fucking grave off.
That's how you got rid of the ants? You poured gas on it and lit it on fire? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my God.
I haven't been back, Joe. I haven't been back.
You don't need to go back.
I won't go back. He's next to her. So he wanted that control, so he got it.
Wow.
Fuck him. I'm never going back.
God damn, Miss Pat. Every time I talk to you, I think I've heard it all.
Oh, shit, Joe. We need to give me some Olive Garden wine. I can tell you 100 another fucking stories.
Some what wine?
Olive Garden. That wine.
Olive Garden wine?
Yes, I love that shit. I drink a glass of that, and I tell you a million fucking stories. I was telling a story. I just started writing a bit about it. How my mama was a crap shooter, and before she shoot the dice, she would line up her 5 kids, and she would rub them on our vagina, up on our titties. That was good luck for her.
What? She would rub the dice on your vagina and your titties?
Rub these dice on your pussy for good luck.
Oh, my God. How old were you?
Probably 5 or 6.
Oh, my God. What the fuck?
I don't want to tell the whole story because I just wrote a bit about it. So y'all wait till I finish the fucking bit. It's fucking hilarious.
You're not going to do it tonight?
No, I'm not going to do it tonight.
Yet?
It's not all the way done. But
Okay.
when my friend was like, Pat, you got to be lying. I called my brother. I said, Bo, that's my oldest brother. He's biracial, right? My mom say we got the same dad, but this motherfucker got good hair. So we know. We know. That ain't no Jerry curl either. So I said, Bo, do you remember when mama used to shoot dice? She said, yeah. She was rubbing my motherfucking nuts all the time. My friend was like, you know it's some shit when black people go like, well, who the fuck raised you?
Oh, my God. I can't breathe.
Did I fuck up your signs?
Oh, my God. crying. I can't breathe. Holy shit. God damn, Miss Pat.
And then now I still laugh. I love
Yeah.
to laugh. I fucking love it.
I know you do. You make people laugh. You're
Yeah.
one of the funniest people I've ever met.
Wow, thank you, Joe.
It's a fact. Phew, fuck. What a life you had. God damn it.
I
You know,
remember-
it's so hard to listen to as a person who has kids. You know, it's
Just-
so hard to think about you being a little girl having to go through that.
And you know, it used to, people say, "Oh, Pat, you should get counseling," but honestly, comedy has been my counseling.
It is a form of counseling for sure.
I was able to share with shit that I was angry about. I'm no longer
And
angry.
you're making people laugh.
I'm
I mean,
making-
look, I'm fucking crying over here. I'm literally crying.
Yeah, I mean, you know, then you meet so many people who kind of have a story like you. People always like, "Oh, Miss Pat, you're telling my story. Thank you so much." I had a black lady tell me one time, she was like, "I had my baby at 13. How can you talk about that?" I said, "Cause bitch, I'm happy, and my child didn't have the life that I had. So I'm happy. You know, only thing I ask for my kids, I said, I ask you, college ain't for everybody, so I'm not gonna force college on you. But what you do owe me is a high school diploma, and you do owe me the prom because I didn't have an opportunity to do none of that shit. So all of them go to the prom. All of them went to the prom. I picked out the outfit, and every one of them graduated from high school. You know, my daughter was the first one in 3 generations to graduate high school, and the first one to ever go to college. Now she didn't finish, but hey, my youngest daughter just finished criminal justice. She have an associate's degree, and you know, every time they do it, they like, I'm going to the prom for you. They graduated high school. They gave me their high school diploma. My daughter was like, well, I just graduated from college. Here go your degree. I was like, bitch, you cum laude, or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I'm talking about, straight A's.
Yes. Cum laude.
Yeah, that's what she was. She was cum laude. So, I mean, she didn't go to her graduation. She didn't want to go to graduation. So she booked it. She had 2 options. So she booked it on the day I was out of town. But she's my first child to graduate college. And I look back, here I am with an 8th grade education on the GED, and I was able to keep my kids from going down the road that I went down. And you know, most kids try to make their parents proud. I try to make my kids proud, to let them know it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. You know, I had to admit to my oldest daughter, you know, I used to sell drugs in front of her school, and I had to wake her up one time and I said, I want to apologize for being such a horrible mom in the beginning. But I was fucking 14. You know, she was in houses where they had shootout ads. She saw me sell drugs in front of her school. I said, I made a lot of fucking mistakes, but I'm sorry. Because I did what everybody else was doing in my community trying to survive. And that was one of the hardest things as a parent, because a lot of parents hide, you know, their past from their kid. But I literally went to my daughter and because she hated me, Joe. She fucking hated me. She's like, why do you have to sell drugs in front of my school? I said, because I was here first, bitch. But, you know, I think, you know, we have a relationship now. You know, and then I went off to jail and I missed her going to kindergarten. And then I grew up in a community where if you was gay, something was wrong with you. You know, my daughter, she gay as fuck. She eat everything in Atlanta. So she Pac-Man with the pussy.
Jesus Christ.
So, you know, I had to deal with that too, because she ran off for a while when she wouldn't, you know, she didn't want to tell me she was gay. Because I mean, I had this thing where if you were gay, was something wrong, which I fucking hated gay women. And I used to say this on stage and I used to say, white men, when you hate niggas, there's a good chance your white daughter gonna come home with a big dick nigga. It will open my daughter came home and she was gay, and it opened my fucking world to the gay community. And now, like, I remember when my daughter came out and somebody was like, you must be ashamed that your daughter's gay. Bitch, your daughter's a hoe. So your daughter gonna take way more dicks than my daughter do. Okay? and immediately, I love my daughter. I love all of my kids. And I told Ashley, that's her name, I said, I had to learn it's not about your sexuality. Do what make you happy. And I will support you to the end. As long as you happy, because you saw your daddy stomp my face and shoot me and mistreat me. So do what makes you happy. Just don't do drugs, bitch. But do what make you happy.
What made you not like gay women before that?
Because I was raised in the black community. If you was gay, you know, we're the biggest motherfucker black people who would throw a gay child out, tell you something wrong with you. We taught to hate, you know, especially that old school black community. That's why, so, you know, people, you know.
Why is that?
I don't know, Joe. That's just how we was raised. The black church, drilling in your head. You know, if you gay, you going to hell. And, you know,
So what happens with gay people in the black community?
A lot of them leave and never come back in the day. A lot of them wait till they, you know, they fucking mental problems. I don't know. Like, I don't remember a gay uncle or anybody. So, but you know, I know as a black community, you have to hide. You had to hide back in those days. So I was taught if you was gay, it was something wrong with you. And when my daughter came out to be gay, it opened my fucking world up. And I was like, do I judge my daughter over sexuality, or do I love my child because it's my fucking child? And I remember not seeing her for 3 years. She just running, she had dropped out of college, she just going from state to state, damn near homeless. A lot of them be homeless. And I said, look, Ashley, I said, are you gay? I just want to hear it for myself. She was like, yes, ma'am. I said, well, come on home. You can eat pussy in Atlanta. It's cheaper. And my child came home, and we built a relationship. And I was wrong, because she heard how I talked about gay people in the house. It's almost like when you hear if you white and you hear your parents always nigga, then you want to know, why is we talking about nigga? You get curious, and you go outside and you're like, it ain't what you think it is. So when she came out, and when she came out, it opened my world, and I'm happy. I'm happy for my baby. And I tell everybody, my daughter would eat the shit out of you. She would dick you down with her scrap on. But she happy, Joe, and that's what it's all about.
That's all you can ask for.
That's all all I ask is that she get a bitch that treat her right. Now she's a hoe right now, but new girl every 6 months. Well, this new girl she been sticking with her for a long. I like the last girlfriend we saw Bigfoot, but she got rid of Bigfoot.
Why'd you call her Bigfoot?
If she was a boy, she'd have played professional basketball. Big old feet, big old bitch. I was like, where you get that big bitch from? Bitch taller than LeBron James. But I liked her a lot. Her new girlfriend, she growing on me. So, but it's all about being happy.
It is all about being happy. You've done an amazing thing with your life.
Thank you.
You took a terrible beginning and turned it into an amazing present. You're one of the funniest people. I swear to God, you're one of the funniest people I've ever met. You're like a big time professional comedian. People love you. I mean, I think what you've done is amazing. To come where you started from and to be who you are now, it's amazing.
Thank you. I mean, and I tell people all the time, I'm a convicted felon. Ain't shit else I can do. Either you laugh or I rob you tonight.
Yeah, but you're great at it. It's not just that you had a hard life. You had a hard life, and you worked hard to become a great comic.
Well, I had a hard life, and I wanted to save my kids in the beginning. I just didn't want my kids to go through what I went through. Yeah. So that was the biggest fight. I was like, y'all ain't sticking y'all thumb in my baby asshole. I'm sorry. Y'all ain't gonna do that to my children. You're not going to jail. You're not gonna drop out. I just wanted my kids to have shit that I never had, which was a life. And then one thing my book is about, I was searching for something. I wanted a family. I never had a family. I never felt love like I felt today. I got a family. I go home to a husband that see me 2 times a week, but he still fucking love me, even though he say, not at all.
He's being funny.
Yeah, he's being funny, but I know I'm loved, Joe.
Yeah.
I know I'm loved, and I never had that as a child. And when I plan vacation, they be like, oh, we got to do this. Fuck yeah, we got to do this. You want to know what it is to be without a family? Fuck it, mama, we going with you. We don't want to hear these horrible stories no more. When I booked that Disney cruise, they was all pissed off, but they had a fucking ball. And it was 22 of us, and we was there as a family. And that's all. I don't care to go, when I go take them to the lake or take them out, I don't care to participate. I just want to know. I just look at them and say, oh my God, I got what I fought for my whole fucking life, a family, to be loved. And I'm loved, Joe.
That's beautiful.
And that's all I ever wanted.
That's beautiful.
I don't give a fuck about the fancy cars. I care about the nice wigs. But
but listen, you and Junebug, you're going to start this YouTube series.
I promise.
You're going to work out together. And then the Pat Down is available on iTunes. It's available everywhere. Your book.
It's still out there. It's doing really well, y'all. It's called
what's it
Rabbit.
called? Rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Nominated for NAACP Image Award.
And we're working tonight.
And we're working tonight.
At the Comedy Store.
Thank you.
Thank you. God damn, that was funny. Two, one. Boom. Miss Pat, we're live. What's up? How are you?
Hey.
Great to see you again.
Glad to be back. Man, this studio is better than my house. Crap, I'm going to go home and tell my husband we need to move in Joe Rogan's studio.
There's not a lot of room for extra people.
I know. I was just fantasizing.
Are you still in Indianapolis?
Unfortunately.
You don't like it there?
Hell no. I like my fans, but I'm black, and it's snowing. Snow and weave don't go together. And I just don't like it. It's the same. Everybody eat at Applebee's and Golden Corral. I need culture.
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 What about Chicago?
Videos.
Episode 1313, ladies and gentlemen. It's a number. It's a very important number.
Very important.
Tell me why.
Why 1313 is important?
Yes.
Well, we got two 13s back to back, so it doubles the normal potency of 13, which is already a mystical number, which terrifies people in the West. They think it's unlucky, but in Tibetan Buddhism, it's considered a very lucky and auspicious number.
Yeah, I was staying in a hotel in Vegas. They have no 13th floor, and I don't think they had a 4th floor either.
The fourth?
Yeah, there's something about some cultures. The number 4 is unlucky.
How many cultures do we get to influence our buildings these days? That's what's crazy. And what's crazier is at some point, someone convinced a person, listen, can we just not do a 13th floor? And they listened to him. I'm like, all right, I guess we'll just go from 12 to 14.
Shooter Jennings has it in a song. When I check in to 1410, I know what room I'm really in.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what's so funny about it is because, like, that's the whole problem, isn't it? Is like people want to pretend they're not in the 13th floor when they fucking know they are.
Right.
Instead of just acknowledging, this is where I'm at.
No, we're in the 14. We're 14.
It's 14. Call the 14th floor. Just call it and they'll be that. Dude, when I was in college, we had to do service for, like, to get the degree. You had to go do, like, service overseas. So we went to India, to Dharamsala, and we taught the monks English. And I was sitting with, like, listening, overhearing a monk in a conversation with someone teaching him English, and the person's trying to explain to him how there isn't a 13th floor in buildings in the West. And the monk was like, does it levitate? Like, is it missing? How do they do it? He was genuinely perplexed. It was like a magical thing. Yeah.
Well, in a culture that forces its citizens, if they want to run the country, you have to believe in something that, whether you're a Christian or whether you're a Baptist or Mormon, whatever you are, there's certain parts of your religion that if you just don't want to analyze them, just want to put them out on paper, I'm going to say, okay, did this really happen? Did this guy really die and come back to life? Is everybody agreeing on this? Everyone's agreeing that a guy became a zombie and he came back 3 days later, and we're cool with that. This is a part of the doctrine. So this is like a part of running the country. I don't think you can be an atheist in this country. I don't think we would let you run it.
I think you do have to have some affiliation with some religion or another.
Something.
Yeah, and right now it seems to be like it needs to be Christianity. Like there needs to be like every president that has aligned themselves with.
It's like we're trapped in this thing that you are when you're young. You know this thing you are when you're young, where you're looking at the people that are older than you. You're looking at society and you're like 16, and you're just starting to think, God damn, I'm gonna be graduating from high school soon. What am I gonna do with my life? You know, you're filled with so much angst.
Yeah.
But you always think, yeah, this shit doesn't make any sense, but one day it will. And one day we'll be the grown-ups.
Yeah.
And we'll be the ones that get to make the rules, and we'll go, hey, we're doing things all wrong, folks. We're doing things out of momentum rather than out of logic. But that time never comes. And then all of a sudden you're like you or I, you're middle-aged.
Yeah.
We're middle-aged men.
Yeah.
I'm a 51-year-old man. I'm almost
45.
52. We're middle-aged. If we're lucky. If we're super lucky. Reality, we're closer to death.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. So, and we're still trapped by this thing where you have to pretend you absolutely know. Look, live your life like Jesus is real. Live your life like you want to follow those tenets. And you'll probably live a better life. If you really follow the actual true tenets of Christianity, if you really want to believe that a guy came back to life and that only happened once, and that you have to follow this book.
Yeah.
And if you don't follow this book that was clearly written and rewritten and fucked with by people, and you know that people are known liars.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have court? Because people lie. What really happened? You have to fucking get a bunch of people to sit down and figure out what really happened. This guy's saying, I didn't do anything, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And they got prints and DNA.
Yeah.
And in that world of known liars, we believe a crazy story that was written when people had no science. But we accept it because we think it makes the world a better place.
Yeah, man, it's nuts. And there's like so many levels of that where it's like, yeah, that's one obvious level that if you want to take Jesus literally, which is you have to in certain forms of Christianity, you're going to have to deal with some pretty severe cognitive dissonance. You'll be taught maybe to question your instincts, but then go one step deeper and start thinking, because the real question is, well, what is real? Like, I mean, there's obvious shit that's clearly bullshit.
Yeah.
But wait, then when you start going down, you realize, like, you get to the point of the self.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start realizing that the self and this Jesus that everyone believes in are very similar in the sense that, like, you know, I don't say I believe in gravity. You would think I was crazy if I said, it would be a crazy thing to say, like, you know, I believe there's gravity. There is gravity. It's testable. It works. But what do you always hear when people are like, if you want to succeed, what do? You believe in yourself. And it's like, wait, what do you mean believe in yourself? I am a self. Why do I have to believe in it, right? So that...
It's a clunky way of saying self-doubt is crippling.
Well, the self-doubt, rejection. I hate myself. I love myself. All these things have within it this concept of the self. And a lot of folks have not spent much time really exploring, like, well, what is the self? Like, what is my particular self? And I think it kind of reminds me of when we were Sasquatch hunting. The self, or the many people's self, is very similar to Bigfoot.
Yeah.
It's a thing that they imagine that there's signs of, but they've never really quite seen the Bigfoot,
Right.
But, remember the feather in the trail. It's a gift. It means he likes you.
Yeah. They would think
Yeah.
that Sasquatches were taking and leaving gifts, taking their gifts and leaving their own gifts, swapping gifts.
Yeah. And
They believed it.
They believed it.
They believed it the
Yeah.
same way people believe in a religion.
Yeah.
I had a friend, and she was a Mormon. I've told this story before, so forgive me if you've heard it. She was a Mormon, but I think it's important. And she was a devout her whole life, and then the family just fell out of it. And then they started realizing, like, they started going into the history of it, and they started thinking it was preposterous. It was right around when Book of Mormon was coming out, too. That hilarious musical.
I didn't see it.
It's great. It's really good. But she was really honest about it. She was like, the problem is, like, growing up in that fundamentalist background, it makes me very susceptible to, like, healers and, like, psychics and clairvoyants and bullshit are spiritual people. She's like, I get sucked into bullshit. And she was, like, almost kind of upset.
Yeah.
I mean, no, not almost. Like, she was kind of upset, but, like, perplexed. Like, how do you rewire yourself when you've been trained to believe that a 14-year-old boy in 1820 found golden tablets that contained the lost work of Jesus, and that all the Native Americans were the lost tribe of Israel?
Oh, my God.
I mean, that's the story,
Yeah.
right? A 14-year-old boy. He had a magic rock. He was the
Yeah.
only one who could read it.
It's crazy.
She started looking into it.
and she's out. She's
Gone.
like,
Yeah, gone.
And that's sad too, man, because like if you could take some like basic tenets which are true and not based on, it kind of reminds me of like, you hear someone, he's taking ayahuasca and he comes to you and he's got a profound message that came to him from some mythological creature. A dragon, a
Yep.
butterfly
Yep.
has told him some kind of profound fucking thing.
Yeah.
And you realize, oh, the bubble
Oh, the
machine
bubble
of
machine's
profundity.
wrong. You got a bubble machine for 1313 episodes.
Yeah, whenever we're talking about
Cool. I like it.
so much.
Let's keep it rolling.
So
Don't get caught up in popping them now.
I know that's a problem of getting too high. You're like,
gotta
fuck
enjoy
talking.
'em.
What do we do? Let's just pop bubbles.
Let's let the bubbles fly.
But
The
you know what I'm saying?
multiverses.
It's like for them to really like take in the basic
Keep it going.
wisdom they got from the mythological creature, they needed a mythological creature. The mythological creature said something to them along the lines of, you need to love yourself more. You need to give more to your community, whatever the message
Right.
is. But if your Uber driver said that to you, it wouldn't get through because
Right.
it wasn't like phosphorescent. It didn't
Yeah.
have multiple heads. So similarly with these religions, what happens is you do get some real transcendent wisdom that's sort of timeless mixed in with it. And then the
Yeah.
people, because they realize like, oh my God, it was kind of a fairy tale, they also reject the good stuff inside of it. And that to me is the big tragedy of any kind of fundamentalist, literalist interpretation that's being forced on people, is because within that is inevitably something great,
Right.
or it wouldn't be so viral. Like Christianity wouldn't be here right now if there wasn't a core thread in it that had a beautiful message in it.
It makes people nicer people. I actually had a really big conversation this weekend with a very good friend about it, about another very good friend who's very religious. And we were saying, like, I think for some people it's an amazing framework and a guide to live your life. I really do believe that. I have several friends that are very devout Christians.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And they're the nicest people I know. And Mormons, by the way. I have friends that are Mormons still to this day. I have several friends that are Mormons, and they're some of the nicest people.
Yeah.
And I don't care if they believe something that I don't believe in. That's okay. It's okay. It is okay. But, I mean, the idea that everyone is supposed to buy into stuff without questioning it is the reason why we are 51-year-old, 16-year-olds.
Dude, I agree. And then there's the deeper symbolic shit that seems to be encoded in Christianity, whether from people projecting their own understanding on a pretty wild symbol set, or maybe
Yeah.
it was intentional. Either way, there's like a cool, like, if we talked about this, like if you take a cube and unfold it, it makes a crucifix, and like the cube represents pre-Big Bang conditions,
Whoa.
and the crucifix represents past, present, and future intersecting with eternity. And
So if you have a square, I get it. So the length, the height is twice as the width. and
yeah,
okay.
make it unfolds into a crucifix.
For people that are annoyed with that sound, it sounds like a pencil sharpening over and over and over again. We're sorry.
Sorry about that, y'all, but bubbles
probably
don't come
annoying.
free. You need a
need a
sound. You
machine.
gotta have a.
We could hire somebody. Hire some dude. Just blow bubbles. What do you do? I blow bubbles on the JRE, bro. Some like fucking manly wrestler dude.
I would do that, man. I would
great gig.
definitely do that.
Yeah, different people come in and blow bubbles. And occasionally they chime in, hey, I'm going to be on the JRE next week. What are you doing? I'm blowing bubbles. Oh, cool. You're the bubble blower for the week.
You could start something that became like that's just what people do. It's like, did you get your bubble man yet?
Right.
Yeah. I'm a classic bubble man. I know how to do it. The new guys, they're too loud when they blow.
Well, did Johnny Carson, was Ed McMahon the first sidekick? Did Jack Parr have a sidekick?
I don't know.
Yeah, how many options were before that? Ed Sullivan and.
Well,
yeah,
there was the other
Gordon
guy, Steve Allen. I think Steve Allen might have been the first. Was he the first Tonight Show or the second Tonight Show? Yeah, but I think that Ed McMahon was probably the first sidekick. And once they got a sidekick, people were like, oh, yeah. You need a sidekick.
You do. You need somebody to play that part because you can bounce stuff off of them. It's so
Right.
great. The reaction.
Yeah.
So much better than a laugh track.
Yeah.
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 So Christianity, it's on one level. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like I had this nerdy part of me, man. When you were doing the Jesus is a zombie thing, I really wanted to. Well, technically, not a zombie.
Not a zombie?
I don't
He died,
think
come back
so
to
because
life?
he was buried, right? Like he did come back to life.
But dude, there's a move in jiu-jitsu called the zombie.
Yeah.
And what the zombie is when you're in mission control and you're trying to get an underhook, you push your hand through like a zombie rising through the ground. So zombies get buried.
Yeah, but I guess you know what? I don't want to get into like a deep but why not? Let's break it up. So what is a zombie? Like when is it just a person who's like severely disabled, and when is it a zombie? Well, you know what I mean? Like is it?
Well, they're dead. They're
Okay.
dead. They die. Their heart stops beating.
But
the
they're-
doctor says they're dead.
You would be like a complete asshole if you're like they have the same intelligence as humans. They're clearly there's some brain damage that's happened to a zombie, right?
Most movies.
It's a person with brain damage.
Is there any zombie movies where they're smart?
That's just every movie.
Yeah, but I guarantee, like, there's zombie movies where they run fast.
That was an evolution of the zombie. It
Yes.
started running. The zombie became like kind of like hyper violent, and then but still, I guess what they all have in common is that they're dead, and this is they don't have a heartbeat. They're not dead. Like a biologist would be like the zombie is alive.
Right.
It's just like a fungus now or
It's
something.
running through a parasite inside of it, essentially.
Yeah, it's some kind of fungus.
Rabies.
Yeah, some new rabies
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
gut biome problem.
What was the 28 Days Later? Is that it? Yeah. That was the
it.
first one where they ran.
Yeah, and that was the
God, that
scariest.
was good.
Fucking awesome.
That
Running
movie
zombies.
was so good.
So good.
And it was also shaky. Like when
Yeah.
the zombies were chasing after you, you'd fucking panic because the screen was shaking when it was running at you. They were the first like berserker zombies.
You know, man, all this gut biome stuff that we're hearing now, like the study, I just read about the study today. Like they found out that what the gut biome, what you're feeding your baby affects their there seems to be a correlation between their gut biome and the way they act when they're like 5 or something. They're like 2 years old or something.
Sure, dude.
And the autism link, you know, where they're saying they think autism might be related to like.
Well, who's saying that?
Jamie, would you mind pulling that up for us?
There's a guy named Dr. Peter Hotez, and he was on the podcast, and he is an expert in autism and vaccines and diseases in foreign countries, particularly tropical diseases and warm, moist climate diseases.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how they've got it narrowed down to 5 environmental factors that happen during the womb that they think possibly contribute to autism.
Yeah.
But they don't think that it comes from something that happens later.
Huh.
This is current science, according to him. Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about, like for sure. I'm not a biologist at all.
People looking at us are probably like, how do these scientists not know this?
I should barely be able to say those words in order
Yeah.
and pretend like I know what they mean. But I listen to experts. The mother's microbiome, the collection of microscopic organisms that lives inside of us, is a key contributor to the risk of autism. Some of that might be one of the factors. So it's during the womb. And neurodevelopmental disorders in offspring. Well, it would make sense that if your body's not getting the proper nutrition and your body's not healthy, that whatever's going on inside of you is not going to be the best environment for a baby to reach 100% health.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. If you're eating terrible
Yeah.
while you're pregnant, it's not going to be good for the kid. But if you're eating really well and you're relaxing and taking care of yourself, it's probably better for the kid. I mean, this seems like obvious. It doesn't seem to make any sense that that wouldn't be the case.
I think the weird part of it, to me, this runs into like ideas of free will or like autonomy in the sense that how much is the gut and the neurons in the gut and the neurons in the heart and all the interactions they're having with things that have different DNA than us affecting what we do. And like
They think a lot.
that's so weird
I
because
think it contributes to depression.
yeah, and it contributes to what else? Autism? What other behaviors? Or in other words, are we just essentially being driven around by some kind of strange, microscopic hive of creatures living in our shit?
In some way, yeah. You know, Brian Callen had a pretty bad case of psoriasis. kept coming back. It's nasty. Really bothered me. Tried a bunch of stuff. Couldn't get it fixed. Went to one doctor who's a specialist in gut biome. His connection to autoimmune disorder. And the guy fixed him up. Just changed up his probiotics, like what he's taking, prebiotics and probiotics. Gave him some like heavy duty shit. I forget exactly what he said, but it fixed it. And it was basically something going on in his gut biome. And that can be affected by stress.
Yeah.
It can be affected by lack of sleep. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on in your body. Like, we have to think of ourselves as a super organism, like essentially like an ecosystem. We have to think of ourselves as like, you think of yourself as you. Hey, it's me, it's Joe, it's Duncan, we're talking, we're friends. Hey, what's up, buddy? But really what we are is the keepers of the realm. Okay, we got a whole realm of things living inside of our body, and we're feeding it Twinkies. And it's freaking out. And it's like, you fucking moron. Yeah, but I like what it feels like when Twinkies go in my face. Yeah. So your fucking knees hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Your back is killing you. You have all these inflammation problems, getting zits, and you're 40 years old. Like, what the fuck? It's because you're eating dog shit, man. You're not giving your body anything good. You're the keeper of the realm.
And also, this is something I've been thinking about, is like how much data we're eating, which is equivalent to Twinkies. It's like you eat a bunch of Twinkies, your body starts hurting, then you're just slurping up whatever the fuck on the phone, right? Which by the way, I'm talking about me. This is what I do. My bouncing around from like Drudge Report to Huffington Report to Reddit Conspiracy to Reddit What the Fuck, zit popping. How long before you're looking at like a zit popping video, and then that takes you down into a place of like, oh, let's just move to animal cysts, and then you fall asleep, you wake up screaming, and that's the equivalent of getting like gas, isn't it, from eating like a huge Taco Bell meal. Only instead of farting, you're just screaming in the middle of the night because you dreamed a cult was dragging you into the forest. It's like, this is, to me, we seem to have not quite acknowledged that data is as much is like a food, and that so much of the weirdness that is people are showing these like strange behaviors, it's got to be because of the crazy shit they're sucking into their optic nerves, right?
It is. It's also the ability to affect people very rapidly, whether to get a reaction from someone, positive or negative. People are so addicted to that.
Yeah.
I watch people getting these Twitter beefs back and forth, and fucking smart people, man. A smart friend of mine who I respect greatly tried to get me to retweet something mean that he was saying to someone else. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing with your time? We get the one thing that I've done over the last week. We did a podcast with Bert and Tom and Ari, and we all looked at the amount of screen time we put on our phone, because Ari was proposing no smartphones.
Yeah.
My fucking screen time was like 4 hours for a day. I was like, what? And I'll lie to myself and I'll say, well, most of that's email and taking care of business.
Yeah, we do.
No, most of it is going through Google Newsfeed looking for crazy stories of like animal attacks.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm always looking at, man. I watched a video today of a guy riding his dirt bike and a bear's chasing him. I'm like, what in the fuck? What is happening?
Look, man, I don't want to try to like enable your addiction, but honestly, I think the internet has come to depend on your wild animal attack videos. Like, you have kind of become like a news outlet for the best wild animal attacks.
People need to know.
People need to see this shit, man. Like, we don't know. I've never seen a vulture fight a rabbit or out of.
People do have a very weird idea of what animals are, and I think that the average person, I'm certainly no expert, but amongst the average person, I have a much better understanding of wildlife because I'm out in the wild several times a year hunting. It's a different world. It's a different world. I'm no expert, but my perception of it is as someone who sees wildlife in the wild. You see dead ones that other ones have killed. We came across a calf that had been ripped apart by wolves. I mean, we see stuff, and you realize what that is. what that fucking forest really is. It's this competing ecosystem of life, and it's going on all the time. And there's big things jacking smaller things, and there's birds snatching things off the ground and snatching other birds out of trees, and it's happening all the time, and it's magic. And you have to have it that way, because otherwise the whole population of the planet would be overrun. You have to have your sorrow of watching the bear tear apart the fawn. That has to happen, because if it didn't happen, you'd have too many fawns. They'd be everywhere. You'd have too many deer. And you have to have someone who can take care of the bears. Otherwise, the bears will overrun the city where the humans live. We need to think about that. And people don't want to, because they don't want to shoot Yogi. They don't want to shoot Yogi and Boo Boo. They're our friends. This is a teddy bear. I grew up with a bear. You don't know what a bear is. I've seen a bear in the wild. When you see a bear in the wild, you're like, oh, you don't give a fuck about me. You're some weird, heartless beast that is majestic looking, who runs around eating moose and deer babies. That's what your deal is. You eat grass and berries, and you like to lay around. You're fucking cool as shit. It's a cool-ass animal. Yeah. Doesn't mean you hate it, but you gotta understand what the fuck it is. It's not like this idea like people don't want people to hunt bears in certain places, like particularly like they're trying to regulate the size of the amount of grizzly bears in certain parts of the country. They're like, hey, we need to keep a handle on this. Like a couple people get mauled, you know, people start walking through Yellowstone and get attacked. It happens like a little bit more rapidly. The numbers get to a certain, like these things have no fear of people. Like we can actually help the population if they hand out bear tags. People start freaking out. You can't kill the bears. You can't kill the bears. Don't you kill the bear. There's a reason why there's no fucking bears in California, Duncan. Only black bears. Our fucking state flag has a grizzly bear on it. Did you ever notice that?
No.
Yeah, the state flag is a grizzly bear. They eradicated all the grizzly bears because they were eating people. So in the fucking 1800s, dude, there's a town. I think it's called Levesque. It's out near, like, on the way to Bakersfield.
Yeah.
Lebec. I think it's called Lebec. It's a town named after the last dude that got killed by a grizzly bear in California. Yeah, and to investigate this, they exhumed his body. His fucking ripped apart. Like, his knees were snapped in half and shit.
You have to destroy this tape.
He got torn apart by a bear, and they killed the bear, and they buried him, and that was the last bear. That was the last bear attack. They killed all the bears. The reason why they killed all the bears is because that's what you have to do, you fuck. You want to be able to walk to your car?
Yes.
Okay, you don't want bears in Santa Monica. Okay, shut up. Just shut up. We're going into their territory, man. They'll come into yours too. Okay, stop. Don't be silly. We definitely shouldn't kill all the bears. We should kill a few. We should definitely kill some. We should kill some wolves too.
I
You want wolves
disagree,
eating your
Joe. We
family?
have to keep everything alive.
I'm gonna bring back pterodactyls.
I wouldn't mind that.
Snatching people right off of cars.
Well, come on. They could be controlled. Come on. They could be controlled. Put them in some kind of domed, I don't know,
Find out they're
paddock
bulletproof.
dome.
We never knew they were bulletproof.
Bring them back. Fuck it.
People shoot down and bullets just bouncing down, hitting people on the ground.
Shit.
They have
Well,
Kevlar skin.
It's I saw something, your podcast. It's like everywhere now. It's like dandelions. You can't anywhere. I'm always getting suggested videos from your podcast. And I saw one because I've been cutting down my meat consumption.
Good for you.
And but that doesn't mean I don't eat meat. I just want to cut it down a little bit. And I have been feeling a kind of enjoyable from time to time sense of, that I don't know if you let yourself do this, you probably don't, but that feeling of like kind of bullshit, like I'm a little better now, right?
Yeah, I'm a little better of a person.
And I was really like, I wasn't like overt. It wasn't like hyper obnoxious,
Right.
but just a kind of sense of like I did it. I
Right.
cut down my beef consumption, and I'm eating, a cheese here and there. And anyway, this video popped up, and it's some guest, I don't know who it was, talking about the number of animals that die in a bean field. Like any bean field that you see,
Yeah.
so many animals just ground up and murdered. And it was great because I realized like, oh, of course, yeah, right. The trick I was trying to play on myself is the same. It's the 13th floor shit. It's
Yeah.
like I want the world to look like a Disney film.
But it's a bit of a cop out, even saying that, my saying that, because the reality is there's another solution. The solution is organic gardening, right? So you can organically garden. If you get a plot of land and get some friends together, you could all grow enough vegetables so that you don't have to take place in with large scale agriculture, or if you're dealing rather with large scale agriculture. That's the problem. The problem is we have to feed. And just in LA alone, the greater Los Angeles area, what is it, like 20 million something people? That's so many goddamn people. And
Yeah.
no one's growing anything other than wheat. So what do we have? What do we
Right.
have? We have someone has to grow this fucking food for us. So they have to do it large scale.
Yeah.
And when they do it large scale, it involves combines. And those fucking things are indiscriminate. They're just chewing up the ground. And things get caught up in it. And that's why when they clean fields, when they pick whatever they're growing, you always see vultures. After they run the combine, you see vultures circling the fields because they know rabbits and rats and
Jesus, man.
and all kinds of bugs. I mean, any kind of. I mean, I don't know if you care about bugs, that's a weird thing, right? It's like vegans will get to this. Some vegans will get to this like line where they're like, yeah, but that's a mosquito. Oh, fuck mosquitoes.
Yeah.
They have malaria. You get to like a life form ethical boundary
That's
where you
right.
can't relate to a roach.
Also, the hilarious thing when it comes to assigning levels of sentience and then based on that deciding if you should eat something or not, you run into like a lot of weird problems, which is like, number one, you're assuming a lot just
Yeah.
because they don't have the sort of nervous system you have. I mean, and who knows, we project most of everything we are into the world and we don't really know what the phenomena is. But I saw some like video of an ant taking care of the ant's baby. And I don't know if you've probably heard about how trees communicate with the
Mycelium?
Yes,
Yeah.
and like how they'll send nutrients to their children, and then you start running into I think which is a really fascinating problem, which is what if it's all alive and sentient and feeling for real? What if there is throughout the entire universe just a sentient field of consciousness that is interacting with matter in a way that it produces what we call life, and that life is feeling terror, love, maybe in different ways than we would understand it, but it's still there.
You know, that's a really under consideration by legitimate scientists. In fact, Sam Harris's wife just wrote a book about that.
Oh, really?
It's one of the subjects it's called conscious and conscious or consciousness. Sorry, I don't remember which. I haven't read it yet, but I heard them talk about it on his podcast. And the concept that used to be like super woo woo was, what if everything has consciousness?
Yeah.
What if everything had, but it just it can't move, it can't express itself, can't change its environment. It's limited. Just like
Yeah.
we can't fly and we can't swim underwater and breathe water. Like we're limited in our physical abilities,
Right.
but we assume that whatever limitations that we have, like this is where it ends. This is where the buck stops here.
Yeah.
Like everything that doesn't move has got to be stupid.
That's it,
But
yeah.
it might not be, which is one of the reasons why nobody wants to buy a house after someone's been killed in it. Right? Like what if that house retains memory? That was something that Rupert Sheldrake proposed a long time ago. You know, he's got that, what is that very strange theory where everything is connected? Morphic resonance, I think it's
Yeah.
called. Theory of morphic resonance. He's a fascinating guy. And he's like a guy who's not afraid to take some chances and say some really woo-woo shit.
Yeah.
And I think he's a Christian as well.
Yeah, I love his book. I think you're the one who was telling me some of the studies are not so great in it, though.
Well, it wasn't that I said that; it's that other people had complained
right.
about that.
Yeah.
And because there's some studies that apparently people lean on that aren't super legit, like the dog knowing you're coming home one.
yeah.
Like you got to replicate that shit because first of all, the guy might have a loud car. Dogs can hear shit way better than you can.
Yeah.
Like how far away is the guy when the dog starts going towards the door, or does the guy just come home every night and the dog has like an internal clock and he knows, hey, it's 5 o'clock. Mike must be coming home.
Yeah.
Like if you come, have they replicated this for 11:30? What if Mike starts coming home in a Tesla where you can't hear shit?
Who knows?
What if he comes home? Does the dog actually know he's coming, or is the dog just hearing things? The dog hearing a door, a car.
I mean, it's almost doesn't always kind of seem like the most boring possible solution is usually the right one. It's like,
Yeah.
what's the most boring thing? The most boring thing is nothing's happening, but you're imagining the dog is somehow
Yeah,
has a
that's-
telepathic link to you.
Occam's razor, right?
Yeah, Occam's the simplest, but it's also the most boring. Like, you know, these crazy fucking UFOs. I'm sorry if you've talked about this a bunch on the podcast, but the UFOs that we're seeing, that the Navy is releasing these videos of these Tic Tacs zipping around, and it's Navy pilots. It's not the people we interviewed in that show. It's Navy pilots who are
Yeah.
like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is, and I have great conversations with Uber drivers, and like we were talking about it, and this guy was like, and a lot of them are programmers and shit. And this guy was like, it's probably it's a glitch in the type of radar they're using. I think it must be a glitch. I mean, that's the most likely reality. They're not seeing it with their own eyes.
They're not?
I don't think so. I think they're just picking it up on radar. And so he's like, maybe it's a glitch, or maybe it's like,
We should find that out. Can you Google if the pilots were picking it up on radar? The pilot spotted UFO to see if because I know some guys have spotted things with their own eyes.
Okay.
I know for sure some guys have.
I'm not sure if the data's. I think
It's probably relevant to the conversation though. It's probably a
Yeah.
good thing that we know. People listening going, yeah, what the fuck? I get super skeptical.
You have
I feel like almost like it's a plot. I don't want to go full Eddie Bravo, but I feel like when I see people talking about UFOs, I'm like, okay, what else is going on? What are you distracting me from?
Mm-hmm.
Is this really a big issue? I was like, is it really happening? Well, can I see it? What do you got? You got nothing? Oh, you got like some radar. You got radar from 1, 2 pilots, 3 pilots. Okay, I believe it, but I want to see more. Why do I want to see more? Like, what am I? And you'll get caught up in it. It'll chew up hours of your day.
yeah, man.
There's a
I
lot
know.
of those guys that we ran into on that show. I felt bad for them because they didn't understand what had happened to them. They had gotten caught in this weird loop of looking for secrets and looking for mysteries to be solved and looking for hidden conspiracies, and they get caught in that. And some of that shit is real, which is part of the problem. Some of it you can come across, the Gulf of Tonkin and the Northwoods, Operation Northwoods. You can come across a bunch of them that are
Sure.
real. Enron, you can see how they put that together. You're like, what? You could see real crazy conspiring.
Yeah.
And then you can get lost and think it's everywhere.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is like, dude, I was just.
What is this, Jamie? Oh, according to Day, the AAVs, what does that mean?
Is that the
Is
new
that a new
UFO?
word? How about you say UFO, you fucks?
Come on. Yeah. Are we really going to change UFO?
They have their own little thing. We're AAVs. We don't refer to us as UFOs. These are my pronouns. The AAVs appeared at an altitude greater than 80,000 feet, far higher than commercial or military jets typically fly. Initially, the Princeton's radar team.
It's a radar, really high processing, or Prince Story is what it's called. It's like a really high processing radar system or something.
Why is it spelled Princeton?
Oh,
it's
yeah,
Prince
yeah.
Story.
Yeah, no, it is Princeton. It's just that apostrophe is in a weird spot.
Oh, okay. The radar team didn't believe what they were seeing, chalking up the anomalies to an equipment malfunction. But after they determined that everything was operating as it should, they began detecting instances which the AAVs, I want to know what the fuck that means, dropped with astounding speed to lower, busier airspace. Day approached the Princeton's commander about taking action. He said, I was chomping at the bit. I really wanted to intercept these things. What?
Yeah.
That's we have the fucking craziest people in this country.
I know.
Like, there's an alien, man. I want to chase it. I want to catch it by
that
the tail.
motherfucker. I was
I'm gonna catch it by the tail.
Put it in a fucking
Anomalous aerial vehicles. Get the
come on,
fuck out of
you
here.
dick.
There's already a name for it.
Whoever invented that new name is an ass.
He's an asshole.
Give us a break.
I was actually the one who decided to call them AAVs.
Oh, come on.
Technically, it's not an unidentified flying object.
You're not taking our fucking UFOs, man. I'm going to fight that.
What is it again? What is the exact phrase?
Anomalous aerial vehicle.
Anomalous aerial vehicle.
It's an AAV.
You're an asshole.
It's
Anomalous. It's an anomaly.
I
Maybe
want to
it's
propose a
anomalous.
new name for UFOs. Anonymous aerial vehicles.
It's probably a part of a $1 billion study. Two fighters were diverted to intercept one of the strange objects. When they first arrived on the scene, the pilots didn't see any flying objects, but they did observe what the lead pilot, Commander David Fravor, later referred to as a disturbance in the ocean. The water was churning with white waves breaking over what looked like a large object just under the surface.
Yeah.
Then they noticed one of the objects flying about 50 feet above the water. Fravor, the commander of the elite Black Aces Squadron, this is a goddamn Nicolas Cage movie, who was a Top Gun program graduate with more than 16 years of flying experience, described it as about 40 feet long, shaped like a Tic Tac
Tic-Tac.
candy, with no obvious means of propulsion. It's white. It has no wings. It has no rotors. I go, holy shit, what is that?
Dude, you know the guy, whoever the company is that makes Tic Tacs,
Hmm.
they're like, yes, they're calling them Tic Tacs. It's free publicity.
Totally. Tic Tacs is the one sponsoring this whole deal.
You think it is?
Yeah, man, people are buying Tic Tacs right now. Listen to this. You just say Tic Tac enough. You're like, you remember those old subliminal things you used to do in movie theaters when you're watching a movie and it would say hungry, eat popcorn. Like every 50 100th frame they would stick like a hungry, eat popcorn. They would put subliminal text on the
Sure.
screen. You'd be like, damn, I want some popcorn. If you just say Tic Tacs,
Tic Tacs.
people
You
are
could've-
buying Tic Tacs right now.
Well, we do know that pilot's got great breath, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
a Tic Tac man. If the first time you see
Stock.
a UFO, the first thing that pops into your head is it looks like a mint. That's nuts. There had to be other ways to describe
He's
it.
got stock in Tic Tacs, bro, for sure.
I Googled Tic Tac after he said that because I couldn't remember if they were square or if they were like
They look like I
rectangle.
would expect a good UFO to look like.
Yeah.
You
Kinda
know,
boring.
Yeah. Like super Apple, like if Apple made a UFO.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a pretty sleek.
Yeah.
But going into the ocean part, that's the part I like the best because that kind of lines up with Hollow Earth theory
Yeah.
and that maybe like they're flying
They have a
down.
base.
Yeah, in the center of the earth.
Of course, they have a base in the Earth. Why wouldn't you have a base in the ocean? We never go there. You ever fly over? I was just in Hawaii. You fly over 5 hours of water. It's just water.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's that Strava
Bases.
app thing. I feel like we've talked about literally everything. You know the Strava app?
don't worry about it.
Okay, good. It's great, man. I love that I have to think I'm pretty sure we've talked about this. The heat maps, the Strava heat maps that seem to show people walking under the ocean and stuff.
Walking?
Yeah. We haven't?
No.
Oh, so yeah, because like Strava, it's like I think it was Strava, right? It was like a way for you to track your steps. And some people apparently were in some bases in the Arctic or in the ocean walking around. And it showed up before they could like turn that function off for top secret facilities, like the places they blur out on Google Maps.
So do you think there's like a military base under the water somewhere where submarines go?
God, man, I want to think that, but I'm
Like
always
in that movie, The Meg?
Yeah, I think it's probably a technical error, but fuck, maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's like the implication of these Tic Tacs and all of it, if you really want to the first, to me, the most obvious one, minus the churning water evidence, is that it's some kind of equipment malfunction.
Well, it's also that they have an unlimited budget for Black Ops.
Yeah.
We don't know what that number is.
That's right.
We don't get to know.
Yeah.
Right? All that weird shit they do when they're making stealth bombers and all that Area 51 stuff.
Yeah.
Like, how much money goes to that? Like, what is the number? Like, let's Google this. How much does the U.S. spend on Black Ops?
I was going to bring this up in the middle of what you guys are talking. There's a program here that was going on. The AATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, was going on and had a
Just
budget.
the AA tip.
Yeah.
I'm going to fuck you out of your money, but I'm just going to use the AA tip.
$22 million is what their budget was in 2012, and they said
a lot
that
of
that
money.
doesn't still go on, but apparently it does. Luis Elizondo says it's still operating, and he is part of.
So
To the
they
Stars.
spent $22 million to see if the UFOs were a threat?
a year.
And then
Or I
there's the
guess.
To the Stars Academy.
Yeah.
That's
That's where he
that's
is
Tom DeLonge stuff.
Yeah. So
Well.
some of it's still going on.
Listen, I'm fucking rooting for it. I want it to be real. I would love it if it was real.
But if you look at like the history of the great ideas, a lot of them did come from like weird moments. You know, like Tesla, like basically had a seizure and felt like it was being contacted by something. Like you do run into stories of, at the very least, inspiration, but quite often innovation coming to people via like
Like a
weird,
transmission almost.
A transmission.
Well,
Yeah.
I've been thinking this for a long time, that maybe ideas are living things. And these ideas, even though you think of them as something your brain's creating, and maybe your brain is creating it,
Yeah.
but maybe it uses your brain to create it so that it can manifest itself in the real world.
Yeah.
So when you have ideas, whether ideas that turn out to be art or music, like, you know, Jimi Hendrix comes out with Voodoo Child, you are inspired by that.
Yeah.
You see it, it gives you a great feeling. You exchange currency to listen to it. I mean, just that one song. How much money has been generated by Voodoo Child? I mean, it's one of the greatest songs in the history of the
Yeah.
known universe. It's the opening guitar riff. I've listened to that 1,000 times, easy. I listen to it all the time. Whenever I'm like, I need a pick me up. That I mean, it's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece of music. And where'd that idea come from? Well, it came from his brain, right? But where was it before it was in his brain? Well, how did his brain cook it up? And what is it? What are these things? They're just floating around that you grab
Yeah,
out
man.
of culture. And how do you turn them into something that people go crazy for?
Yeah.
Because occasionally a guy will take one of those ideas and make Voodoo Child, or, you know, make someone else's song, or make someone else's
Sure.
painting, or, you know, make a fucking building that's inspiring. There's these things that come into your head.
That's right.
And you at the end, what they really do is they're like the eggs of objects, because they come to your mind, you think about them, and then you say, I'm going to make a fucking clock.
Yeah.
And you start making a clock.
That's
like,
right.
where's that coming from? Oh, it's just your creativity, and it's just your mind, it's just your imagination. Well, it's just your thought process, your synapses firing. Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. There's no real woo-woo. Or is there? What the fuck is a thought? Figure that out. No one knows what
No
that
one-
is, especially where are they coming from? I mean, how many times you've written a joke and you're laughing yourself as you're writing? Like, where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, well, I mean, or saying anything. Sometimes, like, you're watching sentences come out of your mouth, and you're sort of, you don't
Sometimes.
feel like,
Every day.
yeah,
All the time. Right now.
Where's the, who's articulating it? There's I've been studying Buddhism, and any Buddhists out there, if I fuck this up, I'm sorry. If you're more advanced or know more about it, so I'm probably gonna say the words wrong and stuff. It's really interesting. So it's like there's like 8 consciousnesses. I think it's 8, and the 6th one is your thought. The continuum of thoughts, right? So that's like where most people hang out, and they think that's who they are, is the infinite cycle of repeating thoughts in their head. So below that is your senses, and then the one right above that is the 7th, and that's what is considered your subconscious in the West. But so that's where all your memories are. That's where all your just all the shit you can't remember that happened to you that stuck back there, that appears in people's art or appears in your neurosis or whatever. And then above that is the 8th consciousness, and that's the stored experience of all human beings, and
Whoa.
that's happening. It's like the global mind, or it's
The
with-
Akashic Records.
yeah, well, yeah, the Akashic Records, yeah, and so basically that one drips down like water in a cave. It drips down into your subconscious, which drips down into your thoughts. So when you're having these thoughts, according to this model, it's not necessarily your thoughts. You're getting a kind of distillate that's rolling down through the global mind, being flavored by your subconscious, and then being flavored by your identity or who you think you are. And then so by the time it comes out of you, it's got you wrapped up inside of it. But it's a projection of some like shared mind. It's pretty cool.
That makes actual sense.
Yeah.
I know that sounds like crazy voodoo hippie talk, but it actually makes sense.
Yeah.
That we all know that there's something that we share. And we all feed off of each other. I mean, you and I have said this many times, that I am a different person with you.
Yeah.
Like, we're different together, and we're different with other people as well. I mean, that's how human beings are. When we interact with each other, we have a bonding thing. There's an interaction thing.
Yeah.
And that's why some people are toxic for you. I mean, the idea that you're supposed to stay with everyone is like crazy. Like, some people are just not good for you. It's not a good mix. You know, you're not good for them. They're not good for you. Get out.
Yeah.
But that there's something that's going on. It's not you just as an individual. And then when we're talking about gut biome and that as well.
Yeah.
And you're also sharing gut biome with each other. You're sharing DNA with each other.
Yeah.
You're sharing the skin. There's little organisms living on your body. You hug people with no shirt on. You're sharing organisms.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why it feels good, I bet.
Yeah, man.
You know, I mean, it's probably a great way to swap organisms to keep them spreading.
I mean, yeah, it benefits your biome if like
Yeah.
it wants to like pollinate or get out into the world for sure.
I was listening to a podcast, the Steven Ranella podcast, Meat Eater, and there was a guy on who was an expert in moving wildlife around. How they like sometimes they'll move wolves into certain particular areas. They had too many moose in this one island, and so they moved wolves in. But the wolves, there wasn't enough of them, and they were on an island, so they all started fucking each other, and they were fucking their kids, and their DNA just was a mess. Yeah, just all sorts of inbreeding, and it was just terrible. Which is also fascinating. It's like nature's like, no. You can't just stay around and fuck each other. You got to get out there. Like nature, even with animals, nature's like, no. This is not the game we're playing.
You gotta move.
The game we're playing is not male and female. The game we're playing is male that doesn't know female. That's the game. Because you can't fuck your sister and you can't fuck your mom.
No.
Stop. If you do it a few times, but after a while your kids are just not going to come out good, which is weird, right? Like how come if you're good and your sister's good, how come if you have sex, there's a high likelihood that the kid won't be good? There's something wrong with the child. And if the child fucks the sister and then they have a child, it's even more likely.
Yeah.
And if that, I mean, this is what inbreeding is, and this is one of the reasons why you have a lot of problems with certain dog species.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's a weird little thing that nature's got built into it.
Yeah.
Nature's like, keep moving, bitch. Keep touching each other. Keep spreading the biome.
Gotta move.
Yeah.
Well, no matter what you are.
Swap and spit. Keep it moving.
Have you seen that Planet Earth with that poor sloth? That poor horny, lonely sloth?
He's horny? How do you
I'm
know?
pretty sure it was a sloth. It was some kind of slow-moving tree creature. And they set it up. I don't know how much of it is real. Like how much of it is they're just filming animals and telling a story about them. But this sloth is horny. It it howls out into the forest like, "Ah!" and it hears like a shriek of a woman, a female, like, "Eh," and it's like, oh fuck, this poor guy. Look how can you get it from where he's in the tree? Are we allowed to show
So he
this?
Not
doesn't,
showing it, but yeah.
don't show it. So he doesn't have a girlfriend. That's what's up. He's
Yeah,
an incel.
he's
The
climbed-
incel of the sloth world.
This is and it's incel sloth. It's not because this one's actually this sloth is going for it. It's like it's not staying in his apartment on the internet. It's leaving his tree, swimming across an ocean, climbing up another tree.
But what a dirty trick nature played on this motherfucker to have him move so slow, everyone can catch you.
Yeah.
It's like nature's like, listen, you guys are too fucking stupid. There's too many of you. We're gonna have to have it so eagles pick you off. So they have them so slow, literally no one can miss them. What a goddamn dirty trick. You ever see a bear run? They run fast.
that's-
You ever see a fucking wolf or a coyote run? They're
No.
ridiculous. This poor bastard is going so slow. It looks like he's on slow-mo. Like we're looking at the leaves.
Yeah.
The leaves are moving at normal speed, but he looks like he's on fucking slow-mo.
He looks like he's been eating benzos for the last 9 months,
Yes.
like just fucked up. He's got an infinite Xanax prescription. But yeah,
Yeah, he's barely getting by.
yeah. We must look so fast to them. Like to them, we must seem terrifying and how quickly we're moving.
How about the eagles? What is that eagle that gets them in South America? The harpy eagle? Is that what it is? The biggest eagle on Earth?
I didn't know harpies ate sloths.
All they eat is monkeys and sloths.
That's crazy.
That's their favorite shit. They snatch these sloths out of the tree. Bitch, get over here. And they just jump.
Whoa, dude!
What is it?
A fight between
between them?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sloth fights back.
Oh my god, the
a
sloth's
young
fighting
eagle,
back.
it
Oh, that's
says.
a real young eagle.
What
That's
kind
a baby.
of fight is that?
Oh, the sloth is actually swinging at the eagle. Imagine that.
Sorta.
You'd be like, what are you doing, man?
It's more like when someone's trying to wake you up. It's like, get out of here.
No, that's like a drunk guy at a bar and you're trying not to fuck him up. You're like,
Yeah.
please don't make me hit you.
That is exactly it. And the eagle seems perplexed by it.
Yeah, but you see the harpy eagle kill one because it's crazy, man. They just swoop down. They're so enormous. And one of these guys, first of all, kudos to all these wildlife biologists that actually go down there and risk their ass.
Yeah.
Look at that. Boom. Hold on. Back that up again. Motherfucker. Boom.
Jesus.
That is a big killer bird. And he just snatches that poor little guy. But somebody had to be there to film that. And there was one of them that I watched on the harpy eagle, which is a beautiful animal, where this guy who was a photographer, who was one of the scientists who was studying him, got attacked. The eagle swooped in and fucking took a swing at him.
Gee, was he okay?
Yeah, barely. But I mean, that gets sketchy when a 25-pound flying bird with knives coming out of its feet is trying to snatch you. I mean, something that can literally carry a fish. Can you imagine how strong your hand would be if you could shove your hand into the river, snatch a salmon, and pull it out with one hand?
I'm going to be honest, it's that strong. I do that. That's how I fish.
It's amazing.
I love the
You
feeling.
should make a
of-
YouTube video.
I don't want to film myself out in nature. You know how it is. I prefer to, that's my private time in the wild.
Bro, they just snatch them, and then they fly with them. They're
Yeah.
so fucking strong.
Yeah.
If that thing was coming after you, and I think the harpy eagle is probably even bigger than 25 pounds. I think 25 pounds is like a big bald eagle.
Yeah.
I think the harpy eagle is even larger than that.
Dude, one of my friends told me something that has always kind of creeped me out. It's obviously probably not true, but like,
Those are my favorite
humans.
things.
Yeah, mine too. University of Bro Science.
11.
He's 11 pounds? That's it? What's the heaviest eagle? Wow, I'm off big time. I guess that makes sense, though, because like a turkey is, like a giant turkey is like a 20-pound turkey, right?
The Stellar's sea eagle is average weight 15 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Philippine eagle 14 pounds. Harpy eagle 13.1.
No shit. Why do I feel like we've done this before?
I don't know. I feel like you were. I thought you were right though, but maybe it's just.
If I was in Vegas and I had to bet whether or not you looked up the weight of the biggest eagle, I would bet $1 million that
I
you
know
have
what it is.
definitely looked at.
I know exactly what it is. It's I got it confused with an extinct eagle in New Zealand that was enormous that they think hunted people, and that one was 25 pounds. And I was shocked that it was only 25 pounds. It's called the Haast eagle, Haast. Show a picture of what that fucking thing was
It says
like.
none of them verified to exceed 20 pounds, but they
Yeah.
think they were bigger. Yeah.
See, that's it. That's where I fucked up. I was looking at this thing, and I was like, why? It's only 20 pounds or 25 pounds. Because you look at the size of it. Like, it was fucking huge, and they really think they might have hunted humans. They think that might be why the people, I think it was New Zealand, why the people in New Zealand wiped them out. And this was like before the white man came and fucked everything up.
Did you see that documentary on falconeering?
No, which one is that?
It's this woman who's like, I wish I could remember her name, but she like goes up to, I think like Tibet, and they like took her in and taught her how to like hunt, because it's the way they hunt with birds. And like the whole relationship you have, you sort of have to raise the falcon from a baby, and they're like connected to it. But it's the most insane thing to witness, because it's such a remote place, and it's such a like traditional people. They don't watch TV. They don't know, they're not like absorbed in shit like we are. They're just out there hunting with giant birds, and they figured out how to do that. That's to me all the stuff like horse ride, any human animal relationship. When you think back to the first person who saw a falcon and was like, I'm going to catch it and I'm going to train it to catch rabbits so we can eat.
Yeah.
How? That shit is.
I don't know if this is the exact documentary, but this is one on it called The Challenge, where.
That's not it, but these are like in.
They're
This looks
grinding it
like
with-
Saudi Arabia. These are like some
They're
kind of.
sharpening the
Yeah,
claws?
shows them sharpen the beak here in a second too.
And what are they using them to hunt?
It seems like they're having an event here, so I don't know.
Oh, they're sharpening their beak? What
Jesus.
the fuck?
Yeah, this wasn't it. This is another version. They're watching soccer.
Bro.
They're riding on sand dunes.
These guys are driving Land Cruisers in the middle of the desert somewhere.
They
Yeah.
got GoPros on them and shit.
They're in Land
Whoa,
Cruisers.
and they're letting go pigeons, and the
shit.
pigeons are going to get jacked.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Oh, my God, they got a room filled with pigeons.
Yeah.
Or those
looks interesting.
falcons.
Yeah, probably falcons.
Well,
No, those are. I can't
which
tell.
one's the
know.
pigeon? Some
are-
of them have to be pigeons, right?
Those are pigeons.
So what is the challenge? Like, who jacks the most pigeons? The fuck is that? Wait a minute. It's called The Challenge?
The
That's
movie is
name of
called The
movie?
Challenge. It's a documentary that came out, won awards a couple years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's just about falcons jacking pigeons.
I thought this was the one he was talking about,
Oh.
but apparently it's not.
I wanna
So
watch
there might be
that one.
there might be multiple cool falcon
These guys are sharpening the beaks and sharpening the claws.
Dude, this is gonna be your next thing.
Wow,
You're gonna get into
falconeering.
falconeering. The next time I come here, you're gonna
Or
have a
just-
falcon, some
yeah.
kind of like.
When them Mongolian dudes with the fur hat, with the ring,
Yeah.
with the fucking spike on the top of it.
That is the one. That's it.
Look at what
Mongolian.
this guy's
falcon.
driving around with a
The
goddamn
Vice article
cheetah.
about this movie.
Oh, wow. No shit. Yeah, dudes have crazy money, man. They just have to figure out some way to ball. So they get killer birds.
Look at those chairs.
Dude, birds are an amazing thing. If you really watch them and see them in the wild, like do their thing, like snatch a fish out of the water, or what it is a raptor. It's a flying raptor that just we tolerate it because it's small, but we probably killed all the ones that could kill us.
Well, yeah, right. There were like
Yeah.
giant eagles at some point.
Look at the
for
fucking
sure.
eyes on that thing, man. Look at that. Look at the eyes on that thing. It has a giant. If that was a big thing, like the size of you coming at you and trying to kill you and eat you, first of all, you'd be totally helpless. If that thing was your size, you would be 100%. Every human being would be 100% helpless. Those things are so strong. It would grab a hold of you with its feet. It would start ripping you apart with that fucking bolt
Yeah.
cutter it has growing out
Yeah.
of its face.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
It would just that fucking thing would be the size of a sword, like a
Yeah.
samurai sword that would just be smashing in, ripping your guts out. You'd probably still be alive for a second to watch it take a like taste of your guts.
Yeah, it would probably be like the size of one of Shaq's shoes, right? That would be his beak.
Size 22.
Yeah, like a beak, right? If you looked at his beak, big
Yeah.
ass shoe,
Huge knife.
big fucking head, head this big,
Yeah.
big ass shoe for a.
carrying
Fuck,
you
man.
to feed its babies, right? That's what they do. They eat you first and puke you into the baby's mouth.
Yeah, and they eat other birds too. They eat whatever the fuck they want. Those things are always fun. You know, I used to find them headless in my backyard. There was like a little bit of a war between the hawks in my
Yeah,
yard.
yeah.
We put in this glass fence in the back of the yard, and the hawks couldn't figure out the fence, and they fucking dank, and a couple of them got KO'd. One of them we managed to save. We brought him to like a wildlife rescue place, and they rehabilitated him and saved him. But another couple of them died. And then we would find dead hawks. So I think that one of them was like the dominant hawk, and he died. And then other ones just started moving into the area. Like they were flying around my chicken coop and like little juvenile hawks. They
Yeah.
were kind of assholes, almost like teenagers. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I'd find one of them with his head missing.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
so, like some other hawk killed it and ripped its fucking head off, and a bigger hawk left it in my yard dead with no head.
Like
I
a
was-
message.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the fuck eats something's head. But apparently, that's something that a hawk will do. They'll do to each other.
So it's like the equivalent of like the Mad Max putting your enemy's head on a spike in front of your area.
Yes, you claim you own, like all his friends get to see his headless body when you shit on it when you fly over. Find out if that's true. That might be a lie.
Who
Do
cares?
hawks.
It's true.
But I want to find out if hawks, because we're very high right now, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm pretty sure that I read that when I found the headless bird in my yard.
Have you seen the Tibetan sky burial shit?
Yes.
Yeah, that stuff's cool, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Tell people what it is.
That's when you basically, instead of cremation, your friends hack your body up into pieces and take it to where they're vultures. Buzzards? I'm not sure
Vultures.
which.
I think they're
Vultures
vultures.
scatter your body. They descend on it. They eat it. And all that's left is bones.
They even smash the head so that the vultures can get inside the
Get
head.
your brain, all your memories. And then I just saw this incredible documentary on the history of, I think it was the Himalayas. There's civilizations there because like they're genetically, it's why the Sherpas are able to help people. Like they are able to take oxygen in more. There's some kind of split that happened
Right.
at that high in altitude. But like these fucking crazy scientists were rappelling down the side of these cliff faces and going into tombs in the side of cliffs and looking at these bones of these people where they're not sure of what their history is. And like they've been pecked by birds, you know, so they were like, oh, okay, they were doing the sky burial even now. But some of them had spikes nailed into them. It was like,
So like they
they were
nailed them.
vampires or something. Like,
Oh my God.
maybe there was like a zombie, who knows what the fuck happened. But back then, they thought that, you know, I mean, even in Western graveyards, you'll find,
Spikes through what part of their body?
I think their chests or their heads. I
So
think
somebody
it was,
killed them.
oh,
And
no,
then
no,
left
no.
the
It
birds there
was
to eat 'em.
post-death. It was
Oh,
part of
really?
their
For
ritual.
sure?
Yeah, pretty sure. Not for sure, but pretty sure. But that was not uncommon. I mean, there's so many examples of finding like graves that have spikes hammered in them because people thought that the body was a vampire. That didn't come from nowhere.
You think that there was a time when bodies just come back to life and that parasite's dead now?
No.
No?
I think there was a fucking time where people's neocortex hadn't formed enough to separate their subconscious from their conscious. So they were like hallucinating more. And also they were like, they had a kind of, they were projecting a lot of crazy shit into the world.
Also, imagine when you found out you could lie. Like the first liars.
Yeah.
This is like there were people that would have language, and then people, once they started communicating, like, hey, who fucking ate the tomatoes? Psh, not me.
Yeah.
And you realize you could get away with that.
Yeah.
You could lie and say you didn't eat tomatoes when you did. Who's the first liar? Because before language, there was no liars. There's no liars in the Lion Kingdom. It's not even a concept. Because you can't have a lie until you have communication.
Well, you could say I guess you could say lying is the equivalent of camouflage in the sense that when you see some of these insane like animals, bugs in particular, that look like flowers, that look like,
Sure.
you know,
That's a lie.
it's a form of deception. It's a
Yeah.
form of evolutionary deception. So yeah, I think that like it's a linguistic camouflage that people use to try to like navigate through society.
Not just people, monkeys.
and monkeys.
Monkeys
too.
use language and they lie to each other.
Yeah.
They found out that monkeys have a very specific sound they make when it's an eagle. And they have another sound that they make when it's a cat, like something on the ground. So they have something for up high
Yeah.
and something on the ground. And so one monkey will yell out something like, oh, an eagle's coming. The other monkey scatter, and then he gets the fruit.
Yeah.
It's like, ha ha.
That's
fucking
crazy.
bitches. And then they'll yell that something's on the ground. They'll run up to the trees. They lie to each other.
To me, what the funniest fucking thing is how much we lie to ourselves. That's where it gets amazing. It's like, you know, you were talking about, and I've done the exact same thing with screen time when you're presented that humiliating number of hours and you've been telling friends you're busy and you're fucking looking at that just thinking like, dude, I've been like, looking at bullshit. But then before you do that, you're like, but it's my job. I've got to kind of be online. It's like, no, you're addicted to technology. And because you can't stand the fact that you don't have the discipline to stop using it, you would rather make up a story involving some absolutely verifiable bullshit so that you don't have to deal with the fact that you aren't in full control of yourself.
And it's a non-rewarding addiction, which is really strange. It's like when you're looking at stories on like the Apple News feed or something, you're scrolling, looking for something that's going to captivate you.
Yeah.
Apple having problems with their keyboards?
Yeah.
And you start reading this, and it's like, Huawei can't sell laptops in the U.S. anymore. Like, how much of that like you were saying earlier, how much of that is junk thoughts?
Yeah.
These are junk thoughts, like junk food.
Junk food.
You're just consuming.
And I don't think it's useless. I think it serves a purpose. Like,
Some of it does.
In the sense of maybe not a purpose in the way you're going to be as a human, but a purpose in the sense of like, if you apply a little bit of like mindfulness when you're using your phone, how do I feel right now? You know what I'm talking about? Like, how do I fucking feel? You'll realize you feel a specific way. It's a kind of like numbness. There's a quality of like, a kind of like sedated numbness to the hypnotic state you've been lulled into by the algorithms. And there's some pleasant kind of like, I guess you could compare it to some like low level euphoric painkiller, but not very euphoric, mostly just a mild numbness that is pretty good at turning off anxiety or you could at least displace your own personal anxiety. Like if I'm scanning through my phone and I find the inevitable bad news, whatever form it's in, I could pretend that my anxiety is related to that news, and then that's when you get people who are very anxious and I've seen it. Who was some person tweeted, I'm here in this beautiful place and I can't enjoy it because of our president. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, I'm not sure that's the real reason why you can't enjoy that place. I think it might be actually that you haven't dealt with the fact that you're freaking the fuck out, right?
Yeah.
That to me is like the purpose of a phone. It's very good at tricking yourself into thinking that the reason you feel like shit is because of something happening in the world.
It's a bandwidth eater too. And here's what the problem with that is. Sometimes you have like these legitimate thoughts. And when you have these legitimate thoughts, meaning like something you're working on, something you're like, whether it's an idea you're trying to do on stage or something else, another project that you're doing, these things, they require your bandwidth, right? And when you're always looking at your phone, it chips away percentages of your bandwidth. 10 here, 5 there, 20 there, 7 there. And you don't think about it because, nope, I'm still concentrating on the project. I'm still on the project.
Yeah.
But really, no. Really, you're in two rivers at the same time. You're in this wacky river of nonsense and wondering who got this and how much they're getting in this divorce and who died in the Dominican Republic. Oh, my God, another person, another tourist. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And you're just, if you want to look at all the bad stuff that happens amongst 7 billion people, you have to think of all the interactions that humans have.
Yeah.
All the literally billions of interactions every day. People constantly, and occasionally one goes fucking Western.
Yeah.
One goes sideways, and that's the one you see on YouTube. Jesus Christ, this world's going to shit.
Yeah.
And then you watch another one, and you watch another one, and you watch infectious diseases and snake bites and what happens when you get necropsy, when your fucking flesh starts falling off.
Sure.
Flesh-eating bacteria.
Classic.
How'd they get that? Snorkeling? And then the next thing you know, you're fucking just numb to your real life because you're taking in data from everywhere.
Yeah, that's it. Fuck, man. And it's like, then that gets inside of you, and now you're just have a turbulent self that has digested a version of the world that's only half true. And so because of that, you're going to be half a person because you're not looking into like your own, whatever the fuck you are. What are you? Like that.
How much do you even think about what are you?
Yeah, how much time have you spent? To me, it's like the craziest shit that, like, we were talking about the sex drive being this insane compulsory engine inside every sentient being that I know. Of course, there's exceptions, but like, this is, if you're writing a computer code, right? This would be a line of code, right? It keeps you going, keeps you going, keeps you going. So to me, something that's fucking astoundingly weird is why the fuck can people not sit still and be quiet for periods exceeding 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Literally the least metabolically, outside of sleeping, right? You're not really exerting energy when you're sitting still and being quiet. You're not really doing much. And yet, if you ask, I could ask a person if they wanted to go for a walk. Well, sure, I'll go for a walk. But if you're like, do you want to sit with me for like 10 minutes quietly? It's weird. I get it. They're like, no, I don't want to. I'm not into that. No, I don't want to do that. What the fuck is that? To me, that if not that I believe in simulation theory, but if I wanted to prove it or like play around with it, the idea that we're like non-player characters in some super advanced simulator, one of the ways I would experiment would be like, oh, sit still. Why the fuck can't you sit still? Why is it that suddenly your mind goes insane? Why is it suddenly that you got to get out? Why do you feel bored or crazy or fucking like overheated or anxious
Because
or
we have
nervous?
to be productive, Duncan.
Yeah.
That's why everybody wants stimulants.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to be more productive.
Yeah.
They want to contribute more.
Yeah. People, I mean, I think that's what someone might say is an explanation, but I think the fucking real reason is like people are carrying a disordered universe inside of them. And when they sit down and there's nothing to look at except what's around them, they're forced to deal with the fact that actually a lot of the disturbance in their life is more related to an interior, like, maelstrom of thoughts and unexplored feelings. And then this is just basically shaping their entire existence. They're like in every single moment recreating a universe of disorder and then getting really upset because if you see disorder in the world and it keeps reappearing, like your friend who's like, why do I get taken in by these people all the time? It's like, whoa, you get taken in by these people all the time because inside of you is a behavior pattern that is replicating this phenomena. And you're pretending that it's not in you, to the point where it's a mystery. It's like, when I drive somewhere, I'm not like, why did my car drive me here? Unless I'm like fucking high out of my mind and shouldn't be driving. In which case, you get an Uber, man. You know what I mean? But
pull over and find a Starbucks.
a person will legitimately be like, I don't know why I did that. And it's like, well, what are you?
What are you?
Yeah.
Right.
what
Are you something different if you have sugar in your gut?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
When your candida level hits a certain number,
Yeah.
and it starts telling you need sugar, Duncan. Yeah. How about a nice cold Coca-Cola, Duncan?
Yeah.
Duncan, just crack open one Coke. It's not going to hurt you to have one Coke.
You're right. I need a cake to go
Fuck
along
that
with it.
water. Who wants to go and buy water when it's
Water
right next to the
sucks.
Coke?
Nasty fucking water.
Water's nonsense.
Boring, flavorless air. It's thick,
Boom, staying
flavorless air.
alive. Staying alive here with my water.
No, I want fucking sewage brown sugar death
Yes.
poured into my fucking guts.
Or a nice IPA.
Oh, yeah.
A nice bitter yellow liquid. It tastes like wheat.
Yeah. Well, having an addictive personality, man, I like it because it's like it's fun to play around with it, meaning that when I am reaching for the thing, whatever it may be, that I know I shouldn't be doing, is in the
That's
sense
the fun.
Well, I like watching the rationalization that my mind starts spitting out for it. Like, oh, I'm doing this because it's like, I'm relaxing. It's a celebratory moment. I feel a little bummed out. And you look at like the instant way your mind tries to come up with a bullshit story to write off the fact that you are riding around in a vehicle that you can't control. And that is not a very appealing way to be. No one wants to hear the pilot say, guys, taking my hands off the wheel. Let's just see what happens for the next 10 minutes up here. And yet their whole lives are like that. They've just taken their hands off the wheel, but then they're trying to make sense of it. Like how many times do you meet an alcoholic who hasn't accepted yet they're an alcoholic? And they're like telling you all these reasons for, you see my childhood, man. You just got to understand my childhood. Or, it helps my writing. I'm a better writer when I'm drunk, or on and on and on and on. And it's like, no, the reality is you're fucking hooked. You're addicted. You can't stop your hand from bringing something into your fucking mouth. And you can't deal with that because who wants to deal with that shit, man? I want to be in control. So I'll make up a story. I love watching your shit, man. That Goggins, what's his name?
David Goggins.
Oh, he's great.
an
I love
animal.
him. Thwarting laziness globally. This guy's galloping down the road, yelling into the camera, and I love it, man. Especially as a person who's really good at telling stories. So like, I'll fucking wake up in the morning, I'll be like, yeah, there's time to go for a jog, but I probably should fill in the fucking blank. And it's always very important. There's always a real good reason for it. Like, but regardless, the truth is, I have yet to achieve the ability to grab that particular part of the steering mechanism of my identity, And so rather than just deal with, you can't control yourself, I'll tell myself a story. I love that.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, it is.
That one, the comfort one, is a tricky one. Comfort is the siren. Come on.
Yeah.
Come back to the couch, Duncan. Duncan. How about a nice cup of tea? Tea has no vice. It's actually good for you. It's herbal.
Yeah.
Just relax.
A little tea, some
Little tea.
little ketamine.
How about read the New York Times? Find out what the intellectuals think about the way the world is.
Yeah, right, man.
Come on.
It's amazing. I
You can
love it.
find things to do, man. I don't sit down and listen to music. I'm gonna sit down and listen to some albums.
Well, I need to because,
I'm an
I'm
artist.
interested in music and I'm thinking of like making some songs and I want to become inspired.
I think a lot when I'm running. and it's one of the main reasons why I really like to do it first thing in the morning. Kind of gets my head going, like it gets me ramped up real early. I like to do it like first thing in the morning because it gets your head thinking.
Yeah.
Like it gets you, like you're out there breathing and running up the hill and you're pushing yourself, you're tired, and then a thought will come into your head, you know, just out of nowhere. You get a strange idea just pop in your head, and then you start dancing around with that idea, wondering why are you even thinking about that now? And you start thinking about shit you need to fix. I gotta clean my fucking office, and you just run in and thinking about, oh, why didn't I gotta call that guy back, fuck. And all these, like, it's like brain maintenance, like your brain's like shaking from all the pounding. It's like, hey, we got a loose screw over here in aisle 4. Like, oh yeah, I forgot, I gotta call that guy. I'm gonna tighten that bitch down.
Yeah, man. This is what I love about meditating, and that's something I finally have figured out how to do regularly, and I love it.
How often are you doing it?
Every day.
That's awesome.
Every day.
How much time?
20 minutes.
How much time do you jerk off during the meditation?
Oh God, man. You know, it varies based on the weather. It's so fucking.
Imagine if rain made you horny. I just get sad and I want to beat off.
It's just when it's raining, it's just like I come faster, but then like if it's windy, I can't get it up.
If there was a movie about someone who just became a fucking nymphomaniac when it rained out.
I'm sure that happens.
Like as soon as it rains out, it's like fuck, I gotta fuck. If that's how, I mean, you think about humans,
dude,
how we're affected by things. Like
by
people
weather.
get depressed when it rains out.
Or we don't like. Now again, definitely. I just feel like saying this shit because you get attacked by scientists or smart people who are like, you don't know what you're talking about. I know I don't know what I'm talking about.
They don't either. We're talking about a hypothetical world where people get horny when it rains.
Well, yeah, but I want to take it into the sun, man. I want to move it to the next level, which is like we're at a solar minimum now, apparently, which is the sun is not very active. And so the sun... Damn, I knew it. That explains it.
I'm a NASA scientist, and you're telling me this?
It's the craziest shit, man. The sun freaks me out. Not just like the fact there is a sun, but the solar observatory, the shit that happened up at that solar observatory. I'm high. I can't even say observatory.
Which
you know you're
solar
high when you can't even
observatory?
say observatory.
Turn the bubbles on, please.
Turn on the
Time for
bubbles.
So
But-
what's happening in the solar observatory?
Well, you heard about this shit that happened. There's this solar observatory that just got fucking shut down. All of a sudden, like the black helicopters came in, and like
no.
anyway, I don't know what happened there,
Close
but
it down.
the
end
sun is
near.
at a solar minimum
Oh,
right now.
look, we have to fucking get through a paywall. You
Damn
sons
it.
of bitches. What is this? Oh, you need to fucking
Oh my
enter
God.
in your
Guys,
your
come
date.
on.
Continue.
What do they
Come
want
on,
from us?
accept. Fucks. UFO sightings. NASA Soho space probe spots giant alien disc shoot out of hollow sun.
What? That's not a.
This is the Express, Duncan.
That's the hardcore scientific stuff. Take me to like something less
Yeah,
scientific.
who is the Express like the Daily Mail? Do they make who makes stuff up like the Inquirer or someone?
What was it? The newspaper one, the Daily News.
Gizmodo.
That's
Next
not
month's
it.
total solar eclipse will pass right over a space observatory. Oh wow.
Joe, have you really not heard about the solar observatory that got shut down? I'm
No, Look
surprised.
how pretty that picture is.
When you look that up, just solar observatory shut down, black helicopters.
Hold on. Go back to that photo real quick before we do that. We'll do that real quick. But,
Sorry, by the way,
but
if I'm
I just-
barking orders at you.
No,
Jamie.
no, it's
I
okay.
love you. I'm very sorry.
But look at that goddamn photo. There's this photo of the solar eclipse, and you see all the rays of the sun. By the way, imagine if these were little multiverses. Are we out of juice? Does this thing just devour bubble
Dude,
juice?
we got run out of fucking bubbles. We
believe
ran out of
this.
bubbles right when you were about to talk about the multiverse.
Look at the rays coming off that thing. I mean, what is that? Is that what that is? Are those solar rays? Is that what the fuck is that coming off of that thing?
Those are called Zeitgar spirals.
Those look like they'll fuck you up, man.
Yeah, they're deadly. They're like definitely one of the most dangerous thing in space.
Yo, that's what Robert Schoch, the geologist from Boston University, thinks ended the Ice Age. His theory is that it was a mass coronal ejection that caused lightning storms, like rain coming down, but lightning all over the Earth.
It's a very common fear in preppers. Do you watch Preppers?
I've watched it a couple times, but it freaks me out.
Everybody's got a reason. Like, I'm building this shelter because I'm afraid of hurricanes. But yeah, you hear like
It's the liberals, the hurricanes,
the
alligators.
sun comes up a lot. Like a
Should.
Well, I mean,
Look, we can only exist in a very narrow temperature band. That's what you have to think is strange. You know,
Right.
we have a temperature band. What is it? It's from like fucking 20 below zero to like 150. That's all we got.
yeah.
And we got this weird little spot. Does this piece of shit die already? God damn it. How much juice does it use?
Well, it's got a little observatory in here. Or, not observatory.
What's happening? It's spreading.
A reservoir.
It's got a tiny solar observatory in it. It's getting shut down.
It's you know, the narrow band that we can live in. We're so fragile as an
Yeah.
organism
Yeah.
that we should be terrified of this giant nuclear explosion that's a million times bigger than the Earth.
Sure.
That we need to stay stable. We need to keep. I mean, imagine relying on that thing to make sure the temperature is in like a range of plus or minus 100 degrees. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That's a crazy request.
Well, this is like, I don't believe it, man, but I love Hollow Earth theory.
Here we go. Oh yeah, baby.
And like,
Bubbles.
if aliens were watching us, like terrestrial aliens, not interdimensional aliens, important to make the distinction. If terrestrial aliens are watching us, I think they would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Y'all live on the outside of the thing? You got to go in. Like,
Why?
don't, because mountains fall out of the sky. You're going to build your
Yeah,
whole.
but the inside collapses.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you dig deep enough, maybe there's a way.
There's no air down there.
Well, you got to get air down there. I mean, it is, when you think about it, it's like we've built this fragile civilization using this super advanced, brand new, interconnective technological matrix that is dependent on satellites giving GPS coordinates to keep everything running. And we're right next to a ball of fire that has historically, from time to time, blasted so much fucking crazy shit at our planet. There was a time that it caused like telegram wires to spark. It's like if that shit hits the satellites, they're gonna go out.
Oh, the power grid goes down.
And everything goes down. It's not conspiracy theory. It's happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes it cools down and it enters into a thing called a grand solar minimum, I think is what it's called. And that sometimes starts ice ages. Like there was a mini ice age that happened not that long ago where the sun theoretically just, I don't know, it stopped being so active. And then
1790.
1790. Yeah. And so this is like a reality that nobody seems to really like think about. I mean, that to me is the funniest thing when everyone's fighting each other. We're all like furious at whoever the fuck. It's like nobody wants to accept like mountains fall out of the sky. The sun from time to time burps fire so bright that it causes fires to break out on the planet. And then all the other shit we don't know about. Just the stuff we don't know about. Like that if we could talk to an... Yeah.
1,200-foot asteroid could crash into Earth because NASA missed this small detail. Oh, Jesus
Less than a week old
Christ.
story.
Jesus Christ, I don't need to see this. NASA fucked up?
Yeah.
Well, they haven't been getting any money, Jamie.
You think that's why?
Yes. Trump has diverted all the funds to the Space Force.
No, the truth is they... Yeah. I mean, would they even tell us? I mean, that's the thing.
No.
You don't think?
No. Let it hit.
You don't think they'd
Live
be
your
like...
life. No, what are you going to do?
They wouldn't warn
If
us?
It's going to hit. It's going to hit. Neil deGrasse Tyson says we're like decades away from being able to divert it.
Decades.
Decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, if something's coming our way, some civilization ender, we're fucked. And this is not conspiracy theory, folks. There was an article today that I put on my Twitter that I read about hyenas. They used to have hyenas in Canada up until the last ice age. There's hyenas in fucking Canada, dude. Like, this whole thing changes all the time.
All the time.
There was a mile-high sheet of ice up there.
Yeah.
To 2 miles high in some places.
That's right.
I was just in Chicago, man, and you look out at the Lake Michigan,
Yeah.
which is amazing. You look at it from Chicago, you go, whoa, that was a fucking glacier. That was an ice
I
sheet
didn't know
that
that. That's
melted.
fucked up.
That's how it got there. That's the remnants of the melted
crazy.
ice sheets. The whole fucking thing was under ice.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a place in Wisconsin where my friend Doug has a farm, Cazenovia, Wisconsin, that's a part of what they call the driftless area. And the driftless area is the places where these glaciers didn't come down and crush flat everything in front of them. That's why you go to the Midwest.
Wow.
It's fucking flat.
Yeah.
Flat as this table. Why is that? Because the fucking glaciers came down and just smushed that motherfucker. That's how it came down. Like this giant mile-high wall of ice just destroys everything in front of it as it rolls across the landscape. But it didn't hit this one area of Wisconsin, and it's or it didn't hit it as hard because you got all these beautiful hills and valleys. It's pretty dope.
Whoa, that's beautiful. Holy shit. Isn't that crazy, man?
It's crazy. That happened 12,000 years ago, right? So
Yeah.
we're not talking about something that's a long time ago. And then boom, that shit melts and becomes an interior freshwater ocean. I mean, it's essentially what it is.
Dude, it's like our entire civilization is living the way like a middle-aged alcoholic who's starting to realize all the trouble they caused lives, but still gonna keep drinking, kind of. Like, it's like if you look at like our whole species as one thing, it's like right now we're dealing with like the same thing maybe smokers deal with after a lifetime of smoking. Like suddenly health effects are starting to happen, right?
Yeah.
We've had like a nice run, but now we're starting to get a little bit of payback for all the decisions past generations have made. We've
Right.
got fucking radiation pouring into the ocean. The ice caps are fucking melting. And then on top of that, the majority of us can't deal with that. We either say fake news or we say nothing. I'm gonna be dead anyway, man.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the two things. Because to me, like this fucking amazing thing about being a human, is that we are like a technological hive that has built itself around a planet using the materials of the planet to make technology, and we're still at the point of hive life where we're pretending there's different bees when we're all the same fucking bee. You know, it's just some of us are running weird operating systems, and we can't accept the fact that it's like, listen, we're a fucking hive of super advanced primates that are all living together in a hive. Because that's the overview effect, man, where astronauts talk about flying over and looking down. It's like, it's all the same. The cities are mostly all the same. And all the structures all look pretty much the same. Of course, it's a fucking hive, a schizophrenic hive, where pieces of the hive are like, yeah, over there, we gotta bomb that part of the hive because that part of the hive is different than us. So that part of the hive wants to hurt us. You know, it's pheromones being released, you know, not by queen bees, but by influencers, you know, like the news, the media, blasting out this data pheromone that gets us ready for the wars, gets us ready for the violence, tries to justify it, rationalize it. And then there's other weird new, like little mini queen bees popping up, releasing weird pheromones. The influencers, you know, they're like, some of them are making people dress a certain way, fashion or whatever. Some of them are making people freak out. Some of them are making people more calm. But we're dealing with the fact that we're all starting to wake up, right? We're all going to have to wake up to the fact that we're all the same thing, living in a hive, and that if we don't come to that epiphany as an individual, we're probably fucked. Like, we figured out how to split the atom, and we've got the technology as it's coming in is making the ability.
It's like, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Collectively, we kind of know, but it's very difficult for everybody to act.
Yeah.
Right? Collectively, we kind of know that we can't do things the way we're doing, but they're going to do it. What are we going to do? Oh, well, he's going to drive that truck with the smoke coming out of the back. Well, fuck it. I don't want to fix that. What am I going to do about this? What do I do? What do we do? Who's in charge, and what do we do?
You're asking me?
No, anybody. Nobody has the answer to that.
Yeah, I think you gotta like get pragmatic. I mean, there's that thing Jean-Paul Sartre said, and I'm not Jean-Paul Sartre once said, but it has stuck with me ever since I heard it, which is whatever you do, you give the planet permission to do. You give everyone permission to do. So, to me, what's helped me like live a little less in a crazy like asshole way. I mean, aside from having a baby, is realizing that if I can't stop, you know, using as much plastic as I do, the world's fucked. If I can't stop any kind of activity that I look into the world and think, man, why are people doing that? Then the world is fucked. Because if you know that I'm sorry, man. Can I rant about a quick story? Do you mind? I'm sorry. You know that Gandhi story?
Which one?
The one about like this, and this, who knows, could be fake news. I don't care. It's a parable. It's cool. But this woman brings her kid to Gandhi and says, I can't get him to stop eating sugar. And Gandhi says, come back in a month. And she's like, all right. Comes back in a month, and Gandhi looks at the kid and goes, stop eating sugar. And she's like, why did you wait a month for this? And Gandhi's like, well, I wanted to see if I could stop eating sugar first. And, you know, before I'm like,
wow.
yeah. So it's like, to me, yeah, it's cool, right? There's a listlessness in the world because everyone wants to be heroic, but people are wanting to act on the global stage while neglecting their home, their family, themselves. And it's frustrating because why wouldn't you think that? Because it seems like you're seeing the big scale of things, but it's like personally, when I fucking finally it clicked, man, I can't change anybody else. Like, I'm not going to make anyone do anything. I'm not going to make anyone meditate. I'm not going to make anyone do this or that or do anything because everyone's doing their own trip anyway, man. Who the fuck am I to say? What a relief.
But that's part of the problem, right? Is that people are trying to get people to behave a certain way. That's what we're experiencing a lot of that right now.
Yes, man. And it's like, the thing is, the impulse is noble, but unfortunately, it's like trying to build a fucking second story house when you haven't built the first story, which is like, you need to like get your own house in order. Yeah. And then maybe there's some teaching, but usually by the time that happens, you're not a talker, you know? And so to me, that has been like a real exciting thing to realize. This is Jack Kornfield says this. I'm sorry if I've said this before. Tend to the part of the garden you can touch. And That's it. So it's like, to me, it's just a big relief. Number one, you can't do shit for anybody else but yourself. Number two, you don't need, none of us know. We don't have to impose some moral thing on you, but there is one actionable thing, an action anyone can take, which is amoral, which is find out who you are. That's it. Find out who you are. Who are you really? What are you? Explore that shit.
Right.
And then see how you start changing. I think that's a real pragmatic solution to all this stuff, and actionable too. And it's like, you want to find out who you are by, rubbing mayonnaise all over your dick and letting your dog lick it off. If you think that's a true exploration, go ahead. Work for me. I'm enlightened now. It's the way. I'm just kidding.
Speaking of which, OJ's on Twitter.
I saw that shit.
Do you see that one guy who made a parody video of his welcome Twitter world? Like, he made this weird dad video. It's so strangely, what's the word?
Apocalyptic?
No, disingenuous. Strangely disingenuous.
I thought it was
Like
a deep
he's
fake.
like he's acting again, but he hasn't acted in forever, and also maybe he's suffering a little bit from the football injuries because there's a struggle. I am very sensitive to people that have been hit in the head a lot of times, struggling to talk.
Yeah.
Because I look for it. I see it in people I don't want to see it in, and it's scary. And we all talk about it. Like people that work for the UFC, fighters, trainers, just people who do kickboxing. Everyone talks about seeing certain folks starting to slip, and some folks will start to talk about it about themselves. They're having a problem.
Yeah.
And that's what I got when I was listening to that. It's like, hello, Twitter world.
All right. I didn't pick that
It's
up.
O.J.
yet.
Simpson.
Yeah.
I can dispel some of the BS that people have been saying about me with no accountability.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm going to talk about sports and politics. It's like this weird acting job that he did.
It's creepy,
Like,
man.
whoa.
It was weird. All that. Yeah. It was a weird moment, man. That's a cool that thing that happens to people who have like done shitty things, where instead of just saying like, yeah, I fucked up.
Oh, you can't say that. You can't say, yeah, I killed somebody, right?
Well, you can, but if you do that, you're going to suddenly, and it'll be, I think for anybody who's done shitty things, the moment you just say it, you get to be standing again on the real ground, like the real terrain, instead of like the bullshit world you've been living in. But when you decide not to do that, then you do have this like, it's like the uncanny valley. Like you have this like android quality to you because you're not reflecting reality. You're reflecting reality after you put lipstick on it and sunglasses and combed its hair, put some perfume on it, got it a nose job, got ass implants, and that's your fucking reality. It's this super plastic, like someone who's been getting plastic surgery for years. And so you're pretending that that's your existence. You see it, man, when like people are getting sentenced for killing people and they're like, the look on their fucking face is like so confused because they have created this valley in between that person and the person they are, and they've split in half essentially, and they can't deal with it. That's why so many people who've murdered people will say, "I wasn't there, I don't remember, it was a dream, I didn't know, I didn't do it." And Gacy, I should be sentenced for running a funeral home without a license. He was saying when he was out of town, people were burying dead kid bodies under his fucking house. And he meant it. He tricked
really
himself
meant it?
enough.
Really?
Absolutely. Because otherwise you have to deal with the fact that you are a murderer, that you killed you strangled fucking kids, that you dress like a fucking clown, and like killed kids. Like, it's so unpalatable to deal with that shit because you're just a crazy lunatic who is out of control. So you'd rather make up a story. Usually it's conspiratorial. Somebody's like, hey man, you know where you can bury those kid bodies? I think Gacy's out of town.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. Isn't that fucking crazy?
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know. And
That's the thing. What people have always said about OJ. That it's almost like he doesn't even believe he did it now. But the problem with that is there was a fucking emoji that he tweeted at this guy. Or he had a direct message with this guy. And he had like 16 knives, and he said he's going to cut them. Like, if that's true, if he really did send that, if it's not Photoshop, if that's not bullshit, can you imagine getting a DM from OJ because he made a parody video?
Jesus God.
Because, like, I guess what he did was he put OJ's video where he was talking, and in the background he had someone screaming, "Help, call the police, help, help." And so then OJ sends him this direct message, allegedly. Who knows if it really happened?
Who knows?
But if it did...
Dude, I would like find a cave somewhere. I would want to move to the Himalayas. I couldn't deal with it, man.
Hello, Twitter world.
I'm just, because he could get you. Like, he could get you if he wanted to, I bet.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, how much time does he have left? He's 71 years old.
After he DMs you, he disappears. People are like, we don't know where he is.
Norm Macdonald tweeted at him. It's hilarious. Norm said, "Hey, Juice, I just wanted to tell you that through that video, I know the golf course that's behind you, so I could figure out where your house is, and I wouldn't do that, but somebody else might."
Yeah, that was hilarious. Norm Macdonald's so funny.
He's the best. I'm trying to get him to do a podcast. I was trying to get him and Adam Egget to do a podcast. I don't know what he can do, though, while he's got his Netflix deal. I don't think the show is, I don't know where it's at. I don't know if he has a contract. But he should do a podcast. It's a goddamn national travesty that he doesn't have a podcast. He's so fucking funny.
Well, isn't his show, it's kind of like a podcast. Like, it has that.
But he hasn't been doing it.
Oh.
And they don't want him doing interviews and stuff. It's a little tricky. Because he said some crazy shit. Norm says crazy shit. And he said some crazy shit like if you about someone saying something, well, you believe that, you'd have to have Down syndrome.
Uh-huh.
Like, he thought that would be better than saying you'd have to be retarded. And
Damn it.
people are like, what the fuck?
Damn it.
And people got real mad at him. I think it was on the Stern Show. He's just a treasure, that guy.
Joe, I'm sorry to I thought I had all these questions for you, man. I was like, that's lame to ask somebody questions on their show, and it's not in the moment like we often do. But I really did. I know you've probably been talking about it, but I wanted to hear your take on deep fake, because that fucking deep fake of you really bothered me. Like, it set off a whole series of thoughts in my head that of all the futuristic shit, that freaks me out the most.
Well, for someone like you or someone like me, it's easy for them to do it because they basically got a library of all the sounds that we can make with our mouth. And so they put it in a database, and then they can get you to say words you've never said before in an order that you've never said them before, in a way that you can kind of distinguish. For now, I kind of can hear that it's fake, but it was me talking about sponsoring a hockey team filled with all chimpanzees.
Yeah.
And teaching chimps to play hockey, which sounds exactly like something
Sure
I would
did.
do. And it's close. I mean, they had one a few years ago that they did with Ronald Reagan, where they had a fake speech, and this was way, way before the internet. And someone had pieced together a fake collaboration of a bunch of different Ronald Reagan speeches, and then used them with sound editing and turned it into a whole statement that he never gave before. And then the White House went on television and showed how they did it, and showed on the news all the different speeches that they pulled from, and the actual sentences where they pulled from. They showed it to you. So there could be no denying someone, I forget what it was. Maybe it was the Russians. Was it the Russians?
Of course.
Someone had done that. People, I don't know who did it. I
The
don't remember.
Iranians.
But it was interesting because I was like, oh, wow, they can do that? But I thought, think about how many times Ronald Reagan has given speeches. You just listen, someone with painstaking detail, mark down all the words in those speeches, put them all in some sort of a multi-loop, because it's, you have to go to Phil Spector's house. They have the old school reel-to-reel sound recorders, and piece that shit together and splice it up, and then release it. Pretend that Ronald Reagan is trying to start a war with Iran or something like that.
Yeah, man.
I forget what it was. Do you remember the premise?
No, I don't remember the premise of that, but
You remember the recording?
I kind of remember it, but it's a foggy memory, man.
It's pretty wild.
But this is to me, fuck the sun and all the things to worry about. This shit is really intense, man.
Mm-hmm.
About the hostage, the fucking weird hostage phone thing people are doing, where they're you get a phone call from the phone number of your wife, and you answer it, and it's we've kidnapped your wife. It's someone freaking out in the background. They're send us money or she's fucked. And they've been, right now what they've been doing is they've been, someone will say, let me talk to her. And they just hand it to some lady who's like, and you think, oh my God, it's her. I'll give you whatever you want. People have been sending them money, And when you consider what happens when deep fake technology intersects with just the ability to call people from spoofed numbers, and that suddenly if someone gets your phone number list, they're going to be able to call your friends as you and record conversations where as they sort of dredge up, who knows, whatever they want. Maybe they want to blackmail you. Maybe they want to get money. Maybe they want to embarrass you. That to me is so spectacularly fucking weird that we're going to end up having to have passwords that we tell each other away from our Alexas, which is listen, if I call you and I'm seeming strange, the password is go for 69. Otherwise, it's not me, you know? Because that's a reality. I mean, just look at what people are already fucking doing with spoofing numbers. Mm-hmm. That's fucked up, man. And that aspect of it, and also just supply and demand. Mm-hmm. In other words, there's one Joe Rogan, right now. But if an AI starts duplicating you and improving on you, and I'm saying, 5 or 10 years, no offense, man, but maybe an AI could turn you twice as smart, you know, make you like whatever, who knows what. And then suddenly you're no longer in demand in the sense that once the Joe Rogan AI package goes on the dark web or makes its way into wherever, people are going to just be able to download you and have conversations with you and make video. You know what that to me is so one of the most bizarre realities that we are entering into is one where you're going to go on YouTube and there's going to be a video of you, looks like you, sounds like you, but it's like 50 times funnier than you, 50 times cooler than you, 50 times smarter than you, because it's an AI pulling from the internet. It's just you, but better. And no one's gonna wanna watch you anymore, because they're like, I love the real Rogan, but I wanna watch the Rogan whose brain is functioning 50 times the speed of a normal human brain, because that guy, wow.
That's how they're going to take over.
Well,
They're gonna
right.
Make us all obsolete.
Yeah.
Better versions of all of us. They're going to be like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, man. And that's not, I mean, even let's say it's 20 years away. That's still too fucking
Let's say it's
soon.
100. Let's go crazy.
Yeah, we're going to be basically like sort of drowned out by multiple versions of ourselves with exponential intelligence.
Well, that was my concern when I was talking to Kurzweil about downloading your consciousness into a computer. I'm like, what's to stop you from making multiple copies? If you can make one copy,
Yeah.
like what's to stop you from being like, tell me some fat guy with a little dick who's a real asshole wouldn't hack into the system and infest it with copies of him
Yeah.
that just overwhelms everyone else's data, where he is omnipotent and he is literally the ruler of the realm that he exists in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he's figured out how to hack into the grid and take over. Imagine you think you're going to be in heaven. You're going to enter into this virtual reality, but look, you're going to get to fly dragons and have sex with beautiful women and eat fruit. And this fat guy with a little dick, he hacks the system, and then everybody's going to suck his dick. And everywhere you go is a version of him that's trying to get you to suck his dick.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
He's fucking people's ears. He's holding people down. 5, 6 of them on a person. Blah, just fucking you from every angle. Blah. That's what he created. And that's what a computer virus is.
Sure.
It's fucking everybody, right? If you think about that, there's a lot of viruses. I don't know, like what percentage of viruses, Jamie, you would know this, are not financially motivated. There's got to be some viruses that people create just to fuck people.
Sure.
Right?
In the old days, for sure, man. I mean, I think, they were just there to fuck up to
Just there to
freeze your
fuck people.
computer, fuck up your. They weren't grabbing data to use it against you. They were just like, shutting your computer down to be a dick.
Yeah.
Or making it say weird things, like, real basic. The old viruses in the days of AOL. Remember those, man? They were cool. They were like scary, but not like today, where they like shut down the power grid until you send somebody $1 million worth of Bitcoin.
Or you have to completely remap your hard drive, completely re-upload your operating system. It just kills. The only way, you gotta kill the operating system, swipe it clean, start from scratch. Sorry, it's all cooked.
Yeah. Yeah.
All your work, fuck off.
Gone. Gone, man.
Just like this fat guy with a little dick. just
Fat guy with a
fucking
little-
everybody. Man, hundreds of them. Like a sea of them running at you, pulling on their half-hard dicks. Just,
There's a story going around this weekend about Samsung TVs having viruses in them, and you being able to scan it for a virus. There's like a program on it that allows you to scan for viruses, and then I guess today Samsung deleted that tweet.
oh, great.
People
Jesus.
are pointing back to this being like the Weeping Angel program, where the CIA can use your TV to listen to your conversations, and they are doing that, and they're recording it.
Weeping Angel. What a great name. Why doesn't the CIA start naming the fucking Navy UFOs Weeping Angel? Why do they call it that?
Why do they call
What
it that?
is that? That's why do they have to bring angels? Is that Satan? Is Satan a weeping angel? Is that what they're saying? Like, what the fuck is that? Weeping angel. That's weird, man. That's fucking weird. But like, you know, the implication that they, in your deep fake that they sent out to the world was it already happened. You know, they're like, how do you know this hasn't already happened? In other words, like, how do we know we're not duplicates? How do we know we're not one of an infinite number, an array of like, you know, versions of us that are being populated all over some server somewhere?
Could be. Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing about the simulation theories, that one day if things keep going the way they are, like I was going to bring this up when we were talking about people like looking at cities and looking at the grids and looking at the hive. Like, what are these cities doing? Well, they're spreading and they're being productive. They're making things and they're making better things all the time. Well, if they're making better things all the time, like what are they interested in? Well, they're interested in computers and CGI and artificial intelligence and artificial life, and they're all definitely moving in some sort of a greater technological dependency. Like, we're pretty dependent now, but it's going to get greater and greater, right?
Yeah.
We get more and more. Well, one day they're going to have a reality that isn't tangible, in the sense that without this system, you wouldn't be able to experience it. But it will be a reality once you're in the system. Once you're in the system, you will feel your elbows on the oak desk.
Yeah.
You will feel the sweat on your palms. You'll feel the sunglasses on your nose. You'll feel all those things.
Yeah.
So who's to say that that's not real? Well, if that can happen one day, if they can create an artificial reality that you cannot discern from the reality that you're currently experiencing, how do you know it hasn't already happened?
Right.
You don't. You don't. And, you know, some super fucking smart people think that we should keep open the possibility that that is what we're operating under, or that the stability and the rigidity of the dimension that we exist in is not nearly as firm and not nearly as permanent as we like to think it is.
Right.
Which is one of the reasons why psychedelics is so exciting. And so they're transformative, but they're valuable, but they illuminate the possibility of others, of other things, other dimensions, other life forms, other levels of consciousness, other ways of interacting with each other, especially mushroom. Well, kind of all of them. All of them. That when you take like a transformative dose,
Yeah.
you experience some weird thing where you're like, oh, this is possible too. Like, this is like a whole nother way of existing. Like, who's to say that if human neurochemistry, right, if that's what's causing depression and elation and dopamine and serotonin and all these different wonderful things, it's what causes melatonin and all these different things that happen when you're sleeping, and then the psychedelic ones like the DMT. Who's to say that we have to exist with this mixture, right? Who's to say that life with a thicker mixture isn't also possible and might be going on around us all the time? Like, there might be these porous sort of entryways into these other dimensions
Cool.
that are consistently opened and closed, and they're constantly around us all the time. But when we're just in straight normal consciousness that we experience without perturbing it with alcohol or pot or psychedelics, we want to think that this is reality, this is rigid, this is it. But maybe it's a reality. Maybe
Yeah.
there's a fuckload of them. Maybe when you make decisions, you enter into different ones. Maybe you're
Yeah.
constantly shifting the one that's around you and how you interact with people.
You mean like your decisions are the way you navigate through the multiverse?
It's entirely possible, right?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Even though I say that too many times.
Well, we
but
could-
it is a thing if you just think about how little we understand about consciousness, about what happens when you die, what happens when you sleep, but how little we know about what is going on when you're communicating with people, what is going on when you're interacting with people,
Yeah.
where are these fucking ideas coming from?
Yeah.
Are these ideas little life forms in a non-observed state?
Yeah, man.
Bro, you taking off the glasses? You getting crazy?
I just realized I don't get to look at your beautiful eyes, Joe.
I was
It's sad.
enjoying this. We did it for hours. It's dark bright in here.
You know, man, like when you start, the thing you're saying about psychedelics kind of like showing you a different way, and that when you're in a base reality state, people spend a lot of energy trying to imagine a solidity that isn't really there.
Yeah.
And like, as I've been taught by some people, if you start breaking it down, just logically, for example, like, your past, for example, you ever do that, spend any time with your memories, and you realize, like, well, your most vivid memory, whatever it may be, you can't really taste what you were eating or feel the euphoria that you were feeling or the fear you were feeling or whatever, because if you did, then the memory would not work for a person who was trying to like stay alive, because if you just remember the last time you got punched in the face, you would feel it, and also if you could remember tastes, you wouldn't be so inclined to eat, because you could just go back and think to the last chocolate bar you ate and you would taste it. Or obviously if you could remember orgasms as they are, you wouldn't really need to fuck, you would just think about having sex whenever you had it, and you would feel like you were coming. So if we look at memories experientially, there's a lot of like senses that aren't gratified by memory. And also if you look at them from the visual field, even the most profoundly, quote, photographic memory is wavery at best. It's not HD. It certainly wouldn't be a 4K TV. It's got a kind of like quality to it that is just, it flows. It's a little transparent.
Yeah.
So then when we think about the future, obviously that doesn't exist. Like there's just no future. Nothing is outside of this point in time. And so then now you've basically, just from a simple analysis of your memories, which a lot of people imagine that's who they are. Like they're a snake. In the present moment's the head, in the back is the past, with all their memories sort of intertwined. But you realize, like, no, that's really a foggy approximation of what happened at best. And you really don't remember most of the shit you did anyway. Like, you don't remember what you ate 3 days ago, 10 days ago. So then you realize your whole past, the thing you've been using to define yourself as a person, you barely remember it. And the parts you do remember it, they're not really clear.
Yeah.
So that's gone. Now that's death. You're dead. Anything that happened before this moment, that's death. It's gone. There's just this, for real. That's not. Now there might be some neurological encoding, but there's no past. Forget it.
That's
now,
why people like to get really good at things,
Well, you mean it gives them a sense of
stability. That's why if you have a physical skill, like say you could do gymnastics. Like,
Yeah.
do you know Chappelle Lacey?
No.
Funny up and coming new comic, but he was a world champion cheerleader, like crazy skills, and he's jacked, built like a linebacker. Well, no, like a football defensive back, running back. Anyway, stud. Could do a backflip, just jump through the air and land, and you're like, what?
Wow.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right.
When he does that, he knows that he had those experiences.
Yeah.
He learned how to do that. He has a skill. He has a very unusual skill.
Yeah.
Like a break dancer. They know they can do that crazy shit where they can hop around on one arm,
Yeah.
with their feet up in the air, crisscrossing and going into the lotus position. How many people can do that? They can do that.
They can do it.
That defines their existence in a way.
Yeah.
Because now they're not just living in the moment. They also have knowledge. There's
Whoa.
Chappelle.
Crazy.
Yeah. Fucking nuts, dude. There's one that he sent me. I'll send it to you, Jamie, where he flips a girl through the air. Look at that shit he can do. Flips a girl through the air and then catches her on one hand and presses her above his head.
Crazy.
Dude, it's fucking bananas.
Bananas.
Bananas. So he knows that he can do those things. He knows he can do those things because he learned those things.
Yeah.
So those things carry him. They define you. They give you extra value.
Yeah.
You can hold on to them as a support, like a security blanket in this crazy world. Hey, I can
Yeah.
play the piano, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Let me get on that piano. I'm going to show everybody at the party. I'm deep and I think things that you don't.
The party piano man.
Yes. Oh my God. Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
Inevitable.
Sing us a
Inevitability.
song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody.
I exist. I exist.
I want more.
I'm real.
I'm trying to give something, trying to spray something out in the world that people like to smell, so they
Yeah.
come closer to my flowers.
That's right, man.
Ah, you deserve more, Duncan. You
Yeah.
can sing.
Yeah.
You should sing all the time, everywhere.
Oh, thank
you.
you,
should just
Joe.
sing.
I
You
know.
shouldn't even talk. You're an angel.
I know.
The way you sing is amazing.
Well, I trained for 5 years.
I just like to sit around and listen to you. Have you ever been in a party where somebody breaks out a guitar and actually sings a song like Animal House style? Remember that scene? That scene is amazing.
Yeah, I have. I'm trying to remember. I think that if that has happened, it's one of the memories. My brain's like, we're not going to remember that. We're not carrying that with us because it
too
would.
much.
Because it's a hostage situation. Let's face
Yes.
it. Like once they sit down and start strumming that shit, if you're the guy who walks out, look at that fucking hater. He can't play guitar. His ego's being challenged. When the reality is, you're like, I don't want to deal with it, man. I don't want to deal with all the levels of having to face the fact that you fired a neuron that made it seem okay that in the middle of a party where nobody was playing music, or maybe music was playing, you turned it off.
Dude, I know of a guy who in the middle of a football game paused the game to show his acting reel.
What? Well, that's just lunacy. That's someone who's like sick.
Paused the game.
It's just a broken man or woman.
paused the game to show an acting reel.
Shambling
Look at my
husk.
new reel, man. You guys gotta check this out. The game can wait. Seriously, guys. The game can wait.
He did a great job.
You're gonna get a great pleasure out of watching me fake. Watch me fake. Now I'm a detective. Look at me. I got a gun.
Dude, it's it's a hunger because this is the I mean, it's like you're talking about backflips. It's like
Yeah.
imagine the self is so imaginary that we have to exert to the point of doing backflips to give us a sense that the self must be as we think it is.
sure.
Like you don't have to exert to be sitting in a chair. Gravity does it for you. There's no energy that needs to be exerted. But how often do you hear someone saying, "What a great day"? Isn't this a great day?
It's a great day.
Great day.
It's amazing.
But why are you saying it? Like, why do you feel the need to exert this much energy to announce to me it's a great day? Could it be that you're not quite certain it's a great day? Could it be that there's a feeling in you that something's a little amiss? So you gotta like paint reality with words to make it okay. This isn't a ghost story. I'm not gonna die.
Is it, or is by saying it's a great day, are you putting out this hope that I'm gonna go, wow, Duncan's such a positive guy. He's amazing.
Yeah.
When he says it's a great day, I feel it is a great day. He puts me in a better mood. Thanks, Duncan.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you look at, like, anytime I've done that shit, I'm too high, I'm getting paranoid, and I'm trying to get some affirmation from a friend.
Yes.
You know, that's usually the feeling is one of need. Like, you know, like when you're around someone, you realize, like, they want me to compliment them right now. And you feel the, like when they open the fucking doors on a spaceship, they've temporarily opened the doors of the infinite vacuum of
How
their.
about worse when they get upset when you don't compliment them?
Yeah. Wow. That's the craziest
You know,
thing.
Duncan, I've known you for a long time. You've never complimented my art.
Oh wow.
My
I'm sorry.
sandcastles are my life, and
I know.
you don't even say they're cool.
They're fucking great, man. Okay, your sandcastles are incredible.
I mean, it's just weird that I have to tell you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. You're great. You're great. You're real. We worship you. We'll worship you forever. You'll be known forever as a great sandcastle maker. That's a funny thing. And also add to that the very same sort of person who is intent on getting you to acknowledge their fucking sandcastles, which is a great description of it, because no matter what you're doing, it's a fucking sandcastle. Look at those glaciers. Whatever you're doing, forget it. But then you have these people who, on top of this sick need for a person to affirm their existence by complimenting their ridiculous sandcastle art, they also want to leave a legacy. That's the funniest shit. It's like it's not enough that we worship you now. You want generations of people to worship you.
That's a big one for people. Leaving a legacy. It's a big one for artists. A big one for athletes. Athletes want to leave records that no one will break.
That's right. Leave a legacy behind,
Yeah.
man. This is like being in a dream and wanting to leave a memory of yourself in a dream. You know, like I want the people I met in that dream, I want their kids to be talking about me after I wake up. It's like when you die, it's done. We don't know exactly what's after this, but you're pretty much recycled, man. There might be some karmic momentum. There might be some kind of some residue,
Maybe
a
do
trace.
it all over again.
You're repeated.
From scratch.
I've often gotten that
One
feeling.
cells, 2 cells, 3, and then you just keep doing it in infinity till you get it right.
Keep that loop going. Like we're essentially in some kind of like karmic sanding mechanism.
Right, but if you like life, why wouldn't you want to do it again? Isn't life? If you like life, do you like life? Yes. If you found out that this was what you were going to do forever and ever and ever, and it's going to repeat itself over and over and over again, would you like? No, it's pointless. It's pointless now, and it's finite. Is it different if it's pointless and it's infinite? Is it different? Is it different? Don't you just enjoy life? Is that the key? The key to just enjoy life? That's where it's ironic when you pick up a skill like learn to play the piano or learn to do backflips, or in my case, learn to do martial arts, is that you actually become a better person through learning how to do something, because it's hard. So you learn about yourself. You learn who you are. You learn the bullshit that you tell yourself. Like, to really get good at something, like if you want to get that good at doing backflips, man, you got to fucking actually practice. You can't bullshit yourself. Oh, I really don't need to come into that. To do what that guy can do, you got to fucking practice. And by practicing, you put yourself through this rigid exercise routine, and you do it correctly, and you exert yourself, and it requires 100% of your focus. And in doing so, whether it's playing piano or throwing kicks or whatever the fuck it is, in doing so, you understand yourself better.
Yeah.
So even though ironically, you're kind of defining who you are as a person, and you're giving yourself like extra clout because you're the fucking man at dunking a ball into a net. I'm the fucking man. Everybody watch that. Whoosh.
Yeah.
But by doing that, you actually learn how to become a better person too, because it's hard to do. And then if you can figure it out, the puzzle will help you get a better hold of all your human skills, because it'll be a difficult thing. if you really want to get good at something, if you really want to leave behind a legacy, like you have to achieve a level of focus and a level of intense thinking and concentration that most people are just going to peter out before they get to that spot.
Sure. I mean, that's what I love about what you're talking about is it's a force field in between you and an elite, like fuck the Illuminati. The force field of the learning curve separates every single person from a terrain that cannot be reached with money. Like,
Right.
I don't care how rich you are. If you want to learn how to do a backflip, you might be able to pay for great trainers, but you still got to do the fucking work. You got to do the work.
100%.
So this is cool because now you enter into a realm that is inaccessible by money, is inaccessible by power, but is weirdly, generally accessible by anybody. In other words, the only thing keeping you from whatever the fucking thing is you want to get good at to show yourself that it is possible to leave the reality that you're in and enter a completely different reality. Because for me, if suddenly I was in a world where I could do fucking backflips, it might as well be an alternate dimension. Like if I got
Right.
home and did a backflip in front of my wife, she would probably be more amazed than if I like levitated. You know what I mean? She'd be like, "What the fuck have you done? Well, reality must be fragmented." So it's like, in other words, the you, wherever you're at, whatever the thing is that you are, there's always this interesting mountainous, rugged terrain separating you from a completely different universe where you can do backflips, play the piano, play the guitar, whatever the fucking specific thing it is you want to pick up. That's kind of cool to me. It's like the only thing keeping you from it is consistency. It's not money, usually, unless it's like you want to be a falconer or some shit. You got to get a falcon. But in general, you know, you could like... That's what I love about that Goggins, man. I like that guy. Like, it's weird how much he impacts me, even though I'm still not fucking jogging. But in the morning, I will look and at one point, I thought someone was running next to him, filming him. Before I realized it was a car, and I'm like, I want to know who's filming Goggins.
too steady.
Yeah, see, I realized I was disappointed because I thought there was an anonymous.
camera.
Yeah, he was running, getting no credit at all.
It's probably his fiance.
But you know, to me, that's kind of like, I love that because it's like, it's equal access. No one is being barred from the learning curve. Now, the specific learning curve, you might be getting barred from. You know what I mean? Like you want a Moog 1, it's $8,000 fucking dollars, okay? Like you're not gonna get that. You're not gonna learn to play that if you don't have that kind of money.
What's a Moog 1?
It's like something that fell out of a spaceship that I'm obsessed with. That,
What?
like, it's just this beautiful synthesizer, man.
Oh.
It's like,
Oh, I was like,
it's,
huh?
yeah.
Fell out of a spaceship. Dude, I have to piss so bad. Can you talk to Jamie and then I'll let you pee?
Yeah, I
'Cause
would
I
love
know you have
to.
to pee too, right?
How did you know, man?
'Cause I could tell.
Shared mind, because I'm wriggling.
You're moving a little funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who wants to pee first? You want to pee first?
What a fucking gentleman. You pee
Yeah.
first, because if
No.
you announced it, you gotta go. I think I can wait.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, great.
I looked this up, the Moog 1.
Yeah, forget it.
What Moog? You have a Moog right now, though, right?
I got a sub 37, but the Moog 1 is polyphonic and the sub 37 is monophonic, so you can't really play chords on it. But it's not just that. It's like it's a cult around these synths because they did figure out a way to dial in this perfect, specific, beautiful sound that once you if you like playing music, which, I just do, is that you play music.
So I feel like I asked you this like a year ago. What you just play for yourself mostly? Like you just like to sit in a room,
Yeah.
and turn off the light or put on mood lights,
Yeah.
or whatever, and just make your own music instead of listening to what people are making for you to listen.
Yeah, well, I like both, but I like with musical synthesis, there's like a weird kind of philosophy behind it, which is not only do you not have to worry about making, whatever it is, an album or something, but it kind of like allow yourself a break from imagining you even need to be musical. Just like, you give kids pots and pans and they fucking bang it together. It's just fun.
A friend of mine, Billy Mays III, he's actually the son of Billy Mays. He travels around playing music as under a name called Infinite Third, and he does a thing called Mouth Council, which sounds like almost what you're doing, where he takes a loop pedal, has a microphone, he starts and makes a sound, and then he passes it around to the next person. It's like you would have it, you make a sound.
Yeah.
Then Joe would make a sound, and then
Yeah.
by the end of the 8-person, 9-person thing, he knows how to use the pedal enough that it becomes basically a song, almost like a song. It's just a droning loop, so it's not really
Yeah, I know what you're
super
talking
musical,
about.
but it's almost like this, and he does very similar things by himself. It gets real cool, but it's just like what you're saying though. It's not music to listen to necessarily. Like,
No.
it's got structure.
Oh,
It's to have on in like the background, sort of, and like
Yeah.
whatever you're doing. Really, it can be used in lots of ways.
It's like, yeah, I think it's just like, you could be, whoever this is clearly a great musician, but also you can just enjoy dialing in these like insane howling alien noises for no reason other than you just are trying to make sounds, and that's it. I mean, it really is like you take that and combine it with most any psychedelic, marijuana, and what you have there is the ultimate fucking spaceship, essentially. That you're just like, you don't need, we were just talking about how it's not, the idea behind this is you can get good at it. And these things are so precisely dialed in that if you wanted to be like they teach you music just from interacting with it. But also there's just this visceral like pleasure of making noises through synths,
Whoa.
Yeah. I often think what would happen if you got sucked into this world. Like, cause
Don't do that to me. Don't you
I
put that
wanna.
evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I would like to put that evil on you. That would be fucking
No,
cool
no.
if you start playing
I
the Moog
swore
One.
off playing Quake. Had to swear off of it. I was playing it again.
Again, I know.
It's hours a day. Hours.
When you asked me, you texted, do I play Quake? And I got the same feeling you get when you have a friend who's like gone sober and they're like asking, you want to go
Started
get a drink?
Yeah, man. I had a problem playing hours a day. And I just went cold turkey. I went, stop. What are you doing?
I'm going to go take, I'm
Nervous.
going to piss.
Go piss. Don't. How long does it take you to piss with that suit on?
This depends on where I'm at. Like in a combat situation, I
Just
wear
piss your pants?
diapers.
Yeah.
But in general, it takes like 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
But I'll be back.
All right.
Great. I wear diapers in combat.
This whole episode 1313 was 100% Duncan's idea. I get this text message from him. Hey, man! Can I do episode 1313? He just gave me the finger at the window. I'm like, fuck yeah, you can. I need to do that with
I
you.
noticed that. I was going to ask if you guys had planned it.
Yeah, well, we planned episode 666. That was also his idea. That was the last time he wore a Pope outfit, and I wore my white NASA outfit. I have a white NASA outfit and an orange one. That was awesome. But yeah, 1313 is a real thing. But we're not really on 1313 because there's like podcasts on the planes in there. and-
Count 70 MMA shows,
Yeah.
Fight Companions.
Yeah. Those are it's hundreds of them. That's
So
a crazy number.
Well, you guys are talking about, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but this has sort of just come out to help with the deep fake stuff. Adobe's announced that they've got a tool that I don't know how well it works right now. They just show a picture, so they don't show it in action or anything. But it's a way to tell if a photo has been manipulated with Photoshop in some way or another.
Keep that off those Instagram hoes. Nobody knows what anybody
Yeah.
looks like. You know, I mean, some Instagram people literally look like cartoons. Like you look at their photos, you're like, "What are you? What? You're not. That's not a picture."
Yeah, I've never fucked with the app. It's Facetune, I think, is a lot of people use.
Is that what
It's
they
really,
use?
like, you can just draw.
Dude, some guys
where
use
you
it.
do it. Yeah, for sure they do.
Their whole face is blurry. It's
Yeah.
like, what's happening here? I had to put my glasses on to look closer at it. I'm like, what are you? You're a spray paint.
Weirdly rosy cheeks.
Yeah, you're a spray person.
What's
Yeah.
a spray? What?
We're talking about Instagram filters, like AI. Adobe's new AI tool can spot when a face has been photoshopped.
Yeah, I
So
heard
saying,
about that.
keep that off the Instagram hose.
Yeah, you got like a.
If
Have
no
you
idea
seen
what
that
those
one
people look like.
Instagram person who is actually a CGI? She's like,
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, people didn't
I can't
know.
remember her name. Yeah.
Well, they're saying they're going to do that with the models now. You know, they do that with houses. Like sometimes you look at a picture and you're like, wait a minute, is this real? And like, under construction currently will be completed summer of 2020. You're like, whoa. So this is not a picture of a house. This
Yeah.
is a CGI house,
Yeah,
but
I've
it's
seen
got
that.
shadows and the floor has texture. I mean, it looks fucking real, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some real ass looking houses. And that's, real estate agents are using that shit. Why wouldn't like a clothing designer have like the perfect body to complement their perfect clothes, you know?
Yeah, that I'm sure you've shown this on here a billion times, but yeah, that you're talking about the AI that just generates people.
Yeah.
That
It
shit.
makes fake models. Beautiful, perfect people. In
Yeah.
every way.
Yeah,
In every way.
I agree. Every way. Perfect, in fact.
It's funny that some people trip out about people that look really good on Instagram and they say they're giving off unrealistic body images. And that this is something we should stay away from. Unrealistic. Like that guy from Vox was doing that. He got everybody's hating on him because he was saying that about gay thirst traps. That they put out unrealistic body images and that you should think about them the same way you think about cigarette ads or liquor ads. Yeah, exactly. What? No, they're in shape. Unrealistic is such a crazy thing to say when you're actually looking at a real person.
Yeah.
Unrealistic body expectations. No, that guy goes to the gym, and that's what you look like when you go to the gym. That is real. That's
Yeah.
not just realistic. That's real. It's not unrealistic. Some people don't want to look at other people that look good.
I read this article by a therapist who was saying like,
Yeah, that was the other one. Delia posted that. Dad bods are more attractive to women than rock hard abs, survey said. That survey said was in front of their fucking fat husbands.
They
100%.
also use millionaires,
Did they?
Well, it's Chris Pratt and Leonardo DiCaprio. So.
First of all, Chris Pratt does not have a dad bod. He's sticking his stomach out. He's being silly.
Yeah.
That guy's jacked. I meet him in real life. He's a stud. Who's the other guy? Leonardo DiCaprio?
DiCaprio, yeah.
do you think that dad bod, like you hear this, like usually you find out this way down the line, but like some phenomena in society was like cooked up in a boardroom, right? Like, for example, let's say, I don't know, you made Twinkies and you realize like, shit, man, people like really getting into this ketogenic diet and working out, and there could be a potential. You probably have some AI saying like, hey, we've got like a health craze predicted for 2021, meaning Twinkie sales are going to drop by like 50% because guys don't want to be fat.
Right.
And so then you start disseminating into the world like, all right, let's come up with this thing. What's a way to call somebody out of shape, but like to connect it to their virility because they're a dad bod. Yeah, dad bod. So then you start getting it out there. Like, you know, it helps if any product that is like bad for you kind of depends on two things. One, that it tastes fucking good, and two, that you can trick yourself into believing it's worth eating, right? Like it needs those two things. Like, in other words, if there was like delicious uranium, like some lunatic created like the sweetest, most flavorful uranium biscuit, you're not gonna eat that shit, you know? You're gonna go Chernobyl and fucking, your stomach's gonna melt at the dinner table. But if you could come up with like, you know, a nice IPA, like you were saying, or some kind of thing that's, it's just poison, basically. It's gonna destroy your liver over time. It'll be a slow progression, and you could like sink into alcoholism. Your personality will change, and it'll
Like nobody would do that.
Yeah.
People won't even know what you're saying right now. They go, no one's gonna do that. It's such a stupid premise. No one's gonna drink poison. It slowly toxifies your liver. Shut
Who
up.
would even do that shit, man? I would never do that. I mean, I drink because I'm sophisticated. And then, like, did you, by the way, read that shit about how, like, hangovers are brain damage? Like, when you have a hangover and you get better, your brain hasn't recovered yet. Just the part that you could sense has gotten better, but you have, like, physiological damage that's happening. Of course. Like, it's one of those,
course.
when you read it, you're like, wait, duh, of course.
Duh, but
So-
it's fun. It's fun to be drunk.
To be
That's
drunk.
part of the problem. It's fun to be drunk.
Oh, my God.
It's fun to be lit.
If it
Laughing
weren't.
and joking.
I mean, that's one of the realities of any great thing is like it is a delight and it is a beautiful part of life for many people. But at some point you just start tricking yourself. I mean, that's one of the things McKenna, I love that he said, it's like how history has survived alcohol. Like we managed to have that as our sacrament and still we have civilization. Wow. It's incredible because it does turn people into fucking 28 days later, doesn't it?
Well, in some ways,
Slow.
some people it does. But it's really interesting when you consider his idea that at one point in time there were psychedelic cultures that really didn't have our standard intoxicants, right? So they didn't have antidepressants, they didn't have stimulants,
Yeah.
unless it was something like coca leaves that they were eating, right? They didn't have processed cocaine. But what they did have was copious amounts of psilocybin,
Yeah.
lysergic acid and different plant forms. There was like a bunch of different things
Sure.
the Mayans used, ayahuasca, DMT. There was that shaman when they found his bag. They found it was like 2,000 years. How many thousand years old? 2,500 years old. He had DMT in his bag.
Yeah, it's like any fanny pack you find at Burning Man. It's literally the same ingredients.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I love when they find that shit out.
What do you got?
The DMT was in that rabbit nose thing, right?
Yeah, the fox nose.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was only 1,000 years old. I thought you were leading down to that 2,500-year-old marijuana that just got
Oh
found.
yeah, that's true too. That's a new one. Yeah. So people have been just getting blasted forever, man.
It's the best.
Of course they have been. As soon as they found it, they're like, why would I just go with regular life?
Yeah, it's the best. It's so wonderful that that's being disseminated in the culture right now.
But it's also people are decriminalizing it all over the place, left and right. It's slowly starting to happen. Colorado first, always, boom. They're on track. Now Oakland decriminalized it as a city. They put it as the lowest priority. All plant medicines, including ayahuasca.
You saw AOC's tweet?
Yeah.
It's amazing,
But
man.
she can't get traction. Other people in Congress are like, what?
Well,
It's hard to sell that bill. It's hard to sell
Yes.
psychedelic research. And, MAPS has been doing amazing stuff with soldiers. And you've been to the actual MAPS conference.
yeah, I have. Yeah, it was wonderful because it's like these. It's as much as I love hanging out with you and like my friends who take psychedelics. It's really inspiring to be around scientists who are sort of figuring out a way to translate that experience into a data set that can convince legislators to change draconian laws because they're doing the hard work. You and I, we get to go on and on and on about the multiverse and the DMT entities.
We can make things up.
We can make things up. They can't. It doesn't matter if they've taken it and had a real experience where some advanced, whatever you want to call it, has appeared to them, whether a part of their subconscious or an alien, and said, listen, here's what's going on. We do this with every planet. The first step is we've got to undercut the hierarchical centralized power structure. And we know the only way to really do that is by teaching people that their identity as they think it is isn't quite right. If we can expand the human identity, selfishness goes away. If we can get rid of the problem of trauma and people dealing with trauma by being aggressive to the outside world, then over time the circumference of the human identity expands beyond the perimeters of me and into us. And if that happens, Then we can like enter into like a type A civilization or whatever they call it, the beginning of a global civilization. But first, we've got to get the fucking monkeys to climb down from the tree of their selfishness.
Yeah.
And if we can do that and we can lure a few people out of themselves, just like getting a monkey out of the tree, so that like people are like, wait a minute, I don't think I'm just a me. I think I'm connected to everything, purely interconnected. In fact, I don't think I'm anything. I think what I really am is the connection between me and others. That's where I exist, not in this.
But you are something, right? Because you're very unique. Like you personally are very unique. You're one of my favorite friends, but you're
Thank
also
you.
one of my weirdest friends. I'll call
Thank
you up
you.
and you're always dude, you gotta read this book. It's like, dude, you gotta watch this documentary. And we will talk for hours about the crazy shit over and but
Yeah.
you are very specific. Like you're very I don't get the same conversation with Joey Diaz. I don't get the same
Right.
conversation if I call Ari.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a different thing that they're on. So
Flavor.
there's something going on that's uniquely you, right?
Oh yeah, I mean to say because otherwise you sink into nihilism and you like imagine.
What's the point, man?
Right, that's not it at all. It's that you don't exist in a vacuum. It's like
yes.
that's the main thing. And to me, like the fundamental problem right now is selfishness. It's like when you're mad at someone on the interstate, what do they do? Something selfish. When you're mad at someone in your life, what did they do? Something selfish. When someone's mad at you, what did you do? Something selfish. Almost always. And like this is the reality: is that selfishness is an innate quality of being a human. We are a self. There is a sense of a self rather, and we feel mixed up in it. But what you realize is like, you know, those fucking times where you authentically, not because you're filming it for your Instagram or whatever, help somebody and you don't talk about it. You just suddenly do it. You're not like giving someone money either, but you get engaged with a person and you're there. And then it's one of my favorite mushroom trips was when I started coming back. And before I really came down, I started thinking like, what was I doing? I was doing something. I was being something. I was being a human. I was being oh fuck, I'm a human. But for a second, I wasn't a me. I had merged into something bigger than me. Similarly, if you just get really engaged in helping people, you'll notice that for that amount of time, you don't feel quite as shitty. And it's not just because you're doing something good and there's some like angel casting blessings on you. It's because you got out of yourself for a second in the sense that you became more than just you.
Yeah.
You were you and the person you were helping. And that to me is like a really interesting aspect of where we're at as a species, is that the reality is, man, yeah, we're all special and beautiful and wonderful, but also you're not happening in a vacuum.
Right.
You're completely inexorably interconnected with everything, and you can't get out of that. You're in it for real, and the boundaries you've constructed around you and whatever you think the rest of the world is, they're just in your head. It's not real. You made it up. You told yourself a story, and you believe that story so much. Like the poor motherfuckers who get in like the most psychotic cults. You know, where at the end of 10 years, they reveal to you some crazy, crazy shit beyond crazy. You spent like $900,000 in this fucking thing, and they're like, yeah, we all got shit out by woolly mammoths. And now you have to be like, I fucking either believe this and dive in, or I'm like, fuck, I was wrong all this time. Similarly, most people have constructed this ridiculous armoring boundary around them based on, you know, this is bad and this is good and that's not good and that's good and here I am in the midst of it. And that's a real painful situation to be in because you have to fucking constantly exert that force field situation. And it's really, I think, why so many people are depressed and exhausted and can't really relax. Because how can you relax if you're constantly in a state of creating an imaginary barrier between you and infinity called yourself? It's a really exhausting, probably, practice to be engaged in.
And then there's some people who impose themselves on other people. They make their life and their problems 100% of the focus of this other person. So that person becomes an enabler. You see that with husbands and wives sometimes, or even with friends. Like one person is the active asshole, and then the other person is the fixer-upper. Man, Mike fucked up again. I got to go get him. You know?
The active
Yeah.
asshole. Centralization, man. And it's like our whole, from like our family structures usually to like the entire way we run our government is usually centralized around one key identity. And that we've had this conversation many times on the show, which I like, the preposterous nature of a king, a president, a pope, a bishop, a world leader, a teacher, whatever the fuck it is. It's preposterous. And it's also quite dangerous, you know, because it's like not only do we have the situation of the parasitic friend, but even worse, you can get into the situation of the charismatic friend who's tricking you into into the idea that you could do something called cosmic hitchhiking. That's what Chogyam Trungpa calls it, which is basically the idea that like, I'm going to use you because you are so great, and you will be the thing that helps me become a real person. It's another
chosen one.
Yeah.
You're the chosen one.
You are our teacher. We worship you. Show us the way.
Imagine being born the Dalai Lama. So from the jump, you're something special. You're the chosen one.
Yeah.
You're the one. You're the reincarnation of who? Who are they supposed to be?
Oh, they're a tulku is what it's called. So it's the tulku system, and the way it would work would be, because you have, like, if you look at the history of Tibet, it was called the Hermit Kingdom, and it was closed off from the rest of the world. It's very hard to get in there. 7 years in Tibet is about somebody who made it through and became friends with the Dalai Lama as a kid. Anyway, so within the system, there is this idea that beings reincarnate, and that if you're awakened enough, if you're like really like at the sort of last phase of the sort of what would you call it, the cycle you were talking about earlier, then you stop losing at least some of the amnesia that happens when you get processed through the liminal in-between period called the bardo, between this incarnation and the next. So anyway, they go to children, they put in front of them the particular items that belong to the previous incarnation that they think they are. Oracles, visionaries bring the monks to a particular village, and then the kid picks it, and then that kid becomes the next this or that. It's called a tulku.
How many kids do they look at?
I don't know, man. I don't know the depths of
What if
it.
the kid turns out to be an asshole? Then take his powers away?
Well, I think it has happened where tulkus are like, it's similar to like, what is the thing where those kids get one summer to go, like the summer of fucking? What is that religion?
Oh, yeah, that's Amish. That's
Spring up.
Rumpspringer?
Yeah, Rumspringer.
What is that? There's a great documentary on that.
Yeah.
Something, the devil's something.
The Devil's, it's like a great name, the Devil's Summer, but it's just
Devil's
like
Playground.
the Devil's Playground. Woo! I want to go there. Where's
And they
that?
fuck and they smoke, and then a lot of them come back.
Well,
They feel empty.
I believe that was one of the ways they studied the impact of MDMA, wasn't it? By like, because like these, like if you find someone who's taken MDMA but no other drug, it's pretty rare. So you need to find a person who's only taken MDMA. Otherwise, you can't assess if there's some cognitive damage, because it could have been the acid, it could have been the mushrooms, it could have been the time you fell on your ass when you were hammered. Who the fuck knows? But these kids, some of them have only taken MDMA, and so I believe that they used them as a sample to like determine if there was any kind of neurological damage caused by the drug itself. But so I think a similar phenomena happens within that system where some kids are like, I'm not a reincarnated being, I'm a musician, I want to go play music, and they leave.
Do you know who's a musician who's also a reincarnated being?
Jimi Hendrix?
Steven Seagal.
What?
Yep.
When did that happen? I didn't know
They
that.
told him. I think the Dalai Lama might have hooked him up.
Told him what?
One of those guys over there told him that he was the reincarnation of someone super special.
Jesus God.
It's a big deal over there. Like,
Well-
they had a ceremony and everything. Here
Oh.
it is.
It's from
What does it say?
1997. This is the long written thing about it.
Oh, that's a lot of words.
I know.
I
That's the
can't
guy's
even read
name
that
that
shit.
made it.
The recognition of Steven Seagal as a reincarnation of the treasure revealer Chung Drag Dorje
Wow.
of
That's exciting.
Palyul Monastery. So he's a reincarnation.
Well, that's comforting to know. He's always been with us, because it's like one of the things that does bother me is to imagine a world without Seagal, So it's cool to know he's always been here, coming back again and again.
How come nobody was ever a loser in a past life?
Oh,
Everybody was always a fucking
No.
awesome
Oh, you mean? Oh, right. Yeah. When
people that are full of shit.
The full of shit people, yeah, of course. Like, what are you gonna be like? You know what? If you're making money as a fucking psychic, and you're like, whoa, you're basically like a gutter rat. You've only been a rat. You've
Lived in filth.
You weren't even. You're a mucus thing. Like, I'm not sure what you would call it. A kind
Box
of.
jellyfish that killed babies.
You're a tapeworm. You're one of
Yeah.
those lungworms that went into someone's brain. And then
Trichinosis, motherfucker. You're uncooked pork.
you were a moth. You were the whole to me like the whole reincarnation.
He's a Toku.
Yeah.
a Toku.
It's a statement from the guy.
I recognized my student, Steven Seagal, as a reincarnation Toku of the treasure revealer Chung Drag Dorje. Since
Wow.
there's been some confusion and uncertainty as to what this means, I'm writing to clarify the situation.
No
Traditionally-
clarifying necessary. I'll see you later, man. I gotta go.
You might be full of shit. Meanwhile, Seagal's got 5 hookers going to this guy's house right now as we speak.
Well, also the other so there's talk of like ending the Tolku system, and the Dalai Lama has even said that, and recognizing that, because what's cool about the Dalai Lama, among many things, is that he said, if he's very rational, and he said if science proves something in Buddhism is off, we'll change Buddhism to fit the rational mind. And that's the beauty of Buddhism. There's pageantry in it, there's ceremony, there's ritual in it, just like any other religion. It's beautiful. Personally, I think that there is a sort of area of experience accessible through their practices that I guess could best be compared to psychedelics or something like that. But to me, what I love about it is all the pageantry aside and all of it aside, it's not faith-based. It's a very basic series of ideas that you have to digest, you have to think about, you have to look into. You don't just get to be it. It's like, maybe some forms of it, there could be an example of that, but in general, it's more along the lines of here's the basic fundamental principles behind this knot in the cording of a human life that we've discovered. Here's where some suffering is coming from. All the suffering, in fact. And here's how to fix it. That's the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. And that, just hearing it, who gives a fuck? You could hear life is suffering, the cause of suffering is attachment, get rid of attachment, suffering ends. Here's a system to get rid of attachment. And, whatever. Life is suffering. What does that even fucking mean? What does life even mean? What does it even mean by suffering? This first noble truth, it gets completely mistranslated anyway. Dukkha, it means wobbly wheel. It's more akin to like if you're riding a bike that's got not enough air in it, it's going to be a rough ride. But it's going to be even more of a rough ride if you have somehow tricked yourself into thinking there's enough air in the tire. So that anytime you hit some bumps, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with the world? You know what I mean? That's it. That's it. It's like wobbly wheel. The thing's wonky. You think you're not going to get disconnected when you've been on the line with Verizon for an hour? You're going to get disconnected. It tends to happen. You're going to get cut off in traffic. You're going to fail. You're going to be disappointed. This is reality, but somehow you've imagined that it doesn't work like that. And every single time you're met with the truth, you're like, oh God, this sucks. And so that creates a lot of problems, and it creates some ways to deal with it, which is desire and aversion. So you're somewhere and you want to be somewhere else, basically. You're somewhere and you're like, I don't want to be in this place. Or, you're imagining that if you get this thing or that thing, the pain you're feeling of the wobbly wheel will go away. Do the experiment. See if it's true. See if it's true. That's all you can do is like really look at the shit that you want. Like, I could come home and Moog could have pulled up and given me 7 Moog 1s, right? And I'm going to sit and play those fucking Moog 1s for weeks and weeks until I'm sweaty and smell like fucking just someone shoved a salami under the balls of an ape, I'm not going to take showers. I'm going to just be oozing a stink and like probably weeping into the Moog and sneezing into it. Anyway, the point is, eventually after the distraction has gone away, I'm going to return to my fundamental self, the fundamental condition of existence as it is, regardless. And so this is sort of some of the principles as I understand it, which are really quite intelligent. It's really, and what I love about it most of all is there's always this invitation, which is go see. It's not because I'm telling you this, believe it.
Right.
It's like, go see. Maybe it's different for you. But you need to go check. Like every time you're doing the thing that you've been repeating over and over again, is it making you happy for real? Is it really working? Is it working? And if it's working, great. But if it's not, and you're trying to pretend it is because you've been doing it so long, well, who's winning this game of self-deception? What there's no winning if the game is tricking yourself. You can only
what do you do? Like, how do you feel about life if you're always tricking yourself? Hey, Twitter world.
Yeah, man. That's right. You will only feel that everyone is trying to trick you. And you'll feel like there's a grand conspiracy, and you'll feel like the world's out to get you, and there is a grand conspiracy, which is that you are running a game on yourself. Yeah.
I feel like we should end with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's very important for people to hear.
Yeah.
It's true. I think it resonates with all of us. We've all done that at the lowest points of consciousness in your life. You run a little trick on yourself in order to get past things, And I think some of that trick is run because you don't totally understand who you are and you want to. So
Yeah.
maybe I'm this guy. Maybe I'm a hardcore Republican. Yeah, you know what? Those fucking Democrats, they tricked me for far too long. I'm over here now. Yeah, I found my home. Found my home over here. And that's one of the things that people do. They really do. They hop from idea. I used to be a vegan, but now I'm a fucking carnivist.
Yeah.
I just eat all steaks, ribeye steaks,
Great.
all day long. You know what? I couldn't believe what a pussy I was when I was just eating vegetables.
Congrats.
That's a lot of it, right?
Yeah, man.
And it's almost exactly like what we were talking about with religions. That you look down these grids, and these grids are run by different operating systems that require different behavior from the women. This operating system, you can't drive. You got to dress like a beekeeper, and you have to do this, and you have to do that. This operating system, you put a plate through your lip, and you got a bone in your nose. And this operating system, everybody gets face tattoos. And this operating system, and no one eats pork. So no. God does not. In our operating system, you get the same thing. I think with right and left, with vegan and meat eater, with pick your poison, like whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Whatever thing it is that you're into, especially ideological, especially lifestyle based, there's always an opposing one. Like the people that don't want people to be gay, or the people that even a lot of the abortion stuff. A lot of the abortion stuff is like, how much of this really well thought out behavior and how much of it is how does your tribe respond to this. One of the ways you can tell, especially if you're talking to a hardcore lefty or a Republican for that matter, we can offer 2 examples. But one of the ways you can tell is hardcore lefties do not like to discuss late-term abortion. You say, well, what if it's a fetus? What if it's a baby? What if we're talking like 8 months in? Like when it's a woman's right to choose. It's a woman's right. No, it's a baby in this person's body. Like when is it a baby? Look, I'm 100% pro women's right to choose. I'm 100% pro choice. But late-term abortions are fucking weird. It's dark. It's strange, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. But if you're a hardcore lefty, you won't say it. And then hardcore righties, what if you were raped? What if you're a little girl, a 13-year-old girl, and she was raped? You want that girl to carry her fucking baby? Are you crazy? She was raped 4 weeks ago. We found out she's pregnant. What do you want me to do? You want me to pray? How about fuck you?
Right.
How about fuck you? My raped little girl is not going to have to carry someone's baby, fucking asshole.
Right.
And the idea that you're invisible man in the sky that watches over everything you do but allows rape to occur, allows little kids to get raped. You want that little kid to carry a baby? I'll fucking kill you.
Right.
You're goddamn crazy, right? There's people that feel like that too.
Well, this is, if you want to find the commonality, the common thread, it's just the way you were describing, which is a natural reaction to someone saying that to you or controlling your life in that way. It's aggression. So, like, on both sides, it's not that there's an articulation of a point of view. It's that the point of view is being flavored with anger, with aggression.
Yes.
Pushing.
It's a woman's right to choose.
Yeah, and it's, or it's not, or whatever.
Yeah.
Both sides have within a quality of aggression.
Yep.
So this is, you know, not to oversimplify things. The reality is, man, we got to cut ourselves a break. And you know this, and you've articulated this better than anybody. We were monkeys not that long ago.
Real recent.
Go look at monkeys, see how they act.
Crazy.
Right. So
Yeah.
number one, give yourself a fucking break. You, in the evolutionary, from the evolutionary perspective, you're just barely waking up. But because you've been a monkey, inside of you, there's some serious aggression, because that was the way to deal with the eagle that was bigger than you, that carried your wife away to feed to its chicks. You were gonna fucking have a sit down with the eagle and be like, listen, I know you need to live. And my wife, I imagine she was delicious. I've been, you know, farming for the last several years and
She eats
feeding
apples
her
every day.
and, you know, the baby's gonna die because he was drinking her milk and all eagle. But listen, I wonder if maybe you could just spare the rest of my family. What you're gonna do is kill that fucking eagle any way you can. Fire, spears, whatever.
Yeah.
So now, to think that that has gone away is very similar to a person who takes a vacation and suddenly realizes, I can't relax. Well, you can't relax because for the last fucking year, you've been going non-stop in a state of constant stress, freaking out. You're on vacation, you think that momentum's gonna go away? No, it's just gonna be more apparent. So you're gonna I'm not gonna guzzle it down and try to fuck it away, but
Yeah.
and then you're on the airplane hungover, and it's like, you know what I mean? You're all fucking hungover, and it's like, what happened? The vacation's already over. So that's what has happened to us, which is like, listen, we've got it good right now, but it wasn't that long ago the saber-toothed tigers were dragging our children into the fucking jungle and eating them, and we find feet that were our kids' feet in a bush somewhere,
Yep.
and this trauma is in us epigenetically. So anyway, the point is, give yourself a fucking break. But the other point is, that being said, recognize you're being aggressive. Your approach using anger and intolerance is not working. It is as noble as your purpose may be. You want a global civilization of joy, whatever the fuck it is. It's not working if you're using the exact same momentum that causes the wars that you're hoping to stop.
Right.
So the first step has to be, I think, an internal, personal exploration to create some, not to even get rid of the aggression or to be like, I'm bad because I'm angry or I'm all that bullshit, but to create some, to find out what is the circumference of the self. And then within that, you realize the thing you thought was all of you, that coiled up fucking anger, is in fact a tiny piece of you. It's still there and it's still useful at times, but it's not all of you. And because the circumference is widened, the next time the angry part of you starts bubbling, it's just like, it's the difference between somebody throwing a brick in a bathtub and a brick in the ocean. It's like a brick in the ocean, no big deal. A brick in the bathtub, fuck you, dude. Why are you throwing bricks in my bathtub, bitch? Get the fuck out of my, who are you? So that's the idea, is like, we're not trying to annihilate the self or say this person, this human being you are, it's irrelevant or it's not worth this or that. It's just, what is the circumference of your identity? And that's the exploration, I think, that Buddhism invites people to do, or any religion that is real and good. It's inviting people to like, find out what you are. And then as a natural byproduct of that exploration, you become a little more gentle. And because you're gentle, you're more effective. That's where it gets really weird. Gentleness seems to be quite often what was my friend saying? He's like, you know, if my dogs are outside, I'm like, get the fuck out the fucking house. They're not coming in. But if I'm like, come on, I love you, and you really mean it, they come running into the house.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. It's like the aggression stuff. It worked, man, because of the Eagles and the Tigers and all that shit. But you know what I mean? Now maybe there's a new way.
Yeah,
to do it.
and we're stuck. We're stuck with the DNA that's got us through, had us survive the
Yeah.
Eagles and the Tigers.
That we needed it.
Yeah, we needed it.
Don't
And it's-
fucking don't like revile it or something. Like. Like, in fact, love it.
I think that's part of the appeal of the dad bod, part of the appeal of, like, you know, someone talking about unrealistic body expectations. You're really talking about, like, less reliance on the flesh, the virility, the athletic ability, the ability to conquer, you know, the ability to breed and spread your genes and fight off predators and enemies and invaders. It's not nearly as necessary as it used to be.
But necessary.
But necessary. But the people who are not capable of it despise it because they think it's the problem. They think the ability to conquer is the problem.
Yeah.
The strong. And if everyone was weak, it's essentially the argument for socialism. You know,
What's that?
Well, you don't have it. If you don't have it and you see other people have it, like, I don't think anybody should have it. How about that?
Oh, yeah, and it's also
It's part of it.
Yeah, I do. I mean, people have encountered like the thing is like take a person who has some chip on their shoulder about dudes with muscles, right? If you look at it, that didn't happen by itself. They didn't wake up one day and like I fucking hate biceps. What happened is like people with muscles who were traditionally like ideally meant to be warriors and protectors in a noble way. They've gotten really aggressive. Like you see, and it's not all of them, but how many videos have popped up of, you know, a police officer, I'll blow your fucking head off, get the fuck.
Sure.
Because the kid took a doll, you know?
Yeah, like that video we were talking about. Yeah.
Yes. So it's like, so similarly, like sometimes what's coinciding with the muscular thing is also a dominant aggressive attitude. So the two have become mixed together.
Yes,
You
to conflate them.
Yes, and if you've ever been around people who are real fighters, usually they're like the most gentle people you've ever met.
Super nice people.
And it's unnerving because, you know, like Eddie Bravo, he's nice, man. When I'm around him, like I forget that I could just suddenly be dead. You know, I mean, if you didn't
Sure.
forget, you'd be nervous around him all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're in a great conversation with him, enjoying his company, and then like you could just, that's it.
Yeah.
So similarly, like, this is what happened. So the idea is like you've got a continuum of possible ways that humans express themselves. On one side, you have the condition of like the noble warrior, which is a trained, disciplined person who's literally putting themselves in front of others. The samurai, you talk about it a bunch.
Yeah.
You know, who's fading into the background, who doesn't even give a fuck if anybody knows they did anything heroic because they've given up on that. It's a very spiritual way of being.
Well, then there's also the concern about the warmonger. Like, why does the warmonger exist? Is the warmonger like the firefighter that starts their own fires?
A lot of the times, yeah.
Because they live for that. They live for that experience. Because that's what they desire.
Yeah. If you want to sell umbrellas, you need it to rain. Yeah. Well, yeah. But this is again corruption of a potential ideal, which is like, regardless of the fact that we've all kind of like witnessed various examples in pretty much every profession of what it looks like when things aren't so great and imbalanced. There's also examples of people who are the opposite of that, who are like completely, you know, in service, who like, you know, how many firemen got fucking incinerated in September 11th, man? You know, and the truth is, I can't name, unfortunately, embarrassingly enough, I couldn't name one of them if you paid me to. These are people who literally gave their entire life up, who went up that fucking thing. They didn't think they were coming back down. They're firemen. They looked at that and they were probably like, yeah, I'm gonna die. I bet I die today. But they're like, if I don't do it, well, no one does it. So that's an example of how good it can be and why we need it and what it can really be. That's a sacred way to be. And the exact same is true for pretty much every profession. And yet, when aggression gets in there, it fucks it up. It sours it. It imbalances it. And it's like ultimately completely ineffective, you know?
And it's also another version of selfishness.
Yeah, right.
Right? What we were talking about before being the problem. The real problem with a naked aggressive behavior, naked aggression, meaning unprovoked aggression, is that it's entirely selfish. Like, I want what you have. I
Yeah.
take. I conquer.
Yeah,
That is selfishness in its worst, most primal form.
that's right.
And on that note, we're gonna wrap this bitch up. Duncan Trussell, you're the fucking man.
You're the man. I
You're
miss
the
you.
man.
Thanks for having
I
me
miss
back
you too,
on.
man. We need to do this more often.
I hope we
always
do.
say this. And let's do a shrimp parade too. Where's Chris Ryan? He's driving that fucking van around the world.
Chris Ryan is going to come back here and lighten every.
Really?
Look at his page. Every picture, he's getting further and further out in the woods. Like, I don't know where he's like.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
I love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Bye, everybody. Boom, and we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlemagne, the God, my man, Andrew Schultz. Thank you for being here. Thanks
Joe
for setting
Rogan.
this up.
Thank you for having me, sir.
My pleasure. I've been a fan of yours for a while. I think you're the last great radio host, and you will be the last famous radio host, because I think radio is a dying thing. You're the last great one. You're the one who made it famous from radio. Who the fuck else?
Yeah.
In this era?
I mean, I think radio is like one of those rare lanes where it's really not a lot of people who prosper in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if you think about, especially in the black radio space, I mean, you've got the Tom Joyners, the Doug Banks, the Wendy Williams.
Yeah.
You know, so it's rare in that lane. But I think you got people that have established good careers in radio.
Oh, but that's
in
a
the
great
past.
question.
But in
Who is the
past.
last one?
He's the last one.
You're
That's
the last
samurai.
person to become famous from radio.
100%. Last samurai. 100%.
I gotta give
Yeah.
I gotta give Bobby Bones. Bobby Bones.
Well, that's nice. I don't know who that is.
Shots fired! Shots
I
fired!
know who you are. Sorry, Bobby. No disrespect.
Bobby's my
No
guy.
disrespect. I'm sure he's great.
He's a nationally syndicated radio host, but he's on the country stage. He just won He won Dance with the Stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm out of
Joe's
the
like,
loop.
I don't give a shit.
I'm out
I
of
know.
the loop.
I only know Bobby B as you talk about him.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 2 national New York Times best-selling books. He's a
That's one of those things, though. It's like comedians. Like, you know, you talk about a comic that everybody loves, and people are like, I never heard of him. Like, amongst comics,
He's
super
the guy.
respected. Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah.
He hosts on Idol now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we're around the same age, so I would have to put him in that.
Fine.
group.
You and Bobby.
You're a gracious man.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you're the last samurai. Dude, it's
true.
It's a dead era.
It's
I see
true.
guys like you. I just want to snatch you up and bring you over to podcast. Like, get the fuck out of there. Get out of that censored boss man world.
You know what's interesting? What's it
Keep
called?
going. Keep going on
Right?
this.
You guys, I know you
Keep
guys have a podcast together.
The brilliant
But
idiots.
you know, we
Yeah.
do, PodTrack, right? You know,
Yeah, sure.
Like, we just cracked PodTrack, the Breakfast Club. We was number 20 on PodTrack.
Oh, okay, so you put that online as well.
Yeah, we put it out as a podcast.
That's a good
Because I
move.
feel like with radio, that's what it is. Like, people still listen to terrestrial radio, but
Yeah.
you have to go where the people are. So you have
Yeah.
to have the podcast. You have to have the YouTube following. Like, you can't wait for people just to come to radio every day.
I wish you could swear though. So that's the
Well,
problem.
they
with
do.
radio.
That's the thing. They release all the interviews they do on Breakfast Club, and those things explode.
Yeah, on YouTube.
And
Yeah.
they have all the curses
That's where
and
I
everything. like
found
that.
out about it.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
think that's where most people globally
Yeah.
would watch and listen. I mean,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, yeah, that's what separates this era of radio from other eras of radio. Like, Howard
Right.
Stern didn't have YouTube. You know what I'm saying? If Howard Stern had YouTube, there wouldn't be no question. He'd still be the motherfucking guy. I mean, even though he is the guy,
Right.
but he'd still be like super the guy in this era.
Right, he's in that paywall, which is very strange. A serious paywall. That's the strangest paywall.
Yeah. He took the check. But
took
then
a
you get financial
big
independence, man.
Check. Well, he
It's
was
a
already.
big check.
Let's be realistic. He was already financially independent.
So why'd he
And
do it?
the numbers they're throwing at him.
Yeah, that was a different
It was
level.
300 million, right?
Yeah.
I think that was just initially.
Yeah, that's the
I
difference.
think he makes like 100 million every year or something crazy.
So 300 was flat, and then another 100.
He's
And then
been
he had so
doing
much
it for
stock.
years.
Like, that's the difference between like your kids being straight and like your great grandkids being straight.
Right.
Yeah, but stock and Sirius is me is like blockbuster stock. It's like, hang on to that.
Blockbuster stock meant something at some point until
Yes.
Netflix came the fuck along.
Yeah. I remember when Netflix used to have those DVDs that you would get like
Yeah.
in front of the fucking
The Redbox.
supermarket.
Yeah, the
box.
red box shit.
Yeah, remember
Yeah.
that?
And you have to send them back.
It was like, who's like, I'm not sending this back.
No, I was so funny. I was home this weekend. And I was in Moncks Corner, South Carolina, and like there was a Black Panther DVD from the library in my mom's house. I'm like, what the fuck?
library?
Wait a minute. Black Panthers in the original Black Panthers? Or is
No,
that
the
like
movie
new-
I just gave you.
I was like, yo, she was true from back in the day. Okay. That's an original Black Panther.
I'm like, who got the Black Panther DVD that they checked out from the library and have not bought it back yet? You didn't even bring it back to the library yet.
Nah, you don't have to.
Like-
What are they really going to do?
Why
gonna
would
get
you
mad at
bring
you.
the Black Panther from the library?
Because you wanted it and it was there and you were at the library.
I'm still trying to understand why you call it library.
What is it?
Library.
I don't fucking know. I didn't graduate college.
Library. It's like
Library.
Yeah, it's one of those words. You know.
Don't bail him out.
It's like, you know what I'm saying? Library.
Like
Library.
especially, you ever talk to
Library.
people in Texas, they say especially.
Yeah, or
But
ex.
everyone, even like George Bush when he was president, would say especially.
Yeah.
That's a Texas
Especially?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with region because I still say straight, street, strong.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm from South Carolina. That's how I pronounce it. Straight, street, strong.
I get it. I get
it. Scrumptious.
Yeah.
I say specifically.
Oh, specifically.
Specifically instead of
Right.
specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as
Specifically.
everybody knows, then it's fun.
That's the point. If you understand
Yeah.
what a person is saying, why correct
Yeah,
them?
right. It's
He's being a dick.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like dialects. Like my grandparents were from Sicily, and they would talk in dialects,
Mm-hmm.
and even people that knew Italian wouldn't know what the fuck they were saying.
Yeah.
Like just like people that knew pure Italian, it's some weird like pig Latin type shit.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, my mom's Scottish. Like, if you listen to real Scottish people talk, you don't understand what the fuck they're talking
Oh,
about.
that accent's so the way they
Thick.
roll their words together,
Thick.
and then they get them drunk. It's impossible.
Where you from, Joe?
I was born in New Jersey, and
Okay.
I grew up mostly in Boston, but really all over the country.
Because you got a lot of stubborn sensibilities. Like before we started the podcast, you was talking about all the hunting that you do.
I didn't get into that until 2012.
Wow. Wow.
Why?
Because I was thinking about being a vegetarian. I was like, I was watching these animal rights videos,
Right.
these PETA videos, and I was like, I don't want to participate in this factory farming shit. It's fucked up. You watch these pigs slammed into these cages together, and cows and chickens. I was like, this is inhumane. It's,
Right.
it's
But then
insane.
you decided to go out and start killing them yourself.
I decided one of two things. Either I was gonna try hunting, and either I was gonna become a vegetarian, or I was gonna become a hunter. And so I became a hunter. I did it. I killed a deer. I ate it. I was like, this is perfect. I love this.
Oh, I'm trying to
Like,
figure
this
out.
makes sense.
I'm trying to figure out the thought process. Because you
That was the
watched
thought process.
videos where you saw that it was inhumane for these animals to be dying.
No,
and
not
that made you
dying.
want to kill them.
Factory farming.
Factory
farming. Not that they're look. Every animal dies. They don't
Yeah,
live
yeah.
forever and become angels. They live in the wild. When you hunt, you dip your feet into the wild. You go out there and
Yes.
you fair chase. You go find them. You track them. You stay downwind. You get in a good position. You kill them. And then you eat them.
Right.
And it's a different animal. Like
Gotcha.
when you're eating that. Like if I eat an elk steak, I know that I
is
killed
good.
that. It's delicious.
Yeah.
I know that. I was there.
Can I see a picture of this elk? I'm still trying to imagine what it is because I understand deer and I understand moose.
It's a giant deer. It's that those antlers. Picture
from
those
the elk.
antlers on like an 800-pound animal.
How tall is it?
It's huge. They're big.
Like 6 feet?
Oh, taller. Yeah. Yeah.
Reports confirmed.
That's really loud.
One of our resource point is being captured by the enemy. An allied officer has been killed. Be advised, we have a new commander on the field.
Oh, fuck. Ah.
Enemy forces have 50 points left.
Elk and mushroom
Big.
gravy.
Well, moose is crazy. I saw the first time I saw a moose, it was like that scene in Jurassic Park where Jeff Goldblum looks out the Jeep and sees the dinosaur. I was like, you can't believe how big a moose is.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a moose in person. I've
They're
seen elks in
double
person.
an elk. They're double the size of an elk.
Yeah, we need to go hunting, man.
You want to go
I'm
hunting?
being
I
dead
would love
serious
to
about
take
this.
you hunting.
Camping and hunting, or it's one or the other.
Well, you could do both.
Okay.
Or you would run. Well, you could camp, or you could hunt rather, and then stay in a nice lodge. That's the move.
Yeah, but
Like a
also
fucking
I
human.
kind of want to do like the
full outdoor.
yeah, because sometimes I watch those shows on like Nat Geo or something like that, and it's they're just living off the land and they got to like make a hut or make like a
Yes.
yurt. You know, they
Yeah.
make it out of snow.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
No.
But what for like 2 days? Like a cool.
What you want is like a real tent with a real sleeping bag, so
Yeah.
you stay warm and you're healthy and you're not worried about fucking freezing to death or anything weird like that.
Yeah.
And make sure you have water filters so you can drink out of a stream. If you really want to do that,
Yeah.
it's a big.
I'm
I wanna
surprised.
try it.
You should try hunting in New York. Like nobody's ever done that. Like
You
go
can-
out, hunt the rats. I'm serious. Think about all them big ass rats in New York. Like nobody's ever done that.
I'm not gonna lie.
You'll probably get a lot of attention for
Bro,
that shit.
back in the day, you could go to 125th Street in like Spanish Harlem, and you could buy pigeons. People were like catching pigeons, and they were selling them and trying to front like they were exotic pigeons.
Bullshit.
I swear to God, on my
But you know,
life.
pigeons were brought over here for food. That's what squab is.
What the fuck is squab?
Squab is like a bougie restaurant item, and it's actually young pigeons.
Really?
Yeah, that's what squab is. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
All pigeons you see in the United States are all brought in from somewhere else for food, and then they release to become feral. They're like the wild hogs of the bird world.
What are young rats called that are used for food?
That's a good question. Dude, who uses young rats for food?
have
I don't
no
know,
idea.
but there's a
Oh, is
comic.
that rats documentary?
No, this is
What
this is just the dogs that hunt rats in New York.
Oh yeah, I saw
yeah.
the little thing.
Rat
I don't
terriers.
believe that shit.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
That they're really guys sending their dogs out to go get rats. in
Oh,
the
they
city.
are.
Oh, they
For
do
what?
that.
There's so many
Because they're
rats.
assholes.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, they're not going to fix it. there's no way to fix it. But like Jack Russell Terriers, they fuck rats up. They're designed to fuck rats up.
But there's got to be people who live up north in New York who have the same desire to hunt. They just
Well, they
don't
just-
go down south. So why
They
not go
hunt
hunt
deer.
the rats?
They hunt deer. New York has a lot of deer.
Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey.
Jersey got a lot of deer. I live in Jersey, and that's one of the reasons I love Jersey because I'm from South Carolina, so I'm used to seeing deers and possums and just
Yeah.
different types of wildlife running through the streets. That's why I like living in Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey's an unusual place. Jersey has more black bears per capita than any state in the United States.
I don't know if that's a fact, but I believe you because I've seen it myself.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
You've seen bears on your property.
Not on my property, but when I used to stay with my aunt in the Poconos, the bears used to come in her backyard because there was like a stream in the backyard, and they would like come in there and just grab fish out of the stream.
They killed a kid. One bear killed a kid a couple of years ago from one of the colleges. What college was it? The one near New Brunswick? What was it? Rutgers.
And you never seen the video in Jersey of the walking bear, the bear that would walk on 2 feet through people's backyard?
Yeah, it had a bad front paw.
Never saw that? No. Hell yeah. That shit happens.
There it is. Look at it. Look at the video. The bear walking around.
Oh yeah.
Look at
See,
that.
that's a
Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's you know who believes in Bigfoot?
Yeah.
You have a believer in the studio right now.
Who believes in Bigfoot? Do you really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
No, 100% believes in.
I'm gonna say- but you know why I believe in Bigfoot? Because of shit like mooses. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. If you see something, if you see a fucking species like a moose, you're like, my God,
Right.
why would you not believe? Look at that shit.
Yeah.
At some point in life, somebody was trying to explain that to somebody else, and he's like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Right now,
True.
when he's trying to explain it to me.
Look at the size of that goddamn
Yeah, that's
thing.
insane
Those
and
things are
elegant.
so
Look at those
big.
legs. Work.
They'll fuck you up too. Those are the rare deer species that will fucking
They're
stomp you
aggressive.
to death. Yeah, they're used to dealing with wolves. If they think you're a threat, they just run up on you and stomp you to death.
Why don't you believe in Bigfoot?
Well, I actually did a television show where I went hunting for them.
You were gonna do
Yeah.
it on Finding Bigfoot.
No.
Which
I
one?
did a show called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. We spent a whole week in the Pacific Northwest talking to Bigfoot hunters.
Yeah.
We camped out there. Me and Duncan Trussell went and interviewed
Duncan.
scientists and interviewed all these different archaeologists, all these different people that didn't believe and did believe. It was a real animal at one point in time.
Yes, I don't think it exists now. I think it existed. It's just a primate
Oh.
in the fucking woods.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You don't think it exists?
Oh, I thought you believed that it exists now.
I did up to a certain point, but I was like, in this era with all of the cameras and everything else, somebody
Yeah.
would have caught one.
Okay,
Right.
good.
Yeah.
I was a little worried.
No,
I was
no,
like,
no, no,
yeah.
no. I don't believe in it now.
Well, you know,
I believe it existed at some point, but I don't believe it exists
Let me,
anymore.
let me tell you something. Charlemagne has this amazing power to manifest shit. Okay? So I see how it could lend itself when you believe something so much it becomes real.
Right.
Right? I can see how it manifests itself into things like Bigfoot. Like you believe in things.
I mean, Sasquatch it's not a far-fetched idea.
No.
It's literally just a primate in the woods.
I'm just saying when you were young and you believed that you were Teen Wolf.
Yeah, that was
Like
true.
he believed no.
I was in third grade. I did.
Yeah, well,
But
third grade.
he believed that his ears actually changed shape.
No, they did. I was sitting at the lunch table. I was sitting at the lunch table, and I was telling everybody I was going to turn into this werewolf at lunchtime. And I was saying this for like a week straight, and we was all sitting at the table, and I was just sitting there like, it's gonna happen. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. And my ears actually went from round to pointy for like 2 seconds. And when all the kids at the table saw it and jumped up and ran, so they fucked up my concentration. So if I had kept that concentration going, I probably would have turned full-fledged werewolf in that moment.
Or maybe levitated.
Possible.
I've done that before.
Really?
Oh yeah, I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so I used to leave the Kingdom Hall, and I would walk outside of the Kingdom Hall, and I would like jump in the air and be looking down at the Kingdom Hall, and I'd stay up there for a while, and then I would come down.
But here's the thing: he's not doing bits, right? He really believes this shit.
I'm just telling you what happened in my life. If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, you don't.
Memory's a strange thing.
Ah, you think it's one of those like you
Yeah.
recreate the past?
Well, memory's a strange thing. Like you can believe something and know something to be true when it didn't actually happen. You can absolutely do that. I mean, there's what you have. People have memories in their head that never happened. You have memories that people have positioned in your head. They've proven that you can talk someone into a memory. You can change someone's memory. That's why it's particularly
that's a fact.
dangerous for kids. When there's a whole case where they were talking kids into saying that their teachers molested them,
Yeah,
and all these
yeah.
people like lost their careers, lost their lives. Turned out
Yeah.
it was all 100% made up. But those kids believed it. They believed when they were telling them that they were molested. They believed it.
Yeah, that's
they were
why.
coached into it.
What is it called when you give that information to the police? What is it called when they like interrogate you? They say
Yeah.
interrogations can be bullshit.
Coerce you.
Yeah, they coerce you. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Well, there's a whole article I was reading the other day about why people make false confessions.
Why?
Like they just get talked into believing that they actually
You're,
did something.
you're scared to death if you're a kid, especially a young kid from the hood, and you like 15, 16 years old, and the police like, yo, you going to jail for 20 years if you don't tell us what we need
Yeah.
to know. You don't fucking know no better.
Not only that, they put you under duress. They put you in a room. They sit you across from a position of authority, and this person
yeah.
questions you.
And they
You
say-
start talking. You start saying things that aren't true.
You seen Beyond stage straight? They tell you you're gonna get 20 years and get butt fucked for 15 of them.
So the first 5,
15.
they've let you kind of settle in for the first 5.
Yeah, you know the butt fuck
Let
is
that,
coming.
let that butt get nice and tight. Let that
butt dry
5-year
age.
birthday.
I mean, you
like some elk.
You might go. Listen, you might go in underage. You know, these criminals got morals and values. They
They gonna rape you, but not till you're 18.
Wait till you
Come on now. They're not monsters.
Listen, when I was young, I used to have a red tractor trailer. It was a red plastic trailer with a farmer on top of it. It was like one of those hard plastic trailers. That farmer used to get off that trailer and fuck with me. And I took it in the yard one day, put kerosene on it, and set it on fire. and in my mind, I remember hearing that farmer scream. My mom would even tell you a story how I used to always talk about how this fucking farmer used to come off of his tractor and fuck with me, and she saw me set it on fire. And I thought I was crazy until years later I met Tiffany Haddish, and she said she had experiences where her teddy bears used to come to life and fuck with her. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Shit happens.
Did it happen at night?
I haven't heard this story.
Did it happen at night? When did it happen?
I don't remember. I can't remember. I don't remember like the details of when it was at night or during the day.
That's one of those things they're trying to figure out with UFO abductions.
Okay.
You know, almost all those UFO abductions happen while people are sleeping. And they think what's happening is your brain is releasing endogenous psychedelic chemicals and it's forcing you to have these hallucinations. And that you really do believe you're taking aboard these UFOs and gone away. But if somebody's watching you with a camera, nothing actually happens. But
Question.
these people swear by it.
Have you ever had one of those dreams where it feels as if someone's holding you down?
Yeah.
That's the hag ride. I mean,
hag. That's a term,
they
right?
really call it the sleep paralysis.
paralysis.
But growing up in South Carolina, they would say the hag was riding.
Okay.
You would have to
what
take
the
salt.
fuck is that?
You would either put a straw broom at your door, or you would take salt and sprinkle salt at your door. Because when the hag enters your room, he got to pick up every kernel of salt. By the time he picked up every kernel of salt, it's fucking crazy.
What is a hag?
A hag was like these little old women that they say would come ride people in the middle of the night. I think I've seen them before, but it really looks like just a shadowy figure. And it's the same feeling. You get that feeling like
Dude.
your body is frozen,
You can't
but
move.
your eyes are open.
Yes.
But you feel like you're talking, but nobody hears you. They say that's the hag ride.
What do they say that is? Like, what does scientists say?
paralysis?
This?
I don't
Paralysis.
think- yeah.
The blood's not flowing in your body. It's like when you're sitting on the toilet too long and your fucking legs.
Your legs go.
Yeah.
I think it's a psychological thing. I think your brain is just not sending signals to your body, but you want to move and you just don't. You're
Dude.
like, I gotta move, but I can't. Yeah.
No, that shit's frightening.
I had that before. I've had that before. And I had when I woke up, it was this. You seen the movie Signs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was this creature that looked like he was from the movie Signs, but it was purple and black and it was standing over me, and I couldn't move. And so I was making noises trying to get it to go away, and as the sun came up, it just faded away. Now that I don't know if it was a dream or an actual visit from extraterrestrials.
It could be. The thing about extraterrestrials.
You believe
right?
in it?
Well,
You know I believe it.
Well, you believe in everything.
the
You
reality
believe in
is
toys that can harass you as a child.
there's no evidence, but the numbers of humans, I mean the numbers of planets rather, that could support humans, they're pretty. Just what we've documented so far is pretty interesting. Just what they know about the thousands of planets they discovered, there's hundreds that could possibly support human life, and then there's hundreds of billions of galaxies. So
Right.
the idea that we're the only one. Not only that, Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this to me. This is a mind fucking have. That the universe is so big that not only is there another you out there that has done everything exactly as you've done to every pause, like that pause, every pause down to the second.
Yeah.
An infinite number. Of
Yeah,
times.
you're talking. What is it called? The infinite universes. There's this exact conversation happening.
Yes.
Where people look exactly like that because infinity implies that there could
And
be a million.
infinite variations. There's,
Right.
there's one where you get up right now and you have to take a piss.
Right,
and you
right.
run out of the room.
Or Charlemagne's there, you're here, I'm there.
There's one where you get up
Yeah,
and you're
yeah,
mad
yeah,
that we
yeah.
don't believe you that you saw Bigfoot or something. You know,
Yeah.
that kind of shit.
Yeah.
The idea that when you think of infinity,
Right.
we think about it as being really big. It's not. It's impossible
Yeah.
to put in your head.
Yeah.
The infinite universes, like the size of the universe, 14 billion light years apart, infinite numbers of those. Not only that, they think that inside every galaxy is a supermassive black hole, and inside that black hole may be another universe with hundreds of billions of galaxies, with hundreds of billions of black holes. Inside each one of those, hundreds of billions of galaxies, hundreds of billions of black holes that is fractal, and it's impossible for you to even conceive.
Yeah, I think it's very
So
selfish.
you're saying just based on the numbers, there has to be
There has to
something
be
else.
It
something
has to be.
Now the question
How
is
arrogant you
there?
gotta be to think that we're the only life in this
I
fucking
don't think we're the
universe?
only life in the universe. I'm just saying, like,
Whether or not it's reached us.
well, yeah, I don't think it's reached us. And if it has reached us, it's like they have to find a way to bend time, right?
Not
Because
really.
time is the biggest issue,
No,
right?
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. Like, we're Earthlings, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at how diverse the Earth is, like, there's different species of shit in the woods, different
Right.
species of shit in the water, different species of shit in the jungle, different species of shit in the sky. Why wouldn't the Earth be? I mean, the universe be just as diverse?
Yeah.
And
Sure it is.
we're assuming.
Sure it is.
We're assuming we're the smartest life form in the universe.
No, I'm not at all. And sure it is. All I'm saying is life has an end, right? What is the oldest species on the Earth right now? What, the turtles live to like 200 or some shit like that? Who lives
Morgan
the longest?
Freeman is the oldest species on the goddamn
So,
Earth.
so let's say it's 200, 300 years, right? Let's say that's the max. Now we have 300 years to travel millions of light years away to get to another galaxy, to see other planets, to see if they have some shit. And they have the same for us. So let's say there is another species that somehow found a way to take the consciousness that they have and put it in a robot that can then last for thousands of years. Then they would have the opportunity to come here. But we're limited by time, right? You will die before you get somewhere. Like,
Listen,
we can go to Mars, we can't come back.
I think we're
Time.
I think we're basing that off our intelligence. There might be a species in this universe that can fly to Earth the way we fly to LA.
But that's what I'm saying. They would have to
Probably
bend
using
time.
that. Not necessarily. What they could do is fold time.
Or fold it, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Create that wormhole effect
Yeah.
where you're going, where instead of it's not linear, it's whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know, it's in some
take
movie.
time. Like, it was in Event Horizon. They talked about how they did that. Remember that movie?
Yeah, and there's another one too with Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah, Interstellar.
Interstellar, yeah, where they get into like space-time. Space-time's really interesting, right? It's like the faster you go, the less you age.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so if somebody's in a plane
In
flying
comparison
around
to someone here.
on the Earth, right? So someone's flying around the Earth in a plane versus us sitting on Earth, they will age fractionally less, right? So if you just increase their speed and decrease ours, well, not or keep ours at the same, they will, let's say, not age at all compared to us aging like 30 years.
Even crazier. Brian Cox. I went to see his Cosmos exhibit. and
Wait, that's the
physicist.
astronaut? Oh.
He's a physicist.
Okay.
From CERN, from the Large Hadron Collider.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
has
yeah,
a
yeah.
bunch
So
of
it's not
different
shit,
podcasts and shows. He said that if you were born and right next to you, like your mother and you, both put on a watch at the moment you
Yeah.
were born, and then you check that watch 30 years later. If you have a perfect watch, it was never out of time. Your watch would have a different time than her watch because you have gone through time differently than she has.
Fraction.
I don't understand.
Yeah, fractionally. Because the amount of how fast you travel, you experience time in a different way. The path you take in life, the different terrain you travel over the Earth, all those factors play in to how much time has passed.
Let's say you
while you're
live
alive.
on the top of a mountain and she lives at the bottom. You're actually traveling at a faster rate, right? Because it's no different than like, let's say there's a ball on a tether, right? And you're just swinging it around in a circle, right? The ball at the end is actually going faster than your hand in the middle swinging it around, right? So since you're going faster, you're actually aging slower.
And we're talking about fractions of seconds.
Yeah.
But over the course of time, it proves that everyone experiences time at a slightly different rate, which proves Einstein's theory that if you
Relativity,
do travel
yeah.
very fast in a spaceship and then come back, you would look at your brother who was your age and now he's 100 years old and you're only
Yeah.
30.
So I think I figured it out, how we can time travel. Or not time travel, but I think I figured it out. All right, so we're trying to create, okay, and again, I don't know shit, but this is just me like, pontificating,
Brilliant idiot
right?
logic.
This is brilliant idiot shit right here. Okay, so what we have to do is go faster than the speed of light in order to time travel. I don't know how to do that just yet. But what I think we can do is, we're trying to use like rockets to propel us at a certain mile per hour to get close to the speed of light. Fuck the rockets. Why don't we use light as wind and create a sail that harnesses light? And that sail will naturally take us the same speed, or as close as we possibly could get, to the speed of light.
They did that in a movie called Sunshine.
I'm a fucking genius. You see this shit, bro?
Yeah,
Oh, you
like
saw,
the
sun,
solar
you
genius,
saw
Jamie.
sunshine and didn't tell anybody.
Where the fuck is that? Sunshine? How could you see that movie? I don't even know what an elk is.
Science fiction.
Come on! Come on,
a
Joe!
science fiction movie. I'm talking to Bob Lazar tonight. That was the guy I was telling you I wanted to bring you to dinner.
I'm going.
You too as well if you want to come. He's the guy who worked at Area 51. And I'm
didn't even know if we
he's
could
doing
talk
the
about this
podcast
today.
tomorrow. Yeah.
I believe in Area
I wasn't gonna
51,
bring it
bro.
up.
Oh, Area 51's real, but this guy literally worked on what he says are alien spacecraft. Spacecraft that sail on sunshine could be the next big thing. in
Jamie.
space. Like, bro, you should work for NASA.
Jamie, this is public school
Maybe
education.
he can get you a job at Trump Space Force.
That's it. And I don't want to do any of the math. I just want to throw the ideas out there, and I think I got it. 10 mil?
This is a legit Space Force shirt from Trump Tower. Tim Dillon bought me this.
Yo, shouts to Tim. I love Tim.
This is real. This is with the real fucking Space Force. This is the logo.
That's hard.
Dude.
I thought you got that from Target or something. I didn't know you, I did. I was like, I missed that cartoon and that whole movie. What the fuck is Space Force?
This is the real Space Force. This fucking goofy shit.
You said you had a friend who worked on alien spacecraft?
Well, I don't know.
That's what I told
I'm
you
meeting
tonight.
him He's
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the podcast tomorrow.
And
But
he's-
he worked at Area 51.
Is he allowed to talk about that shit without getting killed?
He is because he's been talking about it for decades.
Really?
Yeah, and they've tried to discredit him. He's very controversial. A lot of people think he's full of shit, but the more there's a recent documentary by Jeremy Corbell, and the more you look at the documentary, he knows too many things. He knows too many things that prove that he absolutely worked at Area 51. He got arrested for bringing people to a lookout peak to look over where the area where they would launch these spaceships, and he's got video of these things flying through the air, doing all these maneuvers that no conventional spacecraft could do in 1980, whatever the fuck
Yeah.
it was, where he got arrested.
They must have some type of NDA with extraterrestrials.
They don't talk about it.
Yeah, I feel like the U.S. government or just governments in general throughout the world have some type of NDA. with
The
these
NDA is we'll kill you.
I don't know.
That's how it
They
works.
probably use the same one Leonardo DiCaprio uses on his girlfriend.
Dude, he's got the greatest NDA in the history of the game.
For now.
Holy shit.
NDAs mean shit anymore. Nobody gives a fuck about NDAs.
Yo,
bro.
so we
You can
had-
pay people and they don't care. They'll come out and talk about it later.
We
like-
had Lisa Ann on a podcast, right? I do this podcast
porn
called,
star?
yeah, called Flagrant 2, right? And Lisa Ann came on, and she was talking about NDAs and how stupid women are for obeying them. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "What do they have to lose? They don't have any money."
Exactly.
So she's like, "You have a bunch of fucking heels in your apartment. You think that Leonardo DiCaprio is going to take your heels? You could break any fucking NDA, but for whatever reason, they get scared."
You pay a woman $500,000, tell her to keep her mouth closed. She breaks the NDA, and the NDA says she has to pay you back. When you
With
gonna
what
be waiting?
money?
Exactly, you're gonna be waiting on that money forever.
With
My
what money?
favorite one is Bill O'Reilly. He had to pay a lady $32 million.
There's no pussy worth that.
I need to see what she
What did
looks
he
like.
do?
Can we look at this woman?
know. No,
I need
we
to see
don't
that. Yo, Bill is into some wild
shit. Yeah.
Can we? There's no picture of this woman.
I don't
I need to
know.
see
We don't need
$32 million
put this lady
pussy.
on blast, but it was
I would love to.
32.
I would love to see what she looks like. 32 million.
He agreed to it. He agreed
Oh,
to
no,
it.
he's
must
into
have-
some
he
wild
must have did
shit,
something-
bro.
He must have did something he didn't want nobody to even remotely
Oh,
hear
Bill's getting
about.
pegged. Bill's getting pegged.
But
100% get it.
It's not even about what actually happened. It's about what the person said they did to you that can ruin your reputation.
She's got
Especially
pics.
in 2019.
She's got
Yes.
pics. She's got pics. She's got video. Something's going in Bill's
DNA.
ass, guaranteed. DNA.
Yeah,
She's got
DNA.
his shit under her thumbnail. I
Whoa.
guarantee.
And then a guy like Bill has to keep a certain, like, I guess, standard about himself, right? You have to look at him a certain way in order to listen to what he's saying. Right?
Yes.
In order
Yeah.
to take his information, correctly, I guess. so to
Seriously,
speak.
yeah. 'cause-
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he could lose all that equity in his audience if
He
he's out there
did.
doing wild shit.
He did.
He actually
didn't
did.
help him. He's gone anyway.
Yeah.
Is it over for Bill?
Well, he's not on Fox News anymore.
He's podcasting
He was
now,
the
right?
number one guy, and they were like, not worth it.
Yeah, man.
That's why you got it. Oh,
They got Bill the fuck out of here. Y'all been talking about cancel culture.
Yeah.
Bill really got canceled
Yeah.
for real.
Game
real.
over.
In a
Yeah.
big way.
Yeah.
And I think he does do some type of broadcasting now, but nobody cares.
Well, he let out a book, and the book was #1 New York Times bestseller. He
After
does these-
Fox?
Yeah, he does
Okay.
these history books.
yes.
Like
I don't even think he writes them. I think he just puts his name on it.
I wonder about a guy like Bill, though. Because think about it, like you started your own platform, you know what I'm saying? And people really care about your voice. Did people ever really care about Bill's voice?
That's the thing,
'Cause I
right?
feel like-
old
I
white
feel-
people did.
No, but check it, right? So it's like sometimes you become a mouthpiece for a network or for an ideology they believe in. And this is the difference. This is how you find out if people really fuck with you. The second you leave that network, it's like when people leave
Yes.
ESPN and you never hear about them again.
Right.
It's like, oh, you thought you were bigger than ESPN? You thought you were bigger than the
Yes.
sports?
Right.
Fuck out of here. They just want you to say strike, ball. That's it.
Yeah.
So I think we learned that Bill really didn't have all that cachet that we thought we had.
Yeah, that's why, like, the ESPN is a good analogy. That's why you got to give people like Skip Bayless props.
Yes.
You got to give Jamel Hill props. 'Cause
Yup.
they can go
Yeah.
other places and
Yeah.
people still care about what they have to say, even if it's just in tweets.
Right.
I don't even know what Bill O'Reilly's Twitter handle is.
I imagine something around like Bill O'Reilly.
I'm sure it is, but
Yeah.
you don't ever see him. He's never known for like, oh, Bill O'Reilly said this on social media. When the last time you heard Bill O'Reilly say something?
might not even be
that
on.
made some news.
Yeah, he might not even be on.
It's tough, bro.
Yeah, he's podcasting from his like apartment or something like that. Dude, there's no background, nothing.
Really?
Yeah, it's bad. He's not even wearing like suits. He's got like a NASA rugby shirt. Dude, it's Bill O'Rogan, bro. Dude, bro, we gotta look him up. We gotta see the girl he fucked and him and see how they're living right
I
now.
think guys like that, they say, we'll just lay low for a couple years and then someone will scoop you up again.
Nah.
But there's only one Fox, and when Fox lets you go,
Yeah.
if you're one of those guys, those neocon guys, like you don't really have any place else to go.
And he's too old to really understand the landscape of like how to navigate this new internet space. Because you got plenty of conservative voices who don't have those big platforms, like
Right.
the Candace Owens, the Tommy Lawrence. Ben Shapiro's not on. He's not on
There he
TV.
is.
is he?
Look at him. Wow, no makeup.
He
Bro,
really.
look at the
holy
undershirt.
shit.
He's wearing a nurse's outfit underneath that
He's got
button
no
down.
pants on for sure.
He- Yeah, that's Dad O'Reilly.
Yeah, his
Yo, I
balls
think
are
that is
sweaty.
a Space Force shirt for real under the button.
That really is.
Look at it.
Dude, what size is that button-up shirt? Did that chick take his wardrobe?
He's got a fat
Holy
gut now. He's been
shit.
drinking.
No, this is not good.
No spin
weird.
news.
Watch the full No Spin News.
Nobody. gives a
BillO'Reilly.com.
fuck.
No, we need to get some
Wow.
new
Well,
shirts,
they got
bro.
581,000 views on whatever video that is.
What
What
it
is
say
this,
up
on
there?
Twitter?
There are no charges. You are presumed innocent in
million
this
followers?
country. This is not what the left wants. What is this about? What is he ranting about?
That's April 19th. But maybe we
The
tripping.
Mueller report.
Scroll
Wow.
down. Maybe
How many people are watching that? How many people have him on Twitter? How many followers?
3
he
million
have?
followers he has,
Whoa.
and that
Do
video
you-
had 581,000 views.
Can you look at him right there in that video, right? Now go down. Now scroll down. Do you think he's doing the orange thing to reflect
Oh,
Trump?
100%. He's bringing them in.
What?
Look at that. That's 100% the orange thing.
He looks like turmeric.
Yeah, but he don't look anything like he looks in real life. That's like an Instagram hoe. With those weird filters. Like, look at him there. Look at him there.
Fashion Nova Bill.
Look at him there. Now look at him there. Come on, bro. If you met him in a restaurant, you'd be like, wait a minute. You got to update your picture, son.
That's why you had to pay that woman $32 million. She's fucking disappointed.
Yo, go down. It keeps getting more orange. Go down.
Oh, that's
Yo,
hilarious.
maybe we
the
tripping.
next
Maybe people are watching
They're
Bill
definitely
O'Reilly.
watching it. He's
Yeah.
got 500,000 views.
Yeah.
They're definitely watching it.
But now he's in a vacuum.
But it's those crazy old white people that live in Kansas.
Yeah, but they don't
like
have
the people
Twitter.
Hey, man, a win is a win.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you got 580,000 people that can watch you when you put up a video and you can still get paid for it, I'm cool with that.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? I think we put too much emphasis on like whatever mainstream is. There's no such thing as mainstream because there's not just one stream anymore.
Right.
Dude,
now
that's
it's over.
That's why, and shouts to Brandon Schaub, that's why we wanted you guys to connect. Because I feel like you guys represent the most, I think you are both the most influential people in media, right? And you represent.
Don't put that kind of pressure on me.
Well, I think.
Put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I think it's important. I think it's important. No, because I think you guys represent, and I think the illusion was before I went on here for the first time, the illusion was that these things operated in separate spheres, right? That there were these different vacuums, like the Charlemagne world, right? And then the Rogan world. And then I went on, and I found all these people that knew me from our podcast that also listened to yours, right? So it turned out in that moment, I was like, oh shit, it's not as fractured as people think.
Nah, because
everybody's aware.
Yeah, people have always been hitting me for years, like, yo, you gotta go on Joe Rogan, you gotta go on Joe Rogan, you gotta go on Joe Rogan. So it's clearly that the worlds collide.
It's all interconnected.
Especially this
Everything is.
internet wave that we're on
Yeah.
right now. The internet wave, people are craving this type of information. They're craving the type of interviews you guys are doing and talking to the people you guys are talking to, right? And I don't know, for me, this is really cool just to see this.
Well, they
come to
like
fruition.
people like the fact that everybody could do everybody's show. It's not like Jimmy Kimmel never does like the Seth Meyers show.
Thank
you know what
God.
I'm saying? It's like, but you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
everything is not that world is very disconnected.
Yeah.
Whereas this world, the internet world, is like with the comics and podcasts, like there's no competition. Everybody helps everybody. Everybody supports
No,
everybody.
you help everybody. I mean, that's one thing I've always noticed about your platform. Like, you've always brought on up-and-coming comedians who just needed that extra push for people to know who the fuck they are. You know what I'm saying?
That's important.
Like, I saw you had Miss Pat on yesterday.
I love her.
Shout out to Miss
man,
Pat,
how can you
man.
not love Miss Pat?
Shout out to Miss Pat,
Ryan,
bro.
Ryan.
Genuinely funny.
Miss Pat is a force of
Genuinely,
nature.
yeah.
And
Force
her
of nature.
story is insane. Like, you can only take a story that sad and that tragic
Yeah.
and turn it into a sitcom.
She was talking yesterday. She was talking yesterday about her ex-husband who shot her in the titty.
In the titty.
Shot,
Titty,
her,
yeah,
shot her
yeah.
in the head, shot her in the titty, shot her in the back of the head, shot her in the titty, got her pregnant, was fucking her when she was 12, got her pregnant when she was 14, with 2 kids by the time she was 16. She had an abortion when she was 16 with his 3rd kid. She called him up to try to get him to apologize to her. He wouldn't apologize to her, so she forgave him. And she said it released like this huge weight off of her shoulder. She was talking about it. Like, you can't believe her story.
I'm
And
not
she's-
with that shit either.
She's laughing about it. Of course not.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that whole forgiveness thing. We talk about that all the time. I'm not with that whole like I forgive you and it makes me feel better. I'm fine not fucking with you. I'm fine saying fuck this guy, fuck this person. Like, I don't care. Like, why do I have to forgive you? When I saw the Emmanuel movie just came out. The shooting that happened in Charleston, South Carolina, and like all of the family members forgave Dylan Roof, and I'm like, there's one dude in there that's like, fuck him, he killed my mama. I'm not forgiving him. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Like, that's a perfectly fine emotion. You
Yes.
you go talk to your therapist about it. You allow yourself to feel like, yes, fuck him. Why do we feel like we gotta forgive and
think
a
she
weight
just-
comes off our shoulders?
I think for her, it was like she was carrying it around her whole life. I think for her, it just helped her. And she knew he was a piece of shit. When she was talking to him, she said to him, like, you were fucking me when I was 12 years old. And he literally said this to her, your mind, your body wasn't 12. That's what he said to her. And she was just like, so she decided after that, like, I'm not going to invest my energy in this. I'm going to let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go. So she just doesn't fuck with him, doesn't talk with him. But
Yeah.
she doesn't carry around the hate. It was poisoning her.
Yeah, I get it, and I understand the power of forgiveness. There's a reason why it exists, right? There's a reason why it's it's still here for thousands of years. This idea of, hey, let's forgive so that we could feel better, right? I think usually things get weeded out if they don't work.
Well, it's hard to forgive someone who doesn't feel bad about what they did. It's one thing if you're like, man, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Yeah.
You're like, I get it. You're a person. Human beings make mistakes. I forgive you.
Yeah,
but
but
if someone is like, you weren't 12 with your mind, your body, and he's talking about fucking you when you were
Yeah.
12 years old. Like, I have an 11-year-old daughter. The idea of a grown man fucking her.
No, we gotta
makes
go
me
bow hunting.
Violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna forgive him.
Yeah.
No. You might fuck him up, and then after you fuck him up, you be like, you know what? It's all good. You know what I'm saying? You put a fucking arrow in his fucking gut
In
one
his
at a
head,
time.
that's it.
You know, oh yeah, it's all good.
So
We're
maybe
good, man.
forgiveness is like misconstrued. Maybe you're not actually forgiving the person and letting them off for what they did, but maybe you're just removing them from your consciousness.
People forgive when they're not gonna do shit.
Yeah.
People forgive when they have realized I'm not gonna slap the shit out.
It's like when someone huge punches you in the face, you're like, I forgive you, bro. Nah, you know what?
You got it, bro.
I'm attaching myself to
Brock Lesnar, you got
Jesus.
it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I can't carry this no more.
Mike Tyson spits in your face. I forgive you, Mike.
Hey, Mike, we don't know what we do. We don't know what we do sometimes. We make mistakes. We all make mistakes out here. You know what I mean?
In the street when somebody gets punched in the face, and be like, yo, all right, you got it. You got
That's
it.
it, bro.
That's
Hey,
forgiveness.
yeah,
That's
that's
forgiveness.
it. Listen,
It's forgiveness.
I'm a Christian. I'm not going to be out here fighting you, Mike. You're not going to attach me to the worst parts of my nature.
By the way, that's probably when I would get to that point of forgiveness, when you want to do something to somebody so bad, but when you get the opportunity, you don't,
Yeah.
and you realize it's not that important to you, then at that moment I might be like, you know what, God bless him, man.
Yes,
I wish him the best.
that's real.
When you guys have like surpassed people in your career that were pieces of shit to you as you were coming up, did Did the anger that you had towards them totally leave your body?
No, absolutely not.
You
I write-
hold on to that
I write
shit.
books about it. I'm more than
You
likely
like Jordan at the press conference?
More than likely forever. I need you. And by the way, God bless you.
Yeah.
But the facts are the facts.
Yeah.
You did fire me.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, Boogie D from in Philly. Doing morning radio. You did fire me for no
fucked up,
fucking
Boogie.
reason. You did.
Boogie D.
It happened.
I know
Right.
you're listening.
Hey, Boogie, what you doing right now?
Boogie, how you feeling?
He does radio in St. Louis.
He does?
Yeah, because they told him that if he fired me, and whatever he bought in didn't work, they were gonna send him back to St. Louis. He had moved to St. Louis to do Peter PD in Philly. And so he fired me. What he bought in didn't work,
Right.
and they kept their word.
And they send him
He's
back.
back in St. Louis. God, it's probably the best thing for him.
Yeah.
But everything worked out for everybody. He's living a great life in St. Louis. I'm living a great life.
Have you seen that Jordan? What is it? What did
Yes.
he get into?
Yes.
Not the Oscar. What was it?
It was, what is
Hall
it,
of Fame.
Jamie?
Oh, yeah, the Hall of Fame speech.
He wouldn't stop talking about journalists.
Bro, he remembered every single
Everything.
thing, and that was he's Bernard Hopkins. Remember Bernard Hopkins, the fighter. He needed to be the villain. He needed to be the
Yeah.
heel for the motivation.
Y'all don't use that? Y'all don't have people that shitting on y'all and like, you know,
When
like,
I surpass
you kept-
them,
you
it goes
kept
away.
growing? And not for me.
When I surpass him, it
No.
goes away. It's weird. It's like bullying.
I'm not saying it goes away, but I have to remind you. I have to remind you that you told me I wasn't gonna make it. I have to tell you this.
When I was starting out as a comic, and I was, it was rough in New York, and motherfuckers were just dickheads to you. I used to carry a list of people who were pieces of shit in my wallet. Of all the people I was gonna say fuck you to when I passed them. And as I would start to pass them, I felt zero anger. I almost started to feel bad.
Yeah, I don't
I
have
was
anger.
like, oh shit, you're still in the same place. That's
Yeah.
why you were a dick to me, because
Right.
I was all you had to be addicted to.
Well, that's the type of person that is a dick to someone who's coming up. A person who's like, it's famine mentality.
Yes.
You think there's not enough.
Yes.
So you try to keep people away. Get away, get away. Whereas the people that don't have famine mentality are like, come on.
Come on, let's do it.
Plenty for everybody.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, I
plenty
don't,
for
have,
everybody.
I don't have anger. Like I've been fired 4 times from radio. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not angry at the people that fired me, but the people who told me things like there was a guy named DJ Kaz in Charleston, South Carolina, who told me my first time I got fired, he told me I would never work in radio again because I was an asshole.
Yeah.
And then Boogie D told me this is why you'll never make it in radio. So those 2 individuals just need to be reminded. People need to know that they made those calls. Wouldn't you like to know the person that cut Michael Jordan from the basketball team in high school?
Yes.
Wouldn't you like to know the person that didn't hire Oprah as a newscaster back then? Wouldn't you like to know these
Yes.
people? I want to know these people. And by the way, I've had other executives in radio, like suits my guy Doc Winters. Doc Winters told me that one person in particular he would never hire because they fired me and couldn't give him a reason why. When he asked him why, he was like, I just didn't like him. And he was like, I never hired that person. So that's why certain people need to be told and reminded about the
hold
dumbass
grudges.
decisions they
Oh,
made.
dude, like a
He holds some
psychopath.
strong
Like a
grudges. I
psychopath.
like it.
It's great.
But that, the difference is also that you get hired for these jobs and you can get fired by these assholes.
Yes.
And there's always that weird power play between producers and executives. It happens with television shows and networks, and it happens with radio. It happens. It's a power play. The thing about comedies is like, you just work at a different club. There's no real. There's a little weird struggle between you and the other comedians, but there's no real struggle between you and the club owners. You go in there, you sell out, you kill, and you're friendly
all
to
that
everybody. They don't give a fuck.
100%.
They're
They
like,
do
thank
not.
you. Here's your money.
Bro, they do not
Congratulations.
fucking care, and it doesn't matter how much of a diva you are. Everybody knows the story in comedy. Eddie Griffin, you know Eddie Griffin's
Sure.
writer? Eddie Griffin is the best writer in comedy.
I don't know. He has a writer. When did he get a writer?
Oh, he's had it forever.
Oh, I didn't know he had a writer.
No, writer mean like the
Oh,
thing that.
writer.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You talking about me pronouncing shit wrong?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about
You
this
said
fucking ghostwriter.
writer.
I was like, Eddie gotta go. Eddie don't
go. Eddie writes his shit. Eddie can go, man. Eddie's great.
Yeah.
So, but apparently his writer, which means like the shit that's in the green room,
Yeah.
and he needs a brand new pair of Air Force Ones for every show.
A lot of people do that.
What?
Yeah. A lot of people have like sneaker riders.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm fucking up because I haven't asked for anything but water.
You would think sneakers are the most important thing in stand-up, right? Like you need a comfortable fucking shoe, right? When you're on that stage.
Hold on. There are more than just Eddie has.
Yeah. Some guys have it where they want a fresh pair, size 11s, whatever they wear, right there. So they get to the, but they never want to wear them at all until right when they get on stage.
That's it.
Yeah.
What's in your rider?
I have like Jack Daniels, wine, meat, water,
Simple.
sugar-free Red Bull.
What kind of meat? You're not specific with the meat?
No, like meat plates, like roast beef and shit like
Gotcha,
that. Just
gotcha.
something so I don't eat garbage.
Right.
Stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Nothing nuts, macadamia nuts, and pistachio. Normal shit.
Red M&Ms.
Yeah, only
get
green
specific.
ones. Pick out the green ones.
What you're saying about stand-up is the beauty of independence, though, right?
Yes.
So just like that's why everybody who gets me through runs to the stand-up stage afterwards. The comedy club still accepts it.
So they
Yeah.
were saying, did you see that tweet? I thought maybe it was Roy, I forget Roy Wood or something like that. He was like, OJ will be doing stand-up in 3 months.
Dude, do you watch those videos?
No, and why do you? Why do we entertain that
You
shit?
love it. Honestly, love it too.
Until
Hello,
he,
Twitter world. There's a lot of BS out there.
First of all, it pisses me off that he does videos on Twitter. Take that shit to Instagram.
He doesn't know. He
Go to
doesn't. He thinks
fucking
Twitter is
Snapchat.
that. That's what he thinks.
He's holding his reading glasses in his hand. I mean, he's going blind. He's 71 years old. You just see the DM he sent that dude?
Amazing.
All the
knife emojis. But yo, you understand that was strategic, right? He sent that on Monday. Monday was the 25th anniversary of the fucking Bronco chicks. So you think that he didn't just want to be in the news? Like that was a strategic move.
I don't think he's that smart. I think what's going on is he's reacting to someone fucking with him, and he doesn't know how to just let shit slide. So somebody makes a parody video where he's doing his Twitter, he goes, "Hello, Twitter world," and then someone's got "Help, police" in the background. That's what they did. So he gets mad and he DMs that person who made that video, "I'm gonna cut you." I think
He said, "I'm gonna cut you."
Yeah.
I think that was strategic, man. I think he knew it was the 25th anniversary of the Bronco chase, and OJ's only relevance is the fact that he got away with murder. So he has to remind us of that fact all the time in order for us to give a fuck.
Did you ever see the videos he did when he was doing rap? When he was dressing up like a king?
In Miami.
Yeah.
He dressed up like a rapper?
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen? He had music.
No, he had. Jamie?
Yeah, right.
We can't play it, right? We
Can't
get
play
pulled
that.
off of YouTube.
Real quick, that stuff was fake. That DM
What
stuff.
stuff?
That DM
Oh,
stuff
it's
was
fake?
Yeah.
Oh, the guy lied?
Yeah, so I listened to Jim and Sam yesterday. They actually like broke it down instantly. He made a fake account with like it was the real OJ. He just made the L a capital I. And tricked everybody.
I gave him Donkey of the Day for no fucking reason.
God damn.
Look at you, man. I'm glad he's not that stupid. Right. Like, Donkey of the Day is the segment I do on the Breakfast Club where I give somebody the credit they deserve for being stupid. I'm like, yo, you can't be that stupid and that thirsty for attention.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a relief that he's not that thirsty.
This is OJ when he was doing rap music.
All right, well, no.
But we can't.
Now he is.
Yeah,
thirsty.
we can't play the music, but he had girls out there dancing around their underwear, and OJ was rapping. Didn't he have like a crown on or something? There
He
he
was
is.
dressed up in like whiteface and all sorts of things. There's naked girls in it.
Oh God! You don't think OJ been riding the wave of killing these two people for too long, bro?
Well, crazy bitches will still fuck him.
Bro,
I
it is
guarantee you.
insane. I don't understand this part of women at all. Like the women that like meet people in jail and then they like get married to them in
Oh,
jail.
yeah.
Like what is this about?
It's
thinking about that jail dick when they come home. That jail dick.
Some of those guys never get to give them that jail dick. They're in jail forever, and they
That is
get no
true.
conjugal visits, and they still want to marry him.
But
Women
why?
are attracted to killers.
So they want killers.
They want killers, and specifically, they want killers that kill women.
What?
Yeah, that's a thing with some women, with really fucked up women. They're attracted to men who kill women.
God damn, what happened to girls just want to get choked? why you gotta go to that extreme?
What's wrong with this spanking?
That's all. Just spanking and choking.
Do you think all the choking and
Been out the game
spanking
that long?
and like you know how like some girls have like rape fantasies and shit
Yeah.
like that? Do you think that's all because men have just become such pussies? They want to see if they have the ability to even do it?
No, I think some girls have this primal need to know that you can kill them.
But But don't they know that?
This thing turns them on.
Not
turns
kill
them
'em,
on.
protect
Yeah, to
'em,
get-
right? Isn't it protect 'em? It's not
protect
kill 'em.
Yeah, for sure. But they want to know you could kill them, not that you're going to.
Kill them or kill someone else trying to get them?
That hand on your neck when
Yeah.
they're choking you, they want to be like close to the door of you doing something violent to them while you're fucking them, so it feels good while you got control over their life. You really have like you're holding their neck. You got control over their
Yo,
life.
so why do we?
Look at your face.
Dude, but like, you know all these dudes that like jerk off with like a belt on their neck and shit like
Yeah.
that. We call them weirdos.
Yeah,
That's
but
just women.
different. Yeah, but that's different. That's autoerotic asphyxiation.
Well,
They're
what is
doing
choking
that-
a bitch?
That's what
they're doing
choking
that-
is too, though.
It is, but I think the choking is you're doing it. A man is doing it to you. It's not just that you're running out of oxygen because someone's squeezing the blood out of your brain.
Right.
But it's also that someone's doing it to you while they're fucking.
Do you guys go for the whole choke? Because what I do is I like put my hand there and then I kind of just tense my forearm, but I don't really squeeze the fingers because I want, you know, because it's
My
meant
wife
to really
doesn't
choke
play
someone.
like that. She won't let me do that.
She wants the whole choke.
No, she doesn't like that.
Oh, she doesn't like
choke.
that.
Yeah. I don't
Because
think
she
that-
knows you could do it.
Well, it's not just that. It's like
She sees you choke people out regularly.
Yeah.
She knows you're capable.
But the kind of girl that wants you to choke like that.
Dude,
My wife likes a little choking, but I mean, we've gotten older. All of that stuff is kind of like subsided, but she used to
Yeah.
like a lot of choking. You know, we've been together 22 years. Though.
Yeah, you want to play it.
To be honest with you, I don't know if she likes it tonight.
it's not for us. It's for you. It's happening to you.
Some girls love it. Man.
They
Some
do.
Girls love it.
But I think it's really because they see men as pathetic now. They see men as babies, and the more pathetic and like cucked up a guy is, they're like, okay, choke me, slap me around. Show me that you have some testosterone. Show me you have
Yeah,
some
but that
sort
don't
of
mean you
strength.
got to go give OJ some pussy. Oh my
That's
God.
true. That's
Jesus
true. That's
Christ.
what-
You think
that's
they're
like-
asking OJ to choke him?
Richard Ramirez used to have girls visiting him. Manson, that was married when he died.
Yeah,
Obama-
but Manson had charm. He must have had something.
No.
He must have had
All of those
something.
guys had fame. Fame has always been an attraction
But he
to
wasn't
people.
famous in the beginning when he was getting people to do all that wild shit. He was
Manson?
pimping. Manson, right?
Well, he wasn't famous, but he was a cult leader. So he was the leader of a small group. So he was infamous amongst that group of people.
yeah, you got to at least turn a couple people to turn it into a cult. Like
Yeah, but
eventually it becomes part
Yeah,
of it.
but
But
if you look at social media, you realize that ain't really shit. it ain't really shit to have a following. You know what I'm saying? 500 followers on social media is pathetic, right? But 500 in real life,
Yo,
you Jim,
you're the man.
Jim Jones. It's like,
Yeah,
wow.
especially in '67.
Yeah, man, you get 10 people to kill themselves in
Yeah.
67. My God,
Man, some people can't get 10 people to a comedy.
that's what I'm saying. That's a different kind of captive audience.
Yeah, you would have, and no, like you gotta fax them. Like there's no organization. Everything has to happen in real life.
Yeah, what was
I don't
that
want-
speech like?
Yo, he
what
must
was
have.
the speech when he made everybody drink the Kool-Aid?
Bro, let me tell you something.
He had to have some balls, right?
He
they
had
knew.
that must have
Did they
been.
know they were drinking that? It wasn't even Kool-Aid. You know, Kool-Aid took a bad rap. It was some like cheap Costco brand.
Was Kool-Aid existed even back then?
I think Kool-Aid existed. So
They went with the generic to
they
kill
went
him.
with some
He didn't even
bullshit
splurge.
Kool-Aid. It's like they didn't have enough money for all Kool-Aid. They just gave people some.
Hey, whatever the fuck they drink, they serving it in the Dominican Republic at resorts right now. All right?
What's a cocktail in sandals? What the fuck is happening in the Dominican
Wait,
Republic?
what happened?
know.
All these people are dying.
Well, they should try to get at Big Papi.
No, man.
no,
People
this is
are
a different
dying at
thing.
resorts.
That was an assassination attempt. People are dying at these resorts. They're listening to all these Americans that are being poisoned. One lady got beaten to death and raped. She didn't get beaten to death, but like beaten half to death. She survived, but like her whole head was just big, swollen mass of
Yeah.
blood and injuries.
Yeah.
Every
Some
day's a
guy
new
who
story.
worked at this resort. She saw him wearing, at least he was wearing an outfit, clubbed her over the head, and did all kinds of crazy shit to her and left her for dead.
I read a story today. It was a group of high school kids who went to the DR celebrating graduation or whatever. All of them ended up in the hospital. And nobody knows why this shit is happening. 9 people have died at these resorts and nobody knows why.
And a lot of them are dying from pulmonary edema and heart failure.
that?
It's like some blood issue, and they're drinking things from the minibar.
From the
and fucking
minibar.
Broken.
Yeah.
What?
You didn't hear about that shit?
No.
Oh, yeah, they gonna
What
do
is
the Waller on
number?
DR in a minute.
What is the number of people? What is the number of people that have died over there now?
Wait a minute.
7,
9.
9?
9.
Jesus.
9
And it's
as
happening
of
in the
yesterday.
resorts, the
Yeah.
safe spots?
Yeah, it's happening in the
Get
resorts.
the fuck
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
DR golf.
we got to go to DR.
For what?
What? We got to hunt. That's hunting right there. Wait, let's get into it. This is let's get to the bottom of it. You
you
really
hunt
want to do
people?
some nature shit, Joe? You want to go do some nature shit? Let's go hunt some rapists in the DR.
I wonder what's happening. I don't think it's just rape.
Not just right. It's people
just
dying
killing
from drinking. They said they're drinking at these mini bars and drinking at these bars, and like they've been testing the alcohol, and it's like fake alcohol or some shit like that. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I just know 9 people have died.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Yeah, you can't.
That's all it takes. All it takes is 9 people going to fuck up your whole tourist economy.
You would think,
Yeah.
but we live in this era where people are like, oh shit, let's go over there and see if we can survive the DR. Like it's become like a fucking game almost.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it's when anybody dies of a cocaine overdose. Everybody wants the shit
Ah,
that
that's
they died
old
from, right?
Well, you want the good shit.
Yeah, what the shit they
You ever
died
do
from.
coke?
No, never. Never done it.
You ever do coke?
I fake sniffed coke once. I smoked it in a blunt with some weed
Okay.
back in the day, but I fake sniffed it. Like it was like the lines were on the table. And I just wanted to make the people I was around feel comfortable, almost like on some training day shit. I didn't want them to think I was like an undercover cop or anything. So I motherfucking, you just do like this, and you knock it off,
Yeah.
and just make sure you get a little on your face, and you just go, whoa! And everybody's high, so it's not like they really fucking notice.
Wait, do black dudes say woo after doing coke too?
I don't know, I did. I thought that's what you did after you fucking sniffed the line.
watch white people
Every movie I
This is
saw,
Ric Flair.
every movie I saw, they let out a goddamn Ric Flair, woo!
I've had that tea, that mate de coco tea. It's
that?
like tea made out of coca leaves. Yeah.
And it goes?
Yeah, and apparently the leaves, if you just chew them, are actually good for you. They have phytonutrients. It's like it's like a cup of coffee.
Okay.
It's like, but it's healthy. It's actually good for you. Like
Right.
those high altitude herders, they put a big wad of that shit in their mouth, they chew on it, and then it releases into their bloodstream, and it's actually healthy. It's not bad for you. It's when they process it and turn it into cocaine that it's bad.
That's when it gets
What
fucked
I've had is coca leaves in a tea form. So you just take the leaves and it's like in a tea bag and you drink the tea. It just makes you kind of like hyper and you talk too much.
I'm not gonna lie, when I smoked that cocaine with that weed by accident, that was the best high I've ever had in my motherfucker.
Really?
Yes. I used to always say I would do it again by accident if it was offered to me.
By accident on purpose?
but I think I'm too old for that shit now. But back then, my God, I remember that high like it was yesterday.
Why? What did it feel like?
Like he said, you just feel like very alive. Like you feel aware. Like
Yeah.
everything just seems bright even when it's dark out. And it's just like you feel like you're actually on top of something.
Right.
It's just like you just feel mad hyper, but when you crash, you crash.
Game over.
When you crash, it's over.
You guys ever try Molly?
Yeah. Well, I've tried MDMA.
MDMA, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same shit.
Only once though.
You like it or no?
I loved the feeling when I was on it. I did not like. The next day, I couldn't read. I was trying to read a magazine and I couldn't read.
Yeah.
Really? I was like, I just can't. I couldn't follow it.
Yeah.
My brain was so dried out.
Just shut down.
It was just dead. And then I went on stage that night and ate shit.
Yeah, because the synapses aren't firing, nothing.
I was slow and sloppy. My delivery was off.
Fucked up because when you said that shit, I thought literally. I was like, well, I can't wait to hear this story. I was like, you started reaching in your fucking pants and just pulling out shit. I lost my mind.
Dude, so
No, I bombed.
I've been going to Burning Man the last few years, right?
Really?
And yeah, last 3 years I've been going.
Gotta get that
And,
hippie pussy.
Bro, dude, it's not even really like, for me at least, I haven't even really been fucking there.
No.
No, dude, you're not showering. You're all fucking hopped up on drugs and shit like that. I think like the fuck communities exist, but I don't want to sell it. It's weird to like sell it, but it's a really cool experience. You would probably really love it. But and I tried Molly, and it was, you know, people say like when you try drugs, it gives you this heightened version of reality that you can't come to naturally, right? And then you have a new perspective because of it. Some people say that about like acid or mushrooms or these types of things. It was weird because for the first time in my life, I felt past emotionally full. It was like excess. Does that make sense? You know when you
yeah.
kill on stage and you walk off and you just want to like help people?
Yeah.
Because you filled up the void and then you have a little extra, right?
Yeah.
So Molly put me there and I was like, oh, this is how people who feel no void operate. Like I was just calling my parents. I was calling my best friends and telling them I love them and I'm going to take care of your kids if anything happens. Like,
What the fuck?
bro, yeah.
Maybe it
Like,
just gave you the courage to do things you want to do, but for whatever reason you choose not to.
right, because, you know, before I'm busy trying to fill the void, right? Be it through laughs or through content, whatever we're doing. And here I had the excess. And it was an interesting experience to make me go, okay, I can probably hit this maybe without the drug. I can do things in my life, exercise or
Gratitude.
gratitude, 100%.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate.
100%.
When, Dr. Wayne W. Dyer said that you won't find your true purpose. Your true purpose in life is service to others, right? So I think most people that are public servants and like give their lives to other people, like I think that's the ultimate high.
But it's so crazy. It's like you don't get to notice that until you're there. Like it's so easy to tell people, hey, you should be grateful, and then you'll feel better.
Right.
But if they're not able to feel the sensation of gratitude, you're explaining to them, you're explaining Chinese to someone who doesn't even know what the fuck the language is.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean, like
it's like we're all in this like unique situation where we've probably experienced that. And we probably, you know, tried to find ways to give back, etc. And then we felt really good because of it. We're like, I should keep doing this. This is a really good feeling.
the ultimate high.
But imagine someone who's like barely surviving.
They don't,
Yeah, but they still have
Right.
something to give. They just don't realize it. Like you might have $10 in your bank account, but guess what? It's a homeless person on the street that has zero.
Right.
You give him $1, you might feel great, and then he takes that dollar and he's so appreciative, like thank you, thank you.
like,
Like
whoa.
that'll make you immediately feel better.
Yeah, really, just helping people without any, you have no ulterior motive.
Word.
It's a great feeling.
Word.
It's addictive.
I thought
Yeah.
about that with karma, right? Like we always look at karma and we think that karma is what you put out is what you're supposed to get back. No, karma is just an action, and you're supposed to do those things just because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Period. Like
I think also karma involves you feeling the way you feel about yourself. Because when you do shitty things, you have a bad self-image.
You live in your karma. That's what
Yes.
people don't get. It's not like, here's $1 for a homeless guy. 5 minutes later, I should get $10. It's not an investment,
Right.
karma, right?
No.
It's,
No.
I feel better when I'm acting right.
Yeah.
Like,
That's it.
It's simple as that.
You can't run from yourself.
You
Like
cannot.
you go to sleep every night. You look in the mirror. Like when you jack off, you know what you're thinking about when you jack off. Like you know
Yeah.
you.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people don't understand that concept. Like once you I can't do people dirty. Because I know I did somebody dirty. I can't do something foul.
you carry that.
Because I know I did something foul. You know, and even when somebody does something foul to me, I gotta go through my files in my mind. Like, did I do something fucked up to this person? Did I do something that caused them to react this way? No, I didn't. That's their problem.
And that's the competitive advantage of sociopaths, is they don't carry the negative karma.
Sure.
Right? They have the interaction. We, the three of us, would walk around afterwards like, man, I shouldn't have fucking done that. What the fuck was wrong with me? I feel like a piece of shit. They just go, all right, that happened.
I don't believe that.
No, that's why they're effective in business. That's why they're effective in politics. That's why you see these personality types succeed with the ability to just destroy thousands of
I
lives.
get what you're saying, but I think eventually it catches up to all of them.
I don't think it does
I think
emotionally.
they're just suppressing shit so much, but eventually I think that shit just explodes in them and causes them to go crazy if they don't fucking get killed first.
There are people though that don't experience any emotions the way we experience.
No
it.
empathy.
Yeah, they're broken. There's something wrong with the synapses.
Yeah.
I was like that for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I started going to therapy is when I started like piecing things together. But I made myself cold just because of how
To protect
I felt,
yourself.
Yeah, and how I felt like the world and the business was treating me at a certain point.
Yeah.
I was purposely making myself cold, and I thought that was the way that I had to be. You fucking around and read books like the 48 Laws of Power when you're young, and you study all of these people who got to a certain point and they all had like this coldness about them, like this ruthlessness, like I'll step on anybody to get the way I need to be. But then you realize these motherfuckers are miserable.
That's the thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, so you were on the island, right? Lanai,
Yeah.
right? And were you hanging out with any of the island folks though?
Yeah.
So there's this comic named Lil Duval. I really think he's one of the people who understands life better than anybody on this planet.
My guy.
And
Good brother.
he's a good buddy of ours. He's fucking and brilliant. And he says he
The same
goes,
dude for the Smile Bitch song?
There you go.
Okay.
Joe,
Smile,
Joe,
bitch.
when I'm
Love
telling
that
you,
song. Stylebender comes out to that song.
yo, shouts to Izzy, man. When we were on this podcast last time, we were talking about how Izzy was gonna do it, man.
Yeah.
But he's one of these guys. I promise you, his understanding of life is unparalleled to anybody I've ever studied. And you see a song like Smile Bitch, and we see it maybe on surface value, but everything he does has a purpose, and he's aware of the purpose, right? He's aware of the energy he puts out the ecosystem and how it affects the ecosystem. And he was telling me how he likes to go to the islands. I visited him in Bahamas. And he likes to be in the Bahamas. And I was like, why? Why do you like to be here? He goes, because people understand what life is here. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, They don't get caught up in the bullshit that we get caught up in the States, right? And like in the States, everybody here thinks they're going to be a millionaire. Everybody does. We have a lottery, a reality show, some viral video, and you go to the island and they understand that they're going to live and die there. And then they start to realize, hey, I got to just maximize happiness in life. Try to get some chicken tenders on the island when we were in Bahamas. It takes 50 minutes, an hour for fucking 5 chicken tenders. I'm like, why the fuck is it taking so long? And he looks at me, he goes, why should they hurry?
Yeah, his philosophy
What's the purpose?
It's real Buddhist-like.
It's
A lot of it is a lot. He doesn't know that, but his philosophy is like
He's aware
real
of it.
Buddhist. He don't even know. You call him right now and say who's Buddhist. He be like, I didn't go to school no Buddha. Who is Buddha? he doesn't know anything about it.
But he knows instinctively.
He
instinctively
is,
how
bro,
to live
no
like that.
formal education, comes from nothing. And the way that he's found a way to understand humanity, it's his competitive advantage in the industry he's in. He just truly understands me. It's fascinating.
We've complicated this shit.
Dude, we have.
Like capitalism has complicated things. You know, the cultures that we strive to be a part of have complicated things. The truth of the matter is, life is about treating people good, being a public servant, and dying.
He's, yo, the crazy thing, he goes, I love, and this is what's hard to understand because I love hanging out with old people. I'm like, why? He goes, because they understand life. I go, what do you mean? He goes, you eventually get to a certain point where you realize you're going to die. And all these things that you want to accomplish, that you thought you had to accomplish, and all this shit that you thought you had to get done in order to value yourself is meaningless. It was just distraction until we get there.
Yeah, that's the concept. Because
It's hard to swallow, dude, because you have to let go of ego, right? You have to go. You have to go. Okay, I'm okay as I am, and I'm okay having a good conversation with somebody or a good